Folks, welcome to High Council Tuesday here on World Class Bullshitters. I'm your host, Jeff Hicks, and with me tonight is Mary Mayhem.
Giggity, giggity.
And folks, by one of my favorite YouTubers. You know him, you love him. He returns. It's the Rageaholic. Say hello to Razorfist.
You know him. You in all likelihood hate him in some way or harbor some deep-seated grudge over some random-ass opinion that you heard me express over the internet. Yes, Godspeed. How the hell are you?
So, like we had discussed briefly before the show started, Razor, it's been a minute. How you been?
Yeah, it's been a minute and a half. It's been too long, actually, and I enjoy our musings, sir.
As do I. It's fun because we have a lot of crossover that I don't think either of us realize. You brought up briefly, you had found out about the China stuff that I was involved with our YouTube channel a couple years back.
He's like, for those who don't know, this cat over here is like the second to last video on her channel or something like that. Like, he's one of the last people really in public to talk to the woman.
Yeah. It was bizarre because I went up to her and I told her the story how I only had 2 female toys as a kid, Princess Leia and China, and how much I liked China. And that was not a lie. That was, I think she knew it was 100% sincere. That's why she was so into it. But it was a great experience. And it was just really sad that the second I go home, not the second I get home, but a couple days later, I get the message from somebody over on DeviantArt that she's passed away. And then boom, that was it. So.
Yeah, very, very sad. I mean, again, that's just professional wrestling nowadays. I'm pretty sure they actually just need to cut out the middleman and just hire corpses. I think just save a lot of time.
I feel like they'd put up less of a fight too.
Right. Of course, I don't know if you've seen Vince McMahon these days. They may be run by a corpse right now.
He's been dead for a while, and his body's just hooked up to a machine like Palpatine in the... Oh, God, I referenced The Rise of Skywalker. Ew.
Oh, no! God, is this a drinking game now? Can we take a shot?
Oh, no.
Mary's got her... what are you drinking, Mary? Your hard lemonade, right?
It's a Mike's Hard Strawberry Lemonade.
You're lying. It's the blue titty milk from that alien.
I want to get tipsy, not kill myself.
Yes.
Oh, the opposite of Luke Skywalker.
Right.
So, Razor, I wanted to bring this up briefly at the beginning of the show. For those who don't know, your name shares a similarity with a famous, not so famous Marvel character. And so the other week when I went and saw Shang-Chi, I couldn't not think of the Rageaholic, you Razorfist, because every time he fought that, he was like, "Hey, it's Razorfist." Well,
yeah, it's been fantastic fucking free advertising for me. It's great. I don't know how the fuck that happened. I wasn't even aware, or maybe I was. Maybe it was one of those things where it was in the back of my mind. Because I came up with the name Razorfist in or around, I don't know, like 2006, 2007. I was doing a lot of Street Fighter tournaments and whatnot, and I play as Vega. And, Vega's got a razor on his fist, right? And so that's literally where I came up with it. That's it. And at some point, when I first started my YouTube channel, I was just uploading tournament play and whatnot of me playing Street Fighter. And so obviously that was the name that I chose. It's just a weird serendipitous way. But yeah, I think around that time, if I remember correctly, around 2006, 2007, I'd have to go back and check. But Ed Brubaker was writing Daredevil, right? And it was like Ed Brubaker and Michael Lark. And it would have been the Mr. Fear arc in the Daredevil comic. I'm obsessed with Daredevil. And I think Razorfist shows up in that arc. So maybe in the back of my mind, his name was flying around there. Maybe that was part of it. I have no idea. I've always thought it was because of the Alice Cooper song, Freedom, where he says, "Raise your fist and yell," but he's slurring because he's a drunken fuck. And so it sounds like he says Razorfist. But I don't know. It's a combination of those things. So yeah, I assure you, I don't look that good in a unitard.
Nobody does. That's the lie Hollywood sells us when they make these Marvel movies.
Right.
All right, Mary. Fine. Who are you going to be for Halloween? Power Girl? Captain Marvel? Your choice.
I'm not going to be anything for Halloween. I'm an adult.
Right.
Halloween is the most adult holiday. What are you talking about?
I'm not going to dress up for Halloween. Why would I do that? I'm not a 21-year-old girl that walks around with a bunny tail on her ass.
Oh my God, I knew it. God. Hey, I'm a cat. Did you
Yeah.
know that? I got cat ears on and a tail. It's fantastic.
I'm not a fucking 21-year-old special person who
Right.
hasn't sorted out that nobody gives a shit. She walks around in thigh-high fishnets. Like, I'm good.
Right. They're as bad. The girls with the with the bunny ears or the cat ears are at least as bad as the people who wear the shirt that says Halloween costume. Fuck those boomers. Fuck those fucking cheating boomers. Hate those people.
Is that a blow-up doll on his front?
I don't know, Mary, but I typed in worst Halloween costumes and this popped up. So
Isn't that like the sex cult from Eyes Wide Shut or something going on there?
I don't know. It's from redbook.com. A website I would never normally go to.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, let's see. I'll actually get the story for the one that's on screen. So that is Sacha Baron Cohen and Isla Fisher as ... Well, we're not quite sure who they were. Isla threw on a wig, tutu, and cat mask, while her husband wore a monkey mask and carried a doll. Maybe it was an inside joke.
I wouldn't mind putting a blow-up doll like Scissor It or whatever. I feel like I'd have a hard time walking with that. Though.
Folks, you heard it here first. Mary is going to scissor a doll this Halloween, so make sure you subscribe to World Class Bullshitters as well as Mary Mayhem for all your scissoring doll updates.
Just kicking around the idea. I didn't say I was going to do it.
I'd like Sacha Baron Cohen to go as a guy who didn't make a shitty Borat sequel.
Wow.
Yeah. That movie sucked.
I mean, I was never a fan of the stupidity of all of it anyway. I wasn't a big fan of Borat in the first place. I know I'm going to get crucified for that, but...
Oh, Mary, we should change the name of this show to What Doesn't Mary Like? Every week, Borat! You're breaking my heart, Mary.
What? I'm trying very hard, thank you. I've spent the last 5 days enriching myself with horror culture.
Come on. The part at the beginning of the first movie with the feminist Algonquin, where he's like, I could not listen to what this old man was saying. Like, come on.
I don't know. It was just, I think it went a little over in my head for what it was at the time.
Right.
I didn't realize it was quite the troll thing that it was. And by that point I was like, oh, that's stupid.
Right.
So,
I wasn't sober for it, so a lot of the humor and a lot of that movie was lost on me. But the daughter, was it Tudor or whatever her name was? That dance she did made me laugh. I got that going for it. So now, Mary, you brought up that you're being enriched culturally through better living through horror movies, and I thought that would make a perfect little mini segment here on the channel. So tell the audience what you've been up to.
So never let it be said that I didn't want, take what you guys have to say and listen to it and imbibe it and apply it to my life in a proactive way. So in the spirit of Halloween, I have spent every day thus far of the month watching a scary movie. And I watched several so far. And I think I'm 5 down, 26 to go, 5 down, 25 to go, whatever day that is. And it's been enlightening and terrifying and funny in places, way funnier than I expected it to be. And so I did a little better last night with the horror movie than I've been doing previously. I think maybe I'm becoming desensitized to the scary stuff. I'm not sure.
Oh, really, Mary? Are you desensitized to me yet?
No, I don't know that that's possible, Jeff. I'm not be honest with you.
We'll be here forever.
I think the top 3 layers of skin just peeled off my body here.
What?
What the fuck was that?
All right, so
God
welcome
damn.
to Buffalo Jeff.
This kind of voice that ought to come with assless chaps in a windowless van. A little alarming.
He did that shit a few minutes ago when I was trying to murder the spider.
Hey, Mary.
I got so mad at him.
Would you like to hear something funny, Mary?
I don't know. Do I?
I recorded that whole segment.
No, you didn't.
When you started screaming, I pulled my phone out and filmed the whole thing. I thought it was hilarious.
No, you did not.
I won't play it on air to embarrass you, but if you'd like, I can send you the video clip.
You can play it on air. I don't give a shit.
Oh, okay. Sure. Let's play the clip. There's no, it's just a screen, so I'm not going to pull up the video, but I will play the audio for you. Apparently, Mary does not like spiders.
No, it was on the roof.
Beware afraid of it.
There you go. There's the video, Mary. I told you I did. I'm a man of my word.
I can't believe you recorded that shit. Why?
I needed a good laugh
gonna
for
leave the
ammunition.
stream. I'm just gonna leave the stream and go shudder about something else.
I didn't realize it had that effect. I'm going to take that as a compliment and continue on.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it had that effect. Why would
It
you
has
keep
that-
doing it?
That's like, I'm gonna call that your Crispin Glover voice. That's what I'm
Ooh.
gonna do.
It was
I would like to
terrifying.
meet Crispin Glover.
Right?
For many other
I think a
reasons.
lot of people probably would until they actually meet him.
I have heard a story about him from multiple people. If you will humor him and watch his one-man show, he'll sign your Back to the Future disc or whatever you bring if you will humor him for his one-man show. I actually want to watch the one-man show independently of an autograph because Crispin Glover is really out there, and whatever he's
Right?
going to make sense to him, so I want to watch it.
I'd be like, fuck Back to the Future. Let me just watch Crispin Glover rave for like 50 minutes, please. Just let him talk about fucking moon rocks and goddamn transdimensional elves. He's like Alex Jones that way. You just wind him up and let him go.
I'm sorry, that was funny. I never would have described him that way, but dang, it's right. That's spot on.
No, it's true.
That's spot
Yeah.
on. It was a great analogy.
Now, Mary, since we're talking about Crispin Glover, when you get through more horror movies, find yourself a copy of Friday the 13th Part 4, the final chapter, and watch it. It stars Crispin Glover, and it's got it's actually got really good kills. That's a solid one.
So my standard here with the scary movies is that I'm starting off kind of like slow, right? Because I'm not stupid and I don't want to like throw myself into the deep end and rage quit and be like, I can't do this, right? So if I get into the slashers, it won't be until the back end of the month, right? I will wait until I've absorbed more of the horrorcore. And then we'll give it a go. So you said Friday the 13th, the fourth Friday the 13th. How many
Now-
are they?
Oh, God, 13 of them.
Yeah, they're up to like part pi, I think. I don't
Yeah, Mary, if you want to watch a good one, or do you want to watch like an iconic one? Because if you want to watch an iconic one, watch 3 where he gets the hockey mask. But if you want to watch one with awesome kills that are over the top and kind of funny, watch part 6. They're all kind of schlocky and shitty, so...
I never thought that horror movies could be funny until I watched Trick or Treat. It's Trick or Treat the other night. And that was legitimately, like, I was actually amused, like really amused by this thing. Mainly, I think it's because I didn't like any of the people. I was completely, like, even that jackass kid, I was like, fuck him, right? Like, he could slash his throat and I probably wouldn't cry too hard. And, like, sure enough, spoiler alert, yeah, the kid gets straight up decapitated. And I don't know why, but the thing was just, I don't know, amusing to me. I don't know why it was.
Well,
I don't know what kind of genius it takes to make that stuff amusing, but it was.
Well, you're taking your first step into a larger world. Razor, do you have any favorites in the horror genre?
Oh yeah, I'm ever since I was a little kid and saw Puppet Master long before I should have. I've loved all the Puppet Master movies. God, growing up, you know, I'm not the biggest horror guy, but I love when I get a really, really good horror, like Alien obviously is like the all-time classic. That's another one of my favorites. I dig the 2006, the original Silent Hill movie.
I did too.
The second one is total bubbling bullshit, but the first one is great. It's, you know, it's not exactly one-to-one the video games, but it has the same atmosphere, the same kind of aesthetic. I think Christoph Gans did a good job with it. I actually dig that movie.
I remember that kill in the church with the barbed wire. That was a gnarly.
Oh
movie.
yeah. Or where he rips off the one chick's skin. Fucking brilliant. God damn.
So there's a stream out there somewhere where I watch Alien for the first time and I get physically ill.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know what, Mary? I won't make fun of you because true story. My mom went and saw that movie back in '79. She was one of the people that went and puked in the fucking bathroom because she was so bothered by that movie.
Yeah, it was so God. The thing is, okay, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, it was gross. It's gross.
Now,
it's nasty.
We'll keep everything, flowing, folks. But D-Day Direwolf has a great question for Mary via Super Chat. Has she seen The Thing yet? Mary, have you seen The Thing?
No, but I will. So here's what I'm going to do, because a lot of people have made a lot of suggestions. If you have suggestions for me, and I will write that down, I'll write the thing down. But if you have suggestions for me, because it's a lot to take from the chat, go holler at me on Twitter. Okay, I have a post, and I'll be reposting again tonight the movie. And so in that thread, just throw your suggestions, and I'm taking them from there. A lot of them are coming from there, what I'm watching. So The Thing, I'll write it down. And then, yeah, if you have suggestions for what you'd like me to see, just to kind of streamline that, head on over to Twitter and holler at me there.
Think of it. You should watch the new Biden horror movie. The Thing.
Like, we just discussed me getting sick over Alien. What are you trying to do to me right now?
Now, Mary, the gore is what gets you, right? Some of the tenseness and the gore and the body horror.
The body horror. Yeah, that's like the far end of the scale for me.
Do you want to make a lot of super chats in a stream?
I mean,
live stream your reaction of watching The Thing. Don't Google it. Don't do anything. Just promise yourself you're going to watch it and live stream your reaction. I guarantee you're going to react amazingly, and the audience is going to love it. I'm going to fucking watch it if you do it.
Okay. All right. I will make time to do that this Halloween season. I think we can do that.
TLJ Screwjob, I did not miss anyone's. I just saw that real quick, and that was a recommendation because I thought it was on topic. But like I said, folks, we will get to those in just a moment. So, Razor,
what's up?
We got Bond coming out.
We do.
I'm going to go see it tomorrow. I have tickets to go see it at that Chinese theater, the one that everybody thinks of from Star Wars. It's just a regular movie theater, but it is cool to get to go see James Bond on the big screen.
Oh, so they're having like a 2 days early premiere or some shit?
Yeah, I just Anna, that Star Wars girl, Jesse, and I are all going up there tomorrow to check it out. So folks, check your Instagram and all your social media platforms for Anna's posts, my posts, all the fun posts. But yeah, I do have tickets for it for tomorrow, and I am not some of the changes in this movie has really, I don't know, brought me back to a normal feeling towards a movie, like I would a regular film. Like, okay, this could be cool, this could be terrible. I am so, I don't know, in the right mindset for this movie. How do you feel?
I've heard it's going to be, and I've heard this from Bond fans, that it is going to be polarizing.
Ooh.
And I've already seen the gamut, so it's already reflecting that as far as just the European, because it's already out in Europe, right? So some of the European reviews are definitely, they're spanning all strata. It's either, holy God, this is like unicorn blowjobs, it's unbelievable. And then there's people who are like, wow, this thing killed my grandma. It's like, there's no in between. There's no in between. So I'm wondering what the fuck, and I'm trying to avoid spoilers. There's probably, but it's, something clearly major happens, or several major things happen in this that's going to piss off a lot of people. So I don't know, but I'll give it a whirl. I don't like Daniel Craig at all.
Nor do I.
As James Bond. I haven't liked him in any of these movies. So, I'm kind of approaching it tabula rasa anyways.
I have a weird, my take on Bond is kind of traditional in the some regards, but then very different. Daniel Craig, I was not excited for him to be James Bond in 2005 when they announced him.
What? You didn't think to yourself, wait a minute, the guy from Tomb Raider, fuck, he's made for this shit.
My first thought
I told you guys, I don't think he's attractive. I don't understand why anybody would put him in that role in the first place.
Doesn't he? He looks like an Easter Island statue. The motherfucker, like, I call him Daniel Craig.
Wow, that's such a great comparison. What? Wow.
And I don't get how they fired Roger Moore because they didn't fire Roger Moore. He stepped down. But people talk about how in his last movie, View to a Kill, which is a masterpiece, by the way, how in A View to a Kill, he looked too old. And it's like, have you seen Daniel Craig? He looks like a baseball glove. Like, what the fuck? And he's looked that way for the last 2 movies. The fuck are you people talking about? Roger Moore looked younger when he was older.
Agreed. I was working on a Bond video last night, and I had an image from Casino Royale as one of the earlier images in the video. I'm like, God damn, Daniel Craig does not look the same. Now, I know it's been 15 years. He's been playing James Bond for a long time. But you are right in terms of that, your assessment of the age thing. I've always looked at Daniel Craig as he looks like a great Bond villain. Like if they wanted to modernize Red Grant, Robert Shaw from Russia with Love, he's that kind of guy. He looks like the evil Russian that would fight James Bond and maybe even survive a movie or two, come back. Not really.
Well, let's just be real. Like the only reason that he got hired, and I've maintained this for years, is because when he as soon as he came out of the water in that fucking Speedo, I was like, oh, I see what's going on here. They're kind of trying to get the female market a little bit more with this Bond.
It didn't work. It didn't work because I can sit here and I can tell you, like, as a chick, I haven't seen any of his movies. Like I saw the stuff back in the day with Pierce Brosnan, and that was good. Like I'm not a huge 007 fan. I wouldn't even call myself a 007 fan at all. If they were looking to drag ladies into the market, they should have gone about picking someone who didn't look like Smeagol. Right? Like it really just didn't work. He's not an attractive guy. I don't care how ripped you are. If it looks like someone hit your face with a truck, then I'm not here for it.
Yup. Dr. Coffin Nails totally nailed it. Barbara Broccoli wants his day. I swear.
Yep.
If I swear during that audition process or whatever happened there, the moment Daniel Craig entered the room, the fucking dew point must have raised by like 20 degrees. Barbara Broccoli wants to nail this dude. I don't know why. I don't know why she's got such a lady hard on for him, but yeah, big time for some reason. Look at that. Styling and profiling.
Oh my God.
Look at that bowl cut, man.
What the hell?
Have you noticed how a young Daniel Craig looks just like old Daniel Craig?
He looks like he took scissors to his own hair. Here.
No, he looks like the bodyguard for the Lollipop Guild. It's fantastic.
Now, like I said, I'm going in as open-minded as I can. I'm interested in a polarizing James Bond film because it's been a polarizing time to be a James Bond fan. For me, I loved the Brosnan era. Is it perfect? No. Die Another Day is a bad film, but GoldenEye was great. Tomorrow Never Dies is ahead of its time. The World Is Not Enough has something important to say. I felt like Daniel Craig movies, the whole films, they were embarrassed of being Bond movies. I'll tell you, when I saw Skyfall, the first time he says his name, Bond, James Bond, in that Chinese casino, I went, oh, wait, we're watching a James Bond movie. Like, that's how my brain was so removed from the hallmarks of that series. They were embarrassed. They wanted to change. I get, wanting to make a movie modernized for the audience. And people say, no, you don't. You want the classic characters. Pierce Brosnan was a modernized Sean Connery. It worked in that context. Whatever political correctness became rampant post 1995, I don't know. It's like you have the coolest property on the planet, but now you're embarrassed of it and you try to deconstruct it. Deconstruction really has killed entertainment.
Well, and I think also you have to keep in mind, like, the time frame. God, Brosnan was a perfect Bond, but the problem was he was Bond during an era when what's Bond at the end of what are the Bond movies, right? They're action movies. What was less cool than action movies in the 90s when Brosnan took over, right? Like, this was after 80s action movies. That thing was dead, right? And in the 90s, there was this whole period, like from like 1992 to whenever The Matrix came out, 99 or whatever, where Hollywood had literally no fucking clue what an action movie needed to be in order to sell. Right? Just all throughout the 90s, it was weird for action movies. We had that whole Seagal thing happen. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, it was really, really weird. So he had an unenviable task, and he actually rose to the occasion. So you kind of have to doff hat to Brosnan on that one. So it makes sense. If you look at the end there, you just mentioned Die Another Day. Fucking, what were they doing there? A bunch of CGI, a bunch of real funky shit. They were trying to play Keeping Up with the Joneses with the Matrix and shit. That's what they were going with. It was, he winds up surfing with the like blue screen surfing and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like, very, very, very early aughts CGI soaked action movie. Very much that. And
I never. Okay, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I never made the Matrix comparison. See, I'm not mind blown, but I always looked at like in 1999, any movie, any action movie, any bigger budget, whatever, everybody had their own interpretation of the future.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is like the digital age, what they thought the year 2000 was going to be. You know, everyone thought once that countdown hit, the world was going to change. We all did. Then it happened and it changed a year later, if you know what I'm talking about.
Right.
But all of these movies that were trying to be futuristic, once The Matrix came out, now I'm looking at Die Another Day in a different way. It seems more dated and less technological than the one that came before. If the world is not enough, that feels like it's tapping into whatever the Matrix got in terms of like technology in action, not in terms of quality, just action, weird techie shit.
Well, and then what was the next trend, right? Was superhero movies and The Dark Knight and Chris Nolan and whatever. And that's basically what they did with Daniel Craig. Daniel Craig is, you know, he's the Bond knight. And that's probably why Quantum of Solace, people fucking take a righteous shit on that terrible movie, is because it was like, that movie came out in what, 2009 or something like that. By then, kind of people were over the Dark Knight thing already. It died pretty quick. Like that whole Nolan style thing that everybody started to copy, it got really tired real quick. So they had Casino Royale and that was fine. But then you tried to go to it again and it just kind of showed that when you go a little too far in that direction, it stops being serious and it just becomes fucking bland. Right?
Yeah. I mean, we have seen James Bond since Daniel Craig's taken over. His brother is now Blofeld, which is dumb beyond belief.
Which is very Dark Knight, Chris Nolan. Like, it's very superhero movie.
Dude, I have read, I'll send you these articles if you're interested. Basically, The Dark Knight and Skyfall are the same movie, and people have for years gone and made these comparisons. And when you break it down like that, that's what, again, this is Bond trying to cash in on the craze. 08, Quantum of Solace and Dark Knight drop. They're looking at the Dark Knight. They're trying to make James Bond this superhero, and so they copy it 1-to-1. That's why this era of Bond is garbage. Not because every movie's bad or I hate Daniel Craig because he should look a certain way. Anytime a Bond movie does not create a trend, but follows a trend, that's every single time, folks. When Bond comes out in 1962, Dr. No, the spy craze is created. It booms, it blows up. Everything that copies James Bond was pretty solid. You had got tons of shit. I'm not even going to try to start. I mean, Avengers, The Saint, all that stuff, just boom everywhere. But when you get to the later 60s, not later 60s, but when you get to the 70s, Bond tries to cash in on Star Wars and Moonraker shit. James Bond tries to cash in on the Jason Bourne stuff in Quantum of Solace. That is shit.
Big time Jason Bourne, yeah.
Dude, that is a series I am so glad it's dead. Like, I can't, because it was those were good movies and I enjoyed the stories, but damn it, the damage they did and the colorless, ugly action they created permeated entertainment for years.
Yeah. See also Matrix for me. I think that was another one that was like, I think Matrix, Jason Bourne, those two movies. I'm trying to think of another one. Well, The Dark Knight too. You know, those movies really had, there's one thing to be influential, but once you become like almost an albatross where everybody has to mimic you, you know what I mean? That's kind of what those three movies or three franchises rather wound up doing.
I think one of the biggest victims of the Dark Knight effect, meaning films where they, under their own choice, try to copy the Dark Knight, was The Amazing Spider-Man. Because for as bullshit as Spider-Man 3 was, you followed that to try to make a dark, gritty Spider-Man movie, and you were so tonally broken that by the next movie you tried to do something else, and you killed your franchise right away.
Right.
Spider-Man, he's just as big as Batman. It blew my mind.
Well, yeah, and there's another Punisher Warzone, which I fucking love. Best Punisher movie by far for me. But Punisher Warzone, originally, they were really going to steer in. One of the reasons it's so good is it's like a 80s action Punisher movie, but not like the Dolph Lundgren movie. But like, it's kind of just this over the top sort of in your face. It brought back classic action movies in a lot of ways, just hyper violence. But originally that movie was going to have like more of a flat out 80s, like almost a synth soundtrack sort of. It was going to be Hobo with a Shotgun before Hobo with a Shotgun. And for whatever reason, the studio stepped in. It was the first Marvel production, if I'm not mistaken. And they stepped in and were like, no. The Dark Knight's popular. The soundtrack's got to sound like The Dark Knight. So they literally stepped in and like shit on the soundtrack. I think that 80s style soundtrack probably would have fit the film better, actually.
Agreed. Because I thought that movie, I'm in the weird camp. I like the Thomas Jane Punisher, the director's cut. That's when I close my eyes and think Punisher movie, that version. John Bernthal's great. Ray Stevenson's fine. Dolph Lundgren's Dolph Lundgren. But the identity of that movie is non-existent. It's like it's a weird gray movie for me. Like I remember watching it, but I don't remember it, if that makes sense. It didn't stick with me.
What are you're talking about? Punisher Warzone?
Yeah, sorry, I overspoke. Yeah, Punisher Warzone. It didn't stick with me. Like I remembered Julie Benz and Jigsaw, but I couldn't.
You didn't remember him punching a henchman through the head?
No. I need to go back and watch this.
Dude, this movie's awesome. You need to go back and the rocket launcher on the parkour guys. I love that. Like whoever wrote the movie, parkour was the big trend in films at the time. And the movie literally just, it was like, okay, every action movie has to have parkour. We'll put parkour in the movie. And then we'll have the fucking Punisher blow up one of the guys with a goddamn rocket launcher, like literally just shitting over the entire trend. I fucking love it. It's a great movie. And fucking Jimmy McNulty from The Wire as Jigsaw, just chewing up scenery. That movie's a blast.
Yeah. God, the makeup work is awesome on that. Holy shit.
No, that movie's great. And Ray Stevenson, I do like Thomas Jane. And actually, Thomas Jane is not just good in his movie. He didn't have that great of a script, unfortunately, but he's a good Punisher. But he's also good in the Punisher video game from 2003 or 4, whenever that was, the THQ game.
I remember that. I didn't know he did the voice, though.
Yeah, I like Ray Stevenson a little more just because he looks more like a normal, like, vigilante. He's not quite so muscle bound. So
True.
He's a little bit more of like, you could see him roaming the streets as a vigilante, like Death Wish style.
Mary, you got to watch this movie.
The Punisher?
Warzone.
Punisher Warzone.
Oh, okay. I mean, you know me. It looks bloody.
Very.
Yeah, you got to expand your horizons and desensitize yourself.
Oh my god, he blows a guy's face off with a shotgun. It's like, oh, SpaghettiOs.
Why would I watch that? Why would I want to see that?
Who wants Chef Boyardee?
I do.
It doesn't sound appetizing to you, Mary.
Oh my god, Jeff.
All right, Mary. All right. Folks, we're going to take a second and check in with you guys. So, Razor, since you've been here, we've implemented some buttons. Do me a favor. Between 1 and 17, pick a number.
Uh-oh.
What?
Hold on to your butt.
Between 1 and 17, please pick a number.
What are these? The ages of Leo DiCaprio's last 2 girlfriends?
No, so what we do is you pick a number and I'll press a transition button.
Okay. We'll go 5.
Oh no. Not again.
There we go.
Fantastic.
What the fuck did I just watch?
Mary, it's a little film called Spaceballs. Watch it.
Yeah.
I've seen Spaceballs.
Fucking masterpiece. Who hasn't watched Spaceballs? Come on.
I'm sure someone out there in the ether hasn't watched Spaceballs. Folks, if you're listening to this and you've not seen Spaceballs, you don't have to tell me. You don't have to embarrass yourself, but go out, get yourself a copy. Hell, go back to VHS if you have to, but watch Spaceballs. It's a great movie. You won't regret it.
The cartoon series also exists.
Wasn't it on G4?
I don't remember, but I remember it just kind of coming and going like a really small fart.
I do too. I watched it in college. Yeah, it was on G4. Okay. Let's see. It was around for how many episodes? A whopping 13 episodes.
Yeah, it lasted like one small season and whatever. There were some good gags. I remember they kind of took the piss out of Anita Sarkeesian a little bit, which was kind of, I was like, whoa, Mel Brooks making fun of what the fuck. But yeah, they kind of made fun of that whole women complaining about misogyny in video games thing.
Oh,
Yeah. There's this good gag where Princess Vespa is like complaining that Lone Star is playing video games, or somebody's playing video games, and she's like, hand me the controller. And he's like, what? Now you want to play video games? She's like, well, yeah, if that's the only way I can complain about them. Fuck.
What?
Yes.
yeah. I think that's episode 2, Grand Theft Starship.
Yeah. There's some okay parts in it. It's not completely terrible.
They have a James Bond parody, which is perfect for this week. It's titled,
Right?
Yeah, it's Fish Finger. President Scroob has a plan to take over the galaxy's fish supply. Lone Star, aka 00 Sven, must stop Scroob, aka Fish Finger.
Nice.
That actually sounds okay.
Where is this? Where is this?
What is your Bond, anyways? Like because I know you're a big 007 guy. What is your Bond?
You mean my actor or film?
Actor, era, whatever.
See, I was a kid that grew up watching them all, but I'd be lying. GoldenEye is my absolute favorite, but Brosnan and Connery are just, it's hard to separate them because James Bond is like obviously he's a character played by many people, but they each represent something equally important to me. So if I have to pick one, I'll just fucking say Pierce Brosnan because I like GoldenEye more than the other movies, but it's
Not
the same.
it's a good answer. Pierce Brosnan may be like the most complete Bond actor. You know what I mean? Like he had the physics. You could believe him in a fight, like in a gunfight, whatever. You could believe him railing some dopey broad, even if she was pretending to be a nuclear physicist. You could believe him in, spy scenes, gadget scenes, whatever, but he could also do a one-liner too. So he kind of had the best of both worlds on that. I didn't watch all the Bond movies until like a year ago or something like that. And I had never watched a Roger Moore movie and realized as I was watching through them that Roger Moore is my favorite Bond. It was the first time I'd ever watched any of his movies. And I'm a big fan now.
Which is your favorite of his?
Live and Let Fucking Die. It's
yes.
Amazing.
That's a top 5 for me.
Oh, it's so good. So good. He gets I love that they take the PPK away from him and he's got the big fucking fuck off Dirty Harry revolver.
Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's fucking great. Baron Samedi. Fucking. Yep. Sorry. I grew up calling him Baron Samedi or something like that when because you just see it written on a screen when you're playing the N64 game, so you don't know how it's spoken. But I love all the villains in that. That movie kicks ass.
I can't say enough nice things about Live and Let Die. It's got a great score. It's got a great song from Paul McCartney and Wings. Everything. Normally when I do my Bond marathons, obviously I start at the beginning. And when I get through the Connery ones, I start to get a little like, I can't wait to get to GoldenEye, my absolute favorite. But when I get to Live and Let Die, nothing else matters. This movie, the only reason I didn't buy any of the collectibles from it is because the company that's putting them out currently, Big Chief Studios, did a bad job. But for as much as I'll shit on Roger Moore movies like Octopussy and Moonraker, I have nothing bad to say about this one.
Yeah. That and I like pretty much all the Roger Moore movies. The only one I thought was a bit of a snooze is For Your Eyes Only. But I dug all of, and I've gone back and watched For Your Eyes Only and actually came away with a slightly more positive appraisal of it. But like A View to a Kill, I mean, he's fighting Christopher Walken in a midair blimp fight on the Golden Gate fucking bridge. That's a sentence, okay? That's a sentence. I love that fucking movie. And there's a robot. I don't know why, but there's a robot.
Rocky IV had a robot, that's why.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was the big trend at the time. Actually, I seem to remember they wanted to get a robot of some kind that is popular in another movie franchise or something, and they couldn't get it. The producers, I mean, so they just made this little fuck off robot and put it in the movie. I forget exactly which one it was, though, if it was the one from Rocky or what it was. But I love that movie.
I do too.
People say, oh, he stuck around for one movie too long. Fuck you. He should have been in The Living Daylights too. He should still be Bond. They should resurrect him.
What about his Bond speaks to you on such a deep level?
Well, I think he's actually pretty good. Like, as much as people claim it's the one-liners and whatever, which he is brilliant at. I like that he's a little bit more posh and like comes across more. He has more of that London kind of accent to him. He comes across more like a gentleman, right? Which is, there's certainly an aspect of that if you read the Ian Fleming books, right? Connery's a little more of a brute. So I like that. And I think he's not half bad when you actually let him do some of the darker, more assassin-y kind of 007 stuff. Unfortunately, he didn't get to very much. But some of the, like we were just talking about Live and Let Die. You remember that part where he just rammed this chick on the beach, and he whips out the tarot card and he's like, yes, this means a deceptive woman. And he puts a gun in her face and he says, and now you're going to tell me exactly what you know. And she's like, you wouldn't do that, not after what we just did. And he's like, well, I certainly wouldn't have done it before. Fucking stone cold. You know what I mean? Like, that's classic shit.
Oh man, I wish tonally they would have stuck with Live and Let Die, not in terms of the horror or the blaxploitation crossover, just him. Because when he gets a little more romantic around The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker is when I kind of lose Roger Moore. Whatever he presents in The Man with the Golden Gun, while it's a terrible movie, I at least enjoy. Like, I believe he's able to keep up with Scaramanga. He's a decent shot. He's a great shot. All that shit. Like, I believe that. The later
and oh my god, he's fucking smacking bitches around. And have you watched Man with the Golden Gun recently?
I've seen all enough to remember him. So.
Oh my god, he's going on. He goes off on that one chick like Bing Crosby, like just fucking smacking her from. You're just like, what? He actually might slightly go over the line on that one. But yeah, Man with the Golden Gun gets a lot of shit, but I actually like that movie.
I like the song. It's a guilty pleasure of mine.
I like the Alice Cooper song. That was, you know about that, right? They were originally supposed to have Alice Cooper do the theme song, and he got the song in a day late. So I didn't
know the history of it. I've heard the recording.
Yeah, so they went with the Lulu song instead.
Yeah, wasn't she just like married to a Bee Gee, and that's the only reason she was famous, or some dumb shit like that? I don't know.
Well, hey, whatever.
Yeah, that's what my mom said. She's like,
famous. Fuck.
Say what?
If Billie Eilish can be famous, there's hope for anyone.
Dude, I have sat and listened to the new Bond score. Never done that before, but I've been fulfilling packages and stuff and needed music. And so I put that on. The score from Hans Zimmer is fine. But when I got to that No Time to Die track with Billie Eilish, I just was like, fuck this, and turned it off. She is not that good. And they have lost their way. This song and the Sam Smith song, they are chasing trends with bad singers. Like, that's all it is. They haven't had anything great in years.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, I like the kind of core musical motif of the Skyfall song.
Oh, I love that song.
And whatever that Chris Cornell song is.
Same, love that one too. You Know My Name?
Yeah, that was pretty good. Everything else has been shit, though. Every other. What was that shit with Jack White? And
Alicia Keys.
Oh, yeah, Alicia Keys. They fucking dug her up from the dead. Who the fuck has talked about Alicia Keys since 2003? What the fuck?
Okay, that's not fair though. Fallen is like forever.
Did I strike a nerve there?
Like I did want to flip a little table. I actually have a little table here. I'll flip it.
Right.
Keep that shit.
Is there a spider on the table, man?
No, it's just a little wooden table that I keep around when the rage takes over. Right. I can just flip it. No, it's like, I mean, what are you talking about? Alicia Keys is amazing.
She's not amazing in that song.
So let's see. We had a bunch of messages because some of them are recommendations for you, Mary. So we definitely want to get them. Yeah,
some homework assignments.
All right.
Well, our first one comes from our friend Cesariojpn. It's not a recommendation, but he says, remember Donald Pleasance, Blofeld and You Only Live Twice, born on this day, October 5th, 1919. Also search for Mock the Weak Bond for a game idea. Cesariojpn, I went ahead and did that before the show. So I'm going to implement that. I'm going to send that to you, Mary. We may have found something fun to play each week here on the channel.
Okay. Go for it.
I always love that too when people are like, God, the Brosnan movies and the Roger Moore movies, they got so ridiculous. And you're like, Sean Connery in You Only Live Twice got weeaboo surgery to turn Japanese so he could find so he could assault an underground volcano lair with an army of ninjas to find a spaceship that eats other fucking spaceships.
And it was written by Roald Dahl.
What? This is a sentence. This is a thing that happened. And it's all written by Roald Dahl, the guy who wrote Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, for fuck's sake.
Was he on shrooms? I don't understand.
Right?
Yeah. Mary, could you tell if Sean Connery's James Bond had plastic surgery to look more Japanese from this photo?
What the fuck?
Mary, there is a scene where they show them put prosthetic eyelids on James Bond's face.
Right. You can't
Are
see
you serious?
You can't see the Evangelion body pillow underneath him, but
Wait, what was the point of it? Was he playing a Japanese guy?
He faked his death. Was that it? He faked his death so that he could go deep undercover as a Japanese gentleman, as the tallest, buffest Japanese gentleman ever.
That's ever existed in the history of Japanese guy. What the fucking fuck? What am I looking at right now?
And apparently the way you turn Japanese is to turn into Mr. fucking Spock.
Anything else seems illogical.
It does though. Like seriously, look at the eyebrows. They're pointed up just perfectly at all he needs is a pointy fucking ear and he's on point.
Right.
That's great.
Oh my God. Well, Mary, you could watch this scene and you could also watch James Bond get married in that movie. Look how great that is.
Oh no.
Why would he get married? It's
Bond
James
gets
Bond.
So
it's a green card wedding.
Oh, God, he looks like shit. That's really, really awful to look at. Can I just like say that this is unsettling for me to look at? I'm uncomfortable.
I think towards the end, the Bond movies were just an excuse for Sean Connery to try on different hair pieces, actually.
You know what my brain went to immediately? Sorry, I wasn't ready. I don't know why I wasn't ready for that. My brain went immediately. Have you ever seen Breakfast at Tiffany's where Mickey Rooney?
Yep. Victor Yoshiniba or whatever his name was.
Yes. And he keeps pitching a fit every other night. I protest. That's the only thing I can think of here.
We've ruined it for Giovanni. He can't unsee the Spock comparison now.
No, you'll never unsee it. Donald Pleasance is fucking great in that movie. I love that movie, by the way. I'm making fun of it, but it's a fucking masterpiece. I love You Only Live Twice.
I love what it does for the Bond series, but man, there are times when it just grinds to a halt. Like, I guess I had to be alive in 1967 because it's selling you, like, because it went to Japan, that was the big selling point. So we're growing up in the 90s where it's like everything's from Japan. You watch enough shit from Japan. It's like, oh, so James Bond went to Japan. Okay. That's the appeal. Where's the great, like, the shootout at the chemical plant is whatever. The helicopter chase is cool. Little Nellie's neat. And the ending's great too. But like, I like Thunderball more and On Her Majesty's Secret Service more. You Only Live Twice is sandwiched between two of my favorites. And so it's just like, I don't know, bad cheese or something.
I thought the scene with Logan Paul in the Suicide Forest was an odd directorial choice.
Holy shit. What the fuck? That came out.
I love that edit, dude. Oh man. It's so cool.
Holy hell.
Well, Mary, I got some holy hell for you.
Uh-oh.
Do I? I don't.
I don't-
I'm just messing. I'm just messing.
Oh,
with you,
okay.
Mary.
I
There's
was literally bracing myself. I was just like clutching the teddy bear foot with the little beanies in its foot, just like,
Well-
okay, this is fine.
Mary, speaking of clutches,
I will put you in the camel clutch and break your back and make you humble.
Why do I, you know what? Why do I come here? I don't know.
I can
You
make
see
sure
what I
you
have to
never
put
come
up
back,
with?
Mary. I can make sure you never show up anywhere again.
It's not necessary.
It's like serial killer ASMR.
Right.
I have a channel I'm working on with it, so it's
Right.
people keep sending in stuff about it. So awesome. 13 Roger says, "Let us mourn the death of Bond and the soon-to-be death of Indiana Jones and the once great house of ideas that was Lucasfilm." Razor briefly. Oh, go ahead, Mary.
Oh no. That's fine. Go ahead.
I was like, Razor, Indiana Jones 5. Do you think Harrison Ford's going to make it to the end of the script or the shoot?
Right. Oh man. Well, are they done shooting or are they still going or what the fuck?
I think they're shooting still because he came back from the injury.
Right. Is he about to just turn into dust? Didn't he get injured on the set of Star Wars and shit too? Like, is he just every time he does a movie, he gets horrifically injured? And it's not like he's doing anything crazy. Like, I think the raciest thing he did in the fucking Star Wars movie was like amble down a hallway one time. Like, how the fuck is he hurting himself? The fuck?
Well, when walking is a difficult task and you can't get through a sliding door quick enough, maybe you shouldn't take on an Indiana Jones role, which is going to be way more physically demanding. Shit, Harrison Ford got injured playing Indiana Jones as a young man, so I think he knows the risk, but somebody's paying him enough money to not give a shit.
I wish he got so badly injured that he couldn't have made that shitty Blade Runner sequel.
Oh, that's mean. I have yet to sit down and watch it.
You're missing nothing.
I do have a new respect for the original, though.
Everyone should. It's a great movie. It's basically a bunch of cyberpunk wallpapers strung together.
What I've done recently is just I've enjoyed a lot of, I won't say deeper sci-fi because I've always enjoyed it, but there's just something about, I don't know, that I like a lot of. I've been watching a lot of noirs with Jesse. So basically, I've watched enough films like Blade Runner and then gone back and watched Blade Runner again to go, I really do dig this now. So
yeah, you should watch. If you haven't seen it, I did a video on the Film Noir Archives about Blade Runner. It's like an hour-long kind of video essay about it. But it's my favorite movie, and it's the movie that got me into noir too, which I'm a huge fan of. So it's a great fucking film. It's just a shame he came back for that second one. He looks bored too. Like in the second movie, they bring back Deckard, and he's literally just Harrison Ford. That's literally all he is. He's just an old man wearing jeans and a t-shirt, and he's like ambling around his fucking house in slippers, and you're just like, I'm embarrassed for Harrison Ford right now. Like, I don't know if I should be.
At what point do we start making like the Marvel comparisons with tell me why I'm gonna get my ass laughed off this fucking stream because I can't remember his name right now.
Robert Downey Jr.?
No. Oh, you know who I'm talking about. Why can't I? Yes, you do. Everybody knows who I'm talking about. Oh, in every single Marvel movie, and I can't remember his name because that
Stan
guy.
Lee?
Stan Lee.
How the fuck did you forget Stan Lee?
Because my brain farted. Because my brain completely farted. It's not like I don't know who Stan Lee is.
I'm gonna cut your brain out.
I knew that was good. I knew you were gonna say some shit. But at what point are we gonna start drawing those comparisons between Stan Lee and like, okay, so like he really shouldn't be out of bed anymore, and Harrison Ford?
I think Harrison Ford has so much more control over his life. He just makes these choices. The way I picture Harrison Ford is he thinks, I'm young enough, I can still do it. And then he does it and he gets hurt and he goes, fuck. But then he does it again because it's not that serious of an injury. I mean, this man has faced death how many times behind the wheel of an airplane? And I'd like to give a quick shout out to Harrison Ford too. No actor in the history of ever has lived their art as much as Harrison Ford. Do you remember that scene in Indiana Jones in The Last Crusade, Mary or Razor, when Sean Connery goes, "You can fly a plane," and he goes, "Fly yes, land no." Harrison Ford lives by that every single day because he fucking crashes planes left and right. That
him and Randy Rhoads.
That's dark.
And John Denver. What? No, sorry.
Rocky Mountain High.
Yeah.
A whole new meaning. Back to the audience though.
Yeah.
Crap. Okay. Sorry, folks. It keeps jumping on the other screen. So if there's these weird delays, it's not because Buffalo Jeff has been, here for Mary. All right. So, Primer, thank you very much. Thank you, folks. We now have a word of the day. Primer says, "Hail the High Council. The word of the day is anus." There you go, folks.
Is
That's
it?
the word.
All right.
The audience decides here, Mary.
I'm good. No, I'm completely comfortable with anus.
I'm glad you're comfortable with anus. Now, folks, I'd like you to put the word anus in all the Bond titles and make us laugh. An anus to a kill. How's that for a fucking opener?
No. Gold sphincter. Anyway.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Octa-anus has a nice ring to it, though, too.
Right?
The man with the golden anus. I don't know. I'll let the crowd do this one.
No.
It's just... Never mind. I'll get canceled for making jokes on this channel.
Yes.
Okay. TLJ Screwjob says, "Okay, be honest. Is No Time to Die worse than Octopussy?" Well, TLJ Screwjob, I will review the film. I'll see the film tomorrow and review it for Thursday, and I will tell you if it's better or worse than Octopussy. I guarantee. I'll probably... Okay, fine. I'll be fair and objective, but I'm probably going to like it more than Octopussy. Mayor McCheese, thank you very much for the super chat. No message, but still greatly appreciated. Thomas Fenton says, "Apparently the weebs of Nintendo are spurging out because their emo love child Sora just got put in the latest Smash Brothers game. The reactions are cancer." Now, I don't know if the spurging out, Thomas, is good or bad. I saw the announcement. Razor, did you see the announcement that Sora is joining the Super Smash Brothers crew?
Oh boy, my weeaboo anus is all aflutter. Fuck. Who gives a shit?
Oh man, I care. Come on.
Fuck? Oh yeah, I'm standing over here with my fucking keyblade, and I got no. Who gives a shit?
I like
He's
that.
nowhere near as cool as Link, so I'm not a...
That's fair.
I've never been into the Final Fantasy or Kingdom Hearts or any of those games, mainly Final Fantasy because of the turn-based element, nothing because of the design. But I just never gravitate to those types of characters. I consume a lot of Japanese content, but the stuff I like seems to be either a little more realistic or a little more hard-edged or over the top and crazy, like Berserk and stuff like that. So I'm all about anime. I'm all about, I don't know, the weeaboo. They like all this shit, right? They're the ones that are obsessed with it. They're the people that try to act like the anime characters.
What?
Are the weeaboos are they just fans or do they dress up like the people too?
No, they're not people.
Oh.
They're hippies. Sorry. They're not people, they're hippies. No.
Weeaboos aren't people. Come on now.
No, I'm not.
They don't feel pain like you or I.
Oh. I guess existence is pain.
It's still people's children from cribs.
Do they eat them?
They don't procreate on their own, so they have to steal children.
Oh,
is that the opening to Batman Returns?
Yeah, like the penguin from Batman Returns. I was just gonna say, shit.
No, it's a weird Celtic mythology thing with fairies. the changeling, like weird knowledge, I know, but no, like when they're not exactly human, they steal your babies. You're
getting too literary, honest.
Sorry, I know stuff. I know some stuff, just not about James Bond.
Right.
It's okay, Mary. Believe me. I'm not going to hold it against you. Many other things, but yeah. So let's continue on. Up next, we have our friend. YouTube. Thank you. By the way, folks, if YouTube dies, well, we all saw it coming. Thomas Fitton, thank you very much again. says, if you want to see a terrible Halloween costume, then take a look at the emos in the Kingdom Hearts cosplay armed with keys, pocky sticks, and weeb spunk. I don't know if we can show weeb spunk on the channel.
Yeah.
But we can Google Kingdom Hearts cosplay. Is there anything? I did these. This kind of a fan or this kind of a person is very inoffensive to me, but I'm in no way ever going to be a part of this crew. Like, when I see people dress up like this at shows, fine. If you're having a good time and you're not blocking my table, I don't give a shit. But I'm
just wondering when we started calling that shit cosplay and not just wearing a fucking costume.
Yeah. Okay,
that's what drives me nuts.
I'm a cosplayer. So.
That's what drives me nuts, though, is people dressed up in costumes for years at fucking comic book conventions, long before cosplay became popular in the West. At what point did we just decide that we were all going to be weebs and call it fucking cosplay? It's been happening for decades. They're costumes.
There's a bit to it when you're cosplaying. And again, I'm not diminishing your take on it. You're entitled to that, but generally speaking, a cosplayer doesn't go out and buy a Halloween costume. There's a lot to it. You make it yourself. Or at least you, generally speaking, make it yourself.
Yeah, you do actually have a point there. But you could say the same shit of like a Renaissance fair or something.
You could. And I would say Renaissance costuming you could definitely put that in the cosplay department. But it's not on the same level.
Cringy, by the way.
Well, I mean, anything can be cringe if you like tilt your head and look at it a certain way, right? But like, in terms of just being a costume, like I didn't go, like we don't get that shit from, Spirit Halloween stores. You sit home and you meticulously craft these items. Sometimes you learn how to literally like foam craft, and it's interesting the skills that are involved in creating a lot of these items. So but again, I get it how from the outside it just looks like a costume, but a lot of that stuff takes a lot of hard work and effort and energy. Holy love of God, what the fuck is that?
That's cosplay, Mary. You wanted to talk about it? That's cosplay right there.
Okay, fine.
That's unfortunate. Man, Movie Bob's moving up in the world.
Fucking fuck.
COVID's been rough for everybody.
It's hard to be mad at somebody that committed to the joke, though, right?
Right.
Yeah. Here's my favorite cosplay right here, Mary. This we should all go dress up as next.
Nope, still not big enough. Nope.
Are you only on PC, or what are you playing on mostly these days?
Me? I'm more of a PC gamer, but I do have an Xbox Series X. That's what I've been rocking this generation.
I got one of those too. I got lucky to get one on launch day, and I love it.
How the fuck did you do that? Jesus.
Okay.
Were you one of did you literally, were you on a hair trigger with the fucking mouse? Like, click. God damn it.
In the beginning, yes. And an hour and a half into it, I was ready to fucking throw in the towel, dejected. Because I set alarms. I got up early. This is back when I lived in the studio with my girlfriend. So our apartment was nothing. And so I'm just sitting over there on the couch, and she's over there sleeping. I'm sitting here hitting refresh. But IGN, they have those update page, right? They have their daily deal pages.
Right.
The launch, they were going to have Amazon. They were going to tell you when Amazon went live. They fucked up. They misformatted their page, so when you refreshed it, all the links were above where the IGN shit was, and I noticed it right away, and I clicked on it, and there was one on Amazon, and I got it instantly. So
nice. Very, very nice. Amazon was fucking useless for buying those consoles, though. Let me tell you how retarded I am. This is deeply reflective of some kind of undiagnosed disorder. I bought the wrong console 2 times before I managed to get the Series X.
No,
I go on Amazon and I type in because I saw an in-stock update on Twitter pop up that second. I'm like, boom, okay, I'm jumping on Amazon, and I click it into the search field, Xbox Series X, and I see a console. I'm moving so fucking fast, like grease lightning. I see a photo of a console that looks like the Series X. I'm not really paying attention to what I'm doing. I see X. I click on it, order, boom. I'm like, God, I got one. Fantastic. It was actually available. And I actually had to refresh it a couple of times just to make sure I got it. So I figured I finally got a Series X. Nope. Xbox One X. And I'm convinced it was intentional. the picture that they had on Amazon, I don't know if it's this way still, but the picture they had, the preview image, was like the only angle you could shoot the Xbox One X from
Clickbait.
so that it could look like a Series X, because they look very
clickbaited
different.
it.
Like the Series X looks like a goddamn mini fridge if you've seen this thing.
Yep.
But it's like the one angle where you could sort of kind of mistake it for that. So I bought the wrong damn console, which incidentally, it was fine because my PS4 was dying anyway, so I needed a last gen console, so I just held on to it. Then I see another in-stock update. I go to buy it. Oh, yes, fantastic. This time I double check. Oh, it says Series in it. Fantastic. I click on that. I bought the Series S on accident. The one without the disc drive. I bought the wrong console twice. Finally, like weeks later, I managed to get a Series X. But yeah, I'm in the immortal words of Alex Jones, I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of retarded.
It's a good impression of him.
Yeah. Goblin vomit.
I have a gaming PC now. I don't really have something super powerful. It's an Asus. It's got a Ryzen 7 in it, but I play I'm playing a ton of stuff on Steam that I never bought back in the day. Like I never bought Portal 2. I never bought Ballad of Gay Tony. So I've been playing old shit. I'm playing catch up on games that I didn't really, want to catch up on in the first place, but I'm happy that I did.
Yeah, that's been one of my favorite things about having the Series X is, again, my main platform's PC. It always has been. But the thing I'm liking about the Series X is that you can actually put, old original Xbox discs in and play not only I have Red Dead Redemption, right? And I don't know how many people know this, but they remastered Red Dead Redemption last gen on the Xbox One, right? So it's like a nice HD version. And you can actually slide the disc into the tray, and not only will you be able to play Red Dead Redemption on your Series X, but it will update the game to the remastered version and shit. So I'm playing a lot of Crimson Skies and all those older Xbox games. But the main game that I wanted the Series X for, and I'm glad I got it, is Hitman 3, which is incredible.
I want to play that.
Oh, it's boss. You got to get it, bro.
I will. Right now, I have 84 games on my Series X.
Speaking of Bond, you see the Hitman developers are making a 007 game.
I read that press release, was that a while ago, right? And I was like, yes!
Dude, my boner has a boner. It's fucking incredible.
Mine too. It's been okay, I haven't bought a James Bond game in over 10 years, and there hasn't been a decent one in close to... we'll talk, because I have a segment I wanted to bring up about your more recent arcade playthrough of Everything or Nothing, the James Bond game, which is essentially the fifth Pierce Brosnan film.
Yeah,
so
basically.
Folks, if you have never heard of it, check it out.
Yeah.
Dude, I was so happy when I saw that you had been playing that, because I played through it when it first came out, and I'll get to it in a second, but God, it was not enough people talk about it. It's almost forgotten in some circles, and I like it.
And they went all out on it. That was during an era where they did From Russia with Love, and they went all out. They had the whole theme music and everything. They got Sean Connery to do it, and they did Everything or Nothing around that time too. And it was incredible. They basically went all out and made it a movie. They got a new title screen, new theme music, everything. They cast actual celebrities and actors in the thing, and Maya. But so
thank you for the distinction.
Fuck. They were like, well, wait a minute. We had Madonna ruin Die Another Day. We need some shitty singer that nobody's going to remember in 5 years to come in, walk on screen, and be forgotten in 5 minutes. Okay.
Maya, that's the chick that was in Moulin Rouge with
Yep.
Yeah, the other girls, Lil Kim and
the
and
chick
Missy
with
Elliott.
the chick with the 1,000 dick stare who was gone after 2005.
Oh God. I don't know that I've ever heard that expression before. 1,000 dick stare.
She's so unfamous. I don't even know her last name.
I don't think she ever presented herself as having a last name.
No, she's like the Walmart version of Cher that way.
Yeah,
Well,
I think. I was gonna say she's like the Walmart version of Beyonce, definitely.
Well, I'll never forget it because her last name is Harrison, so that's nothing special. But she's got a birthday coming up, so happy birthday, Maya! In 5 days, you'll be 42.
Wow, I didn't realize she was that old. Holy cow!
Yeah.
Fucking aging
Oh.
mock speed.
I'm glad, Razor, you brought up that game Crimson, the airplane game. I'm playing that on Xbox as well. Crimson Empire, right? That's what's
Crimson
called?
Skies.
Guys, that's what it was. I almost said Crimson Tide. I'm like, that is
it's-
definitely not it.
Yeah, it's based on the tabletop game. Actually, it's from the guys who made BattleTech and Shadowrun from FOSSA. It's the third big franchise that they put together. They gave it a good go, but it never quite took off like BattleTech did or Shadowrun. Obviously, both those things are still around, but Crimson Skies kind of went away. But we did get a good video game out of it, a really good video game. And it's Lemmy approved. Lemmy of Motorhead. If you watch the Lemmy documentary, he plays that game at the beginning. He was a big video gamer.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, may he rest in peace.
Yeah, of course. My favorite joke from Airheads is who would win in a fight, Lemmy or God? Trick question. Lemmy is God.
Yes.
I love that one so much. I play it. The controls are awesome. There were a bunch of Xbox games that came out that I didn't have because as a kid, I didn't get the Xbox at launch. I got the GameCube, and then the next year I got a PlayStation. So by the time I did get an Xbox in 2003, a lot of those launch titles had cycled out. Nobody really gave a shit. But
Right.
I've been having fun with that. And then the game, when you brought up putting in the disc and getting the remaster of Red Dead Redemption, I put in the disc. I actually went to Amazon. As soon as I found out it was backwards compatible, I bought myself a copy of Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb, which is my absolute favorite Indiana Jones game.
That
Put the
was
disc in.
free. That was free a little while ago. It was on Xbox Gold, I believe.
And you know what I did is I downloaded it, and the Xbox recognizes the digital version with my saved file from the disc. So basically, I don't even need to use the disc anymore, but it kept my old save file. So that made me happy. But
That's
folks, if you have not played it,
that's the thing I'm digging about it. I mean, we all kind of forgot what the fuck backwards compatibility was towards the end of last generation. So it's like, it's cool that one of the consoles is kind of bringing it back. Although Nintendo does have the virtual console thing going on. But I think Microsoft, of the three companies right now, Microsoft are the only ones who are even remotely doing it right.
I agree. And they're doing it so right that I have all these game options and I never finish a game. Like
Same here. I got a huge library and shit. I haven't fucked with any of them.
I played Jesse will watch me play some games, and she started watching me play Brutal Legend, and we got into that together to the point now I won't play it without her because we're into the story. Have you played Brutal Legend?
I love Brutal Legend. It was one of my first reviews.
Oh shit, I have to go back and watch it because I used to watch your Splinter Cell stuff.
Yeah. Which
That's not even how I found you, but like I went back one day when I was working on the book or something and watched those ones.
Oh
I'll have to
man,
check that one out.
those games are great.
I would love if they would. Are they doing a remaster or that series is dead? Right?
They did a re-release a number of years ago on, was it PS3? They did like the Splinter Cell remastered collection or whatever, but it was only like 3 fucking games. It was like the first one and Chaos Theory and something else. I don't even think Pandora Tomorrow is on that. But yeah, I don't know that they're going to remaster right now. I think they did. Is it Rainbow Six or is it Ghost Recon? They put Sam Fisher in it. That's the most recent thing that's happened with Splinter Cell.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's kind of an open secret that they might be working on a new one though, apparently. But I'm not looking forward to that in today's current climate. I can only imagine. I don't need a side shave Sam Fisher. Thank you very much. Who fucking, waxes his nut hammock and fucking paints his fingernails. I don't need that shit.
It's going to sell 8 copies and make everyone happy.
Yes.
Okay, so you've had to have heard about this, the Grand Theft Auto Trilogy remaster or remake. It's rumored all the time, but stuff keeps popping up in the ether. Do you think Rockstar is actually going to be lazy and just port the old games with a slight graphical upres? Or do you think they're actually going to go and give us like a full, upgrade and make it worth our while and money?
If it's okay, well, first off, I haven't heard about this. So it's just going to be 1, 2, and 3?
No, it'll be 3 Vice City San Andreas.
Oh, okay. So they're skipping the first 2. See, if they were doing 1, 2, and 3, I could see them doing a full overhaul and making the first 2 games, like fleshing them out more.
That'd be awesome.
Because they're actually underrated games. They're pretty good, but it's it's a different time in gaming and technical limitations and whatnot. If they're, I mean, honestly, I could see them more. I think it's more likely if they're releasing it as a big trilogy, they're probably just going to do the kind of half-assed remaster job. I don't want to say half-assed, but they'll most likely upscale and maybe up the texture quality a little bit, kind of like what they did with Red Dead Redemption. That would be my guess.
I hope it's more. Rockstar has traditionally been my favorite studio because the games that they put out, I always liked. But
Yeah.
I'm really pissed off as a consumer that it's been 8 years since Grand Theft Auto 5 came out. I bought that game I bought it twice. I downloaded it for the Xbox. For fuck's sake, it is not that hard. And you're saying, Jeff, you don't make video games. You don't do this shit. I understand. But Rockstar used to be able to make Grand Theft Auto 3 in 2001. Then the next year in 2002 came Vice City. And then 2 years later, San Andreas. I don't even need that kind of a turnaround. But for God's sakes, 2008 was GTA 4.
Oh, goddamn. Look at fucking Bethesda, bro. Fucking Skyrim is now 10 years old. That's the last Elder Scrolls game, for fuck's sake. What the hell?
It's been on every console 10 times over. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, I have a toaster that plays fucking Skyrim. It's on everything. And it's ridiculous. And that honestly is more so the AAA gaming environment. It takes so long and it costs so much money, and the team sizes have gotten so apocalyptically fucking huge. I mean, guys, and Bethesda are one of the few studios that keep their team sizes relatively small. I think they try and keep the team size under 200 people, which is not common for the modern gaming. I mean, have you beaten like an Assassin's Creed game in the last several years and stuck around for the credits?
Dude, I can't even get through one.
Dude, it's like credits, Ubisoft Shanghai, Ubisoft fucking South America, Ubisoft Saskatchewan, Ubisoft, like they thank every satellite studio, and I swear there is not a continent untouched by this game's development. There have to be hundreds of people who work on these games, probably getting near 1,000 at some point. But it costs so much money now. And that just has to do with the simple fact that there's a middle market that's gradually starting to reassert itself, mostly on like Steam and shit. But for many years, it got to the point where it's like you either have these pissant little mobile games or you have these big budget bloated AAA games that come out but it used to be that they would come out every 3 to 4 years. Now it's like 5 years at the earliest for these games to come out. And that's like not sustainable down the road. It's really not, especially if goddamn, like heavens forfend that it should bomb. And that happens, right? Look what happened with Cyberpunk 2077. Now they made a lot of money in pre-orders, but after that, it was quite a different story because negative word of mouth got around about it. And how long did they make that fucking game? They announced that in the tail end of 2012, beginning of 2013. Now, and it just came out last year. So,
they rushed, right? Because was it one of those situations? I don't follow it enough. I own the game. I bought it and I stopped playing it because it was kind of boring. But
it took them years to get the sequel out. I don't know why it should have been rushed. People waited ages for that thing.
Right.
There's no excuse for them to have rushed it out. Like, I'm not saying they didn't rush it. And I can't speak with the certainty as to how quickly they, from the beginning of the process to the end of it, got it put out there. But there was no reason for them to rush it because people waited ages for a sequel to Cyberpunk. They would have waited longer for a complete game and B, a decent game.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. The reason I asked you the Grand Theft Auto question is because, like I said, I've been so disappointed. And the state of gaming, we're all complicit, excuse the right word, in it. I mean, hell, I go on about how much I enjoy the Tony Hawk Pro Skater remake, the remaster, the HD, the 4K one on the Xbox. Oh, it's so great.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand, like, I'm playing Resident Evil 4 for the 10th time, but, like, I still am ready to support new shit all the time. I'm playing this one game. You're basically, I mean, you might have it because it's on Games with Gold, that tentacle monster where you roll around. It's like a side scroller and you eat people on a planet. It's awesome.
Yeah. I've played a number of games that, I played this random, I'm not a big roguelite guy, but I played this game called Vambrace that's pretty good. It's like a roguelike kind of RPG thing, and I'm digging the hell out of that. And it's just a random little poop butt, small studio, whatever. kind of game. And increasingly, those are the kind of games that I'm getting more into. You know what I mean? The AAA games are taking so fucking long. And half the time, the budgets swell to such a size. I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars are being spent on these fucking things that they're having to hedge their bets creatively. They can't really have that focused of a vision. Red Dead 2 was one of the few exceptions to that. Somebody high up making that game was like, this is what the game's going to be, and we're not going to deviate from that, right? That's why that game wound up being like what it is, as laser focused as it is. It's not going to be for everyone, which is why it's hilarious that it's damn near sold 30 million copies or however much it's sold at this point, whatever ungodly total. But, you don't see that much in AAA games. Usually it's, okay, we have to have collectibles because that's in there. That's in every game. We have to have forced stealth segments because that's got to be in this game. We have to have, it's got to have parkour elements because every game's got to have parkour now. And it's like they go down a damn checklist. Focus groups have fucking killed AAA games. They've just killed it. Fuck focus groups.
Dude, focus groups have killed so much of entertainment. I mean, my favorite focus group story is from Marvel's Secret Wars. Why is it called Marvel's Secret Wars? Because boys like shit with the word secret in wars. That's how deep some of this stuff goes.
Wow.
Yet it has a lot of controlling factors in all of our entertainment.
Wow.
Do you watch King of the Hill at all?
Of course. I'll tell you what.
Do you remember the episode where they go to the focus group the day after Thanksgiving at the mall over the mower?
I don't. It's not ringing a bell.
If you got a chance, go check it out, folks. Razor, I'm sure you've seen it at one point, but go back and watch it.
Yeah.
It's a classic.
Yeah, there's a lot of episodes. I just can't remember.
I don't know if I've talked to you since then, but I was at a party with a lady who worked on the show. And her husband worked on the Clone Wars and stuff, and everybody was all enamored with him, knowing George Lucas and all this. And the minute I found out she worked on King of the Hill, I didn't give a shit about anything else in that room. I love that show.
Right?
And it's cool, too, because I'll text them every once in a while. I'm like, hey, I heard this story that after this season, everyone was given a towel. Is that true? And then, like, a couple hours later, I got a picture like, yeah, we got this. And it's like La Grunta Hotel towel that they got customized for the crew. So it's cool to know people, because that show, I was thinking about today, actually, every time I go back, it seems to have something relevant still today. I don't know how they did it 25 years ago.
Yeah, it's like the antithesis. It's like the antithesis of Simpsons, where Simpsons just kept going and going and going and going. King of the Hill got killed before it could get bad. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. And that's what I love about it, because I was looking at a video today on the Treehouse of Horror, and I'm thinking, Jesus, the Simpsons are still rolling, and they still make a ton of money. And I'm happy for whoever gets paid, but creatively, there's nothing there.
Oh my God. It's a corpse is what it is. It's like this undead walking shambles that just doesn't, and it's not like you'll never get a chuckle out of it or anything. That's probably the worst part. If it were just odiously awful every time you turned it on, it probably would have been killed a long time ago. But some shitbag studio executive watches a random episode of The Simpsons and gets a few chuckles and goes, we can keep this fucking show on the air. You know what I mean? But it's an absolute walking shade at this point. It's just nothing compared to what it was.
Now, Mary has to bounce, folks. So we're going to keep going. Razor and I are going to be here. But Mary, before you go, is there anything you'd like to say to the audience?
No, I mean, just like, guys, enjoy the stream. It's super, super interesting listening to you guys and the just awesome back and forth that you've got going. And I wish that I could have had more to contribute. I'm more of a PC gamer, World of Warcraft and the like. So, but I really enjoyed the conversation, and I hope you guys will make sure you hit the thumbs up button. It's like 700 people watching and only 445 likes. So show the stream some love, guys. And I'll see you all next week.
I'm going to show you some love, Mary.
None of that.
No.
Nope.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
today, Satan.
Oh, I am Satan.
Oh, dear.
So
All right,
hit
Mary,
that like
be
button,
safe.
guys. Yeah,
Buffalo
absolutely.
Jeff is the most dangerous thing in your life, so you're safe now.
Stay out of my room, Jeff. All right, bye, guys.
Mary. Folks, Mary will be eaten by Buffalo Jeff one day. But Bird Up has recommended Suspiria, not the remake, to Mary. Razor, have you seen Suspiria?
I haven't. Is that a Argento movie?
Yeah.
Okay, I love Argento, but no, I haven't seen it.
I saw it. So my cousin was a big European horror fan right at the advent of DVD. So I was not like watching these because I was some really cool, edgy kid. I just had a cousin who was into this shit. And when you're at somebody else's house, you kind of have to watch what they have on TV. So I experienced a lot of his movies early on. Shouldn't have.
Well, I did a Rageaholic cinema on Demons, which is still one of my favorite zombie movies. I mean, fucking, when you have a zombie movie where everyone's stuck in a movie theater and then a dude zooms into the movie theater on the back of a motorcycle wielding a katana and cutting zombies' heads off while Except Fast as a Shark blares over the fucking PA system. Come the hell on! The entire soundtrack is nothing but heavy metal. Oh, it's a great goddamn movie. Fucking fantastic.
I have not seen it, and now I'm adding it to my list.
Oh, you need to. It's the dick cheesiest 80s zombie movie. It's fantastic.
Those are my favorite type. I revert to Return of the Living Dead. That's my zombie flick. That's my jam.
Right. Well, I've seen the original Night of the Living Dead and one or two others. I think I've just seen Night of the Living Dead. I don't think I've seen Return of the Living Dead all the way through.
The most fascinating part for Night of the Living Dead for me is just the fact that they forgot to file the copyright properly, and it went into the public domain instantly. Like, they'd have no copyright. People could do whatever you wanted with it.
Wow. That's great.
I saw a documentary on it, and they, in the documentary, mused that it's possible Night of the Living Dead is the most successful movie ever made, but because you didn't have to really keep track of the sales, no one ever got paid and no one ever knew, but you knew across the world it was constantly being screened and shown for, decades and decades. So it's just amusing they had in the documentary, but I always thought it was fascinating. That's why, folks, if you've ever noticed people watching Night of the Living Dead and other films, you can just show it without any worry about, copyright. That's why it's in Halloween too.
Wow.
Yeah. So let's see. Our friend Draco9110 says, saw the first Chucky movie when I was a child, had nightmares for like 2 months.
I never watched any of them. Actually, I love Brad Dourif, but I haven't watched any of the Chucky movies.
I don't know if you'll like it, but get drunk or whatever you do and watch it.
Hey, I like Puppet Master. It's not that far of a walk.
Well, it's funny you brought up Puppet Master because Hardcore Bunny asks, hey, Razor, have you read the Puppet Master comics?
I think I read one or two. I forget what company put those out years ago. But I think I have read one or two of them.
Have you seen the Puppet Master film that stars Greg Sestero of The Room fame?
Oh, man, you'd have to refresh my memory as to which one that is. I've seen like 1 through 10. So if it's one of those, then yes.
He is in Retro Puppet Master from 1999.
Okay. Yes, I have. I have seen Retro Puppet Master. That was in a really weird era. Puppet Master is a weird one where in like the mid period of Puppet Master, they were releasing sequels and they weren't doing new effects shots. They were recycling stock footage from the first 2 or 3 movies. And so it never made any sense, right? Where anybody was actually standing in space because they didn't want to have to do the stop motion again. But Retro Puppet Master came at the tail end of that, I think.
It's like live action Spider-Man the cartoon, because if you watch that show closely, it's like, hey, Spider-Man's going to go fight Doc Ock, but he swings past the same hotel 17 times because it's the same shot of him swooping around.
Right.
Like, oh, I remember that episode 10 times, or, I remember that scene 10 episodes ago.
Yes, yes. But the more recent Puppet Master sequels are actually quite a bit better.
What is it? Not Dark Moon. Whoever the studio is that does it. Full
Moon Productions. Charles Band. The same fella who made Robot Jocks, which I reviewed recently on Rageaholic Cinema.
I need to watch that. I've heard I think Good Bad Flicks reviewed it a couple years ago. And so I wanted to see it then, but now I'm going to watch your review of it and still check it out.
Yeah, it's like a BattleTech movie, basically. You're just giant robot gladiators. It's great shit.
Did you ever see that fucking one, True Steel with Hugh Jackman?
Oh, God, the one from a few years ago?
Yeah,
Wasn't that just like Rock'em Sock'em Robots?
pretty much.
That's what I got. I think I saw the... Did the trailer for that run before Star Wars?
No,
Or did it run before Star Trek?
It might have been Star Trek.
All I know is I watched a movie in theaters and that trailer played, and I just remember turning to Terengel, my editor, because we watched it together, and I was like, "Oh, so they're making a Rock'em Sock'em Robots film? That's literally what this shit is." I could see it at that early juncture.
Dude, I'm pretty sure that movie's based on a Twilight Zone episode. So for as dumb as that looks, at least it has like a really good origin, but that's the execution.
Wow. Yeah, I had no idea.
Now, let's see. Where were we? Wilson, the unauthorized biography. Sorry, H.P. Lovecraft says, for body horror, nothing tops The Fly, the Cronenberg one. Any opinions on The Fly with Jeff Goldblum?
I haven't seen it. Yeah, that's another one I haven't seen. I'm not a big horror guy. I do watch some dick cheese like 80s ones quite a bit. Like I reviewed Rock and Roll Nightmare starring the master thespian John Michael Thor. I reviewed that a few years ago, and Demons and a couple of other ones. So I'll touch on them every now and then. But yeah, I find I don't have that deep of a knowledge of horror films.
Well, since you use the phrase dick cheesy goodness, Jeff Goldblum's dick falls off in this movie.
Oh, that's just a Greek tragedy. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's
revenge for
gory.
what he did to that chick in Death Wish.
Well,
revenge for what he did in that last Jurassic Park movie. Fuck that movie.
Yeah. Did Jeff Goldblum star or at least show up for Independence Day Resurgence?
Yes, I think so. I think he did
for that.
Yeah. I mean, does he even know how to say no now? The guy's doing like apartment ads and shit.
Dude, that weird show he has on National Geographic, the one that's on Disney, is pretty good. The World According to Jeff Goldblum.
Really? What does he do? Just ramble and say a lot?
Yeah, really. He goes to like an ice cream store and he goes, I want to learn about the history of ice cream. Tell me more about ice cream. How you go into the back and make the stuff happen. And so then the whole episode is like Jeff Goldblum talks about the history of ice cream, or I want to learn all about denim pants. Tell me all about denim and your jeans. And then it ends with him going to a fucking line dancing thing and starts line dancing with people. It's the weirdest show out there, but it's Jeff Goldblum, so you know what you're going to get.
Right? I mean, I love the man. I do. My favorite Jurassic Park movie is the second one, actually. I think he's good in that.
Okay, Lost World. I saw that when it was new on... Okay, when it first hit tape, I saw it. Then I didn't see it for God knows how long.
Yeah, it's good. It's different. I like that they went a different route. And it's not that far from the book. I remember reading the book, and they changed some characters around. But for the most part, the plot pretty much follows it. But I dig it. It's got a different style. It's got more of like an Odyssean quality to it. It's like more of a journey kind of. And yeah, I dig it. Plus, it's kind of like halfway to a dinosaur hunting movie, a little bit, almost Turok-y. Yeah, like a little bit Turok-ish kind of.
You know what I remember most about Turok, the dinosaur hunter?
What's that?
The fact that you had to use the C buttons on the N64 controller to move. I was like, what the fuck is this?
I thought you were going to say the fact that it almost killed the comic book industry.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that bad for the comic book industry.
No, you didn't know that? Yeah,
no.
Turok #1 from, was it Valiant Comics? You remember back in the day, it was ubiquitous. The cover with where he was like sitting there like aiming his bow and arrow down at the head of like a velociraptor or something. Right.
Oh, okay. Now I see it. Yeah.
I can still see it in my head right now because it was advertised everywhere. They really wanted to make it happen. And this was before the video game had come out. So they thought this was going to be a big deal. Yes, that's the one. And that's the ruby red foil variant, right? And that's what I'm going to talk about right now. Valiant Comics and Turok killed the comic industry, basically causing the comic book crash that probably would have happened anyways. right? But basically they had multiple variants. They had like a gold foil variant. They had the logo was different basically. Then they had this ruby foil variant. I think it had signatures from the creative team, and it was limited to like, if you ordered, it was like 1 in 1,000 or some ridiculous figure. So comic shops, which had really swollen and really proliferated during the early 90s, when, you know, X-Men #1 and everything was happening, they were taking out second mortgages and shit to buy more copies of Turok #1 so they could get this blood red foil variant that was signed. And then the comic came out and they remembered, oh shit, it's Turok. Why did we do that? And like, fuck, I forget what the exact figure was, but it was like literally like the number of comic shops was more than halved over the next like 2 years. And Turok #1, it wasn't like the entire cause, but it was basically the catalytic event for killing it. Nobody could afford it, and nobody wound up buying it. And even to this day, if you go to a swap meet or a comic book store, if there's one that still exists that has a bargain bin, you'll find 1 million copies of Turok #1 invariably in their back issues, because, you know, they ordered shit tons of this comic.
Here it is, folks, for $1, like new, here on eBay. Now
There
this
it
is a
is.
variant, but
Oh man, it's almost worthy. It's almost worth getting just for the Kodak moment. And it sucks because it's actually not that bad of a comic. But yeah, killed the comic industry essentially in America, anyways.
it's. I'm glad you put the little caveat on there, because when we always talk about the game crash, it's a lot of American talk, because Europe in the 80s, gaming was fine for the most part. So
Yeah, they were fine with like home computer gaming, you know, Amiga and Commodore 64 and whatever, right? They had actual like great. The UK in particular was all about the early PC gaming, and so it wound up being pretty much fine. And that's the thing about that, like the whole idea of the gaming crash is sort of misportrayed anyways. And I wonder why that is sometimes, because frankly, if a gaming crash looks like what it did in the early 80s, then it's only personified by one thing, and that is a bunch of gaming companies going out of business and pulling out of the industry. That's literally it. Like, it's nothing else special happened. It's just business slowed to such an extent that a bunch of the major video game publishers went out of business or stopped making games for it. And if that's the criteria, then we hit a gaming crash in 2008. Like, objectively, shitloads of companies went out of business between 2008 and 2010. And the gaming media didn't even talk about it like it was a fucking gaming crash, because within a few years there, they launched the new consoles. It gradually started to improve. Software sales, though, for all intents and purposes, never really rebounded after 2008, 2009. There was a high watermark we hit in terms of like AAA games coming out with regularity and selling gajillions of copies, that we hit around late 2007 that we never hit again. It's really weird. The industry just kind of took on a different form.
I wonder how much of the initial game crash narrative is kind of still propagated by Nintendo, because they get promoted as the saviors of the gaming industry.
Yeah.
Still, like 40 years later, this shit happened and people are like, Nintendo saved the gaming industry. It's like, Nintendo was launched as a toy experiment in New York, in the New York market, and then of course it came in and changed the world. But Nintendo, with all their bullshit policies too, hurt gaming a lot.
Well, and they weren't alone. I mean, you had the Master System around the same time too. Like, it wasn't like it was the only game in town that was reviving the business. But yeah, it was huge. It was interesting though, in that it kind of became an organic success. In that, yeah, it was packaged with a toy because that's the only way they could get it out there. And then after a while, they just dropped the ROB peripheral and just started selling the consoles.
It is such a... I get it, what it was supposed to do with Gyromite, but as a kid who grew up when that system was still fairly new, I've always looked at that as just dumb. I never wanted to play with it. It's like, I want to play video games or I want to play with a toy, not both. Every time, like, do you remember that fucking system they made about, I don't know, 15 years ago, where you like swiped a card and it would like download a game into your TV and you played it that way. Like, I hate all that implementation of shit.
Oh, well, then you must love Google Stadia.
I love the commercials because I laugh every time. I'm like, that's something I guarantee I will never buy.
Oh my God, it's fucking genius. It's conquering the world, folks. We're living, it's Google Stadia's world. We're just living in it.
Just like Google Glass. That's what we view every lens through, Google Glass.
Yes. The one glass ceiling Susan couldn't crash through.
Oh, is YouTube acting crazy for you across the board, or are things fine?
What do you mean? I mean, fucking copyright. God damn, you can't use anything now. And it's not even because they're trying to cover their butts. That's, I think, a transition that happened in the last like 2-3 years. So for those who don't know, the whole copyright shit that happened with YouTube happened as a result of that lawsuit with Viacom. I mean, I think a lot of people are aware of this. Where they got shit hammered by Viacom. Viacom hit him with a copyright suit. Hey, you got all this copyrighted material from our company on your site. What are you going to do about it? And that lawsuit is still technically ongoing, right? It was never resolved. And the way that they're avoiding that ever being concluded is that they're showing that they're doing the due diligence. Now we've implemented this copyright detecting software. So you can't sue us because we're actually attempting to get this shit off of our site. That's how it started, right? Here's where we wound up. YouTube has never been profitable for Google. Everyone kind of knows that. It's never turned a profit since they bought it. So the way that they've decided they're going to turn a profit is they've now weaponized the copyright system, because think of it this way. If I make a video and I'm partnered through a third, like I'm part of a network. So I make better margins, I guess, on ad revenue or whatever. I think that's part of the deal with networks. So in other words, YouTube makes less of that money, right? So if they copyright something that I make, if they copyright claim something for having a music clip, or sometimes for having absolutely nothing, they just copyright claim my own footage, right? If they do that, then Google gets to send the money, I guess, for that video to whatever company decides to claim it. And those companies, they give Google better margins on the ad revenue. So Google makes more money for copyright claiming your shit. So really what's happening right now with copyright is they've found a way to weaponize the copyright system so that Google makes more money off of your videos. They make more money by illegally copyright claiming your videos than they would make by partnering with you and making money off of your ads. So that's kind of the phase we're in right now. And every day I wake up to new copyright claims on my fucking channel. Every day. It's insane.
It's bullshit. Every time you see a change, folks, on YouTube, expect us to feel it. And it's just anybody that makes anything. I guess
I don't care about the money. What pisses me off is when your shit is copyright claimed, it usually doesn't get sent to all your subscribers' feeds.
Yep.
So people don't wind up seeing it, you know? So it's like I made a big long video or whatever, and then like most of my fucking audience doesn't see it. So that's the most annoying thing, or it gets blocked worldwide and absolutely no one can fucking see it.
I hate that. That takes the wind out of your sails. It ruins it because people are waiting on you. That's where I have issues. Like, people don't even know when you do stuff. It's like their system is so janky. They don't know how to let everybody know it's time. It's this, it's that. No.
Yep, exactly.
So I wanted to jump into one of the deeper topics in a moment, but I want to catch up with a few of these. First off, our friend Hardcore Bunny Wilson, the unauthorized biography of Tom Hanks, says,
I will help you get used to the gore, Mary. I will give you all the first-hand experience you'll ever need.
I don't like you saying the word hand in that voice. I don't like that at all.
Primer, thank you very much for your super generous super chat.
Mary, I'm the spider that hides in your bedroom, and you feel my long, delicate spider legs crossing the back of your neck. I can't wait to spin you in my web tonight.
Razorfist is uncomfortable from the Buffalo Jeff voice as well.
You're another one. I see.
Mary had to bounce. Buffalo Jeff ate her.
That seems reasonable. He got hungry. I just came in because I realized I was going to bring you coffee at the beginning of your show. I heated the water. I put the grounds in the pot, and then while the water was heating, I did 5,000 other things and completely forgot. Would you still like coffee?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to check to see if it was too late because I was gonna
God
bring.
damn it! I want coffee. What the fuck?
All right, it might be cold when it gets there.
Yeah,
He's
the
only
last,
a state
actually,
over,
on
so.
second thought, the last thing this audience needs is a caffeinated Razorfist.
Oh,
That's fair.
oh my God, the speed, the god fucking speed. Whew.
People on my videos sometimes are like, "Lay off the caffeine, Jesse." I'm like, "Haha, this is me without it."
Right.
Hardcore Bunny, though, thank you very much for your super chat. Big Bond fan here. Just saying, after Craig, they'll adapt young James Bond and do a lot of throwback stuff, like what Disney does with Star Wars.
Well, I'm hoping the logical direction to go with Bond is the one they've never really gone in. There's never, not even Casino Royale, there's never really been a literary Bond on the screen. Like, we've had movies that are a little closer to the books than others, but we haven't really had the pure book Bond. Timothy Dalton was more like that character, but his movies weren't really based on the books at all. I think it would be cool to have, like, maybe just for one movie, set it in the original time period, have it be a period Bond movie, like 50s Cold War, and go ham on it. You know, go ham, have it be a more direct adaptation of one of the books, one of the better books, preferably. I would suggest Moonraker because it's nothing like the movie, right? The book is totally different. It's literally just about launching a missile at Great Britain. That's the big Bond villain plot in that. And it would, you know, it'd be timely. We're kind of in another Cold War right now anyways, whether we want to be in one or not. So it'd kind of resonate, I think, with a current audience. And, it'd just be a nice experiment. Who knows? You might make a bunch of money and you might make more movies like that. Or even if it winds up flopping, oh, well, we just made one of these. We can go back to normal Bond after this. You know what I mean? It'd just be a cool one-off kind of thing. Make something a little closer to Fleming's vision.
Isn't it funny that the movie that is the furthest from the books is the one people like you would want to adapt? Because I hate the Moonraker movie, but I've read the book and I'm with you. It's one of the better ones. Now, it's been about a decade. Does he actually even leave England in that book? Like James Bond? Doesn't he just I know he goes to the Blades Country Club and there's a huge part about playing cards, but I don't even think he leaves the country in that book.
Yeah, I think it's mostly centered in Britain, if I remember correctly.
I wouldn't mind a domestic, like England, obviously they're domestic, but like James Bond just stays in England the whole time, because I do like the globetrotting stuff, but I also wouldn't mind a James Bond movie where he's just so focused on something at home and he's running around, because you can make it action packed and crazy. Look at The Opening of the World Is Not Enough. He doesn't leave London there, but I don't know, a period piece in London would be cool. I've always liked the period piece idea for Bond, really to skirt today's political correctness bullshit and the way they make movies.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can't make a movie. Because obviously, the obvious thing to do with an anti-communist super spy is to have him against China. But the producers of the movies have purposely avoided that kind of shit. I mean, look, we didn't really get a proper Cold War Bond movie until after the Cold War was over.
Yeah.
Right? GoldenEye. GoldenEye is the most Cold War Bond movie there is, and it didn't come out until after the Berlin Wall fell, which kind of tells you the producers were just scared. They didn't want to make anyone mad. They wanted to make sure that their movie could play in any country if they wanted it to. So this would handily skirt that. The Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore, right? So you could just set it in the original time period. You don't have to mention China. You don't have to get into anything that's controversial today. It can just be a period Cold War Bond movie. And then you can just kind of have people select. They'll watch the movie and they can see the parallels for themselves. You don't have to be preachy about it, right? Those are the best kind of stories.
And we live in a world where the spy movies can be as dumb as some of the Bond movies, but like you have a little more serious, like a Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, like I guess the latitude of what Bond could be today is greater than it's been in a while. Because if you try to follow whatever genre tastes are in, Spies, while right now a little dormant, for the last 10 years has had a pretty decent, eclecticness to it. So Bond could be almost anything again. I'm ready for Daniel Craig's era after tomorrow to be over for me personally. and go back to fucking fun. Like I'll go back and watch Goldeneye 10 times. I don't
I suspect that's where they're likely going to go. I'm under no illusions that they're going to go with a literary Bond. If I had to guess, I would say, judging by the way the movies have been arcing, even this movie apparently is a little bit more. There's a few gadgets in it. It's a little more. There's a little more levity in places, even though it's a very serious movie. And even if you watch Spectre and Skyfall to a lesser degree, it gradually got a little bit less grim, dark, serious, like it was at the beginning of the Daniel Craig era. So I have a feeling they're looking at movies like John Wick. They're looking at movies like, right? What are the popular action movies? If you want to know what direction Bond's going to go, all you have to do is ask yourself, okay, what are the popular action movies of the day? That's what they're going to try and copy. Well, Marvel movies, which is kind of petering out, and John Wick type stuff, which is sort of tongue in cheek, like 80s ish. I could see them going to a slightly more Roger Moore-ish kind of Bond going forward. That would be my guess.
I just want to see James Bond in, I don't know, at his peak. I'm tired of heroes being origin stories or past their prime. Like, come on. That's all Daniel Craig was.
Well, yes. And people talk about how great Casino Royale was. I mean, it's great mainly for Ava Green, but I didn't need to see Daniel Craig crying in a shower. I didn't need that. I didn't need James Bond sobbing in a shower. That's not James fucking Bond. And people will hit back with, but he's becoming James Bond. I've read Casino Royale, motherfucker. He's James Bond at the beginning of that novel. Shut the fuck up. Like, we didn't need we didn't need Bond Man Begins, basically.
And that's a 100%. Well, okay, I can't say 100%, but I guarantee they were influenced by that because Daniel Craig was announced in October of 2005 as playing James Bond, and the Batman Begins had been out for a couple months at that point. So the writing's on the wall, no pun intended. They're just, I guess I never really thought of James Bond as being such a copycat franchise, but now, post Brosnan, that's what it is. And now we're in an era, though, where John Wick is awesome because of the action and over the top kills. What do you think James Bond could offer in that same, in that same way?
I think your fight scenes and action scenes are gonna get a little more ridiculous, a little more tongue in cheek. I think it'll get a little more in your face. Think like Roger Moore with the ability to be more like action forward in terms of the action scenes in Shoot 'Em Up, the action scenes in John Wick, the action, right? Like those kind of over the top kind of action scenes. I could see them going that route with Bond, where there's a little more levity, and it's not quite so damn serious. That'd be my guess.
I'm hoping that, for Anna's sake, Henry Cavill plays Bond. Of the big actors that people talk about, I wouldn't mind him at all. I'd be happy with Henry Cavill as Bond. He looks the part, and The Man from U.N.C.L.E. wasn't bad.
Henry Cavill would be fucking terrible.
Oh, okay. I like opposing opinions. Who would you cast as Bond today? Any actors off the top of your head?
Well, I mean, I think you need someone who can portray the dapper thing as well as the action guy thing, as well as be able to carry on a romantic scene. But he's also got to have that kind of like gentlemanly quality to him, which I see in a lot of Bond act, like especially coming off of Daniel Craig, who looks like a hired goon. You know what I mean? Like he looks like a soccer hooligan. So it's like we kind of need to go in a more dapper direction a little bit. If you're going by the description in the book, he's a little more of a Tom Hiddleston looking type guy or something like that, where he's, a little more svelte and aristocratic looking, big schnoz, higher forehead. Like that's more the Bond in the books. To be honest, he's described as looking like Hoagie Carmichael a little bit. Go look him up. He's kind of got a big schnoz and what have you. So I think some of the Bond actors haven't really fit that, actually, except for Timothy Dalton came close, actually. He was pretty close.
I'll pull up a picture of comparison for Hoagie Carmichael's James Bond versus Sean Connery. We'll use that as a good comparison.
Keep in mind, Vesper Lynn describes him as Hoagie Carmichael. Ian Fleming himself doesn't.
Oh yeah, because there's the portrait of James Bond, right? That he wrote. It's like a literary thing where he describes in detail what he looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's a little more svelte. He's a little more, I don't know, thin. Not waifish by any means, but a little bit more gentlemanly and aristocratic kind of. And you don't really see that in a lot of the people who are proposed for Bond, you know, Tom Hardy or fucking Cavill, you know what I mean? They don't really fit the bill on that.
No, I don't. I like Tom. People want to bring up Tom Hiddleston as Bond. I don't know how I would feel Tom Hardy. I would have to look through a lot of actors and see somebody. A picture's not enough. You got to see how somebody can carry themselves, you know?
And the other thing you have to consider is Daniel Craig wasn't shit before he was cast as Bond. He was not that big a deal. So they may want to do that again, where they grab someone who's not really known. So us playing fan casting is not really, you know what I mean? Like it's not really, it doesn't really count for shit. So
I hope we just get somebody that wants to play James Bond and not somebody who talks about, I'd rather slit my wrists than play the role. Because, dude, we don't want to go see your fucking movies if it's a chore for you. Why do I pay $20?
That's one thing I'll say about Daniel Craig and also Pierce Brosnan, for that matter, was they both knew how to shut up when people asked those stupid socio-political questions. You know, for the most part, I mean, Daniel Craig flubbed here and there, but for the most part, when he was asked those kind of questions, he just kind of passed it off and didn't really, you know, whatever. Just let me act in my goddamn movie, lady. But you know, I just worry that we'll get some actor who's fucking gonna Shang-Chi it up and talk about how important and how impactful it is that he's been cast as James Bond.
Have you ever read any of the James Bond newspaper strips?
No, I haven't.
Give them a shot. It's a different version of James Bond I'd like to see. It's a visual adaptation of Fleming, like in a much more literal sense, but in a visual style that that never existed. It's from the Daily, was it the Daily Mail? Or whatever their newspaper was that it appeared in. But it's like real iconic looking, and it's drawn by a guy named John McCluskey, who, as a comic book artist, I'm a fan of that style that he does. So, yeah, I'm going to send you some links, man. I bought the books. They printed them a couple years back, and they're good.
No, I'm looking at them right now. I dig the art style.
Yeah, I would love to see James Bond like operate in that kind of world.
Yeah, I dig that.
Let's see. Up next, we have our buddy Draco. Wait, crap. Sorry, it jumped up again. We're talking about your Cold War point, which was a good point. Let's see. Where are we at? Here we are. Sorry, folks. So... TLJ Screwjob, thank you. He says, loved your ranking Bond part 1 video, Jeff. Tell him James Bond can be black people. Tell that James Bond could be black people how well Asian Connery went over. Also, white T'Challa. When? Yeah, we looked at James Bond as an Asian man, as a Japanese transplant. It did not look good at all.
Is that the first Asian action star there? Shang-Chi? Fuck you. He even beats out Bruce Lee, technically.
Yeah. Oh my God. I wish he was still talking shit on Twitter because he's talking about the first Asian superhero. Like, you mean James Bond?
Yeah, he kind of stopped talking shit after those old tweets popped up, and after his box office kind of petered out in week 2.
Yeah, it's funny how people like to talk shit when they think they're on top, but the minute reality sets in, ooh, you don't.
Yeah, he went from 0 to shut the fuck up in about 15 seconds.
It took me, when did that movie come out? Early September? I didn't see that until like a week ago. That's how long it took me to see that movie.
Yeah, and that's weird. I'm like the target demographic for that. I love Shang-Chi, the comics. I mean, I've loved Shang-Chi for years, and I was like, oh, cool, Shang-Chi movie. I don't think it's going to do very well because it's Shang-fucking-Chi, for crying out loud. But I was still interested, and I still haven't watched it.
I don't have many bad things to say about it. It wasn't what I would consider a great movie or even a good Marvel movie, but it looks good.
It's a movie that can be watched.
Yeah. I'll actually go out and say this is an extreme. The End Dragon, like the CGI, whatever they want to use, the technical terms, It looked wonderful. It's one of the best looking film creatures I've seen in a long time because it felt like it was there and the integration of it in the film worked. I'm not talking the story, folks. I'm talking the literal visuals. I thought the movie looked nice and that scene was fun to watch. So if I have to jump to that part, clearly I don't have a lot to say about this movie. But it's not a dumpster fire. I've read Shang-Chi books from back in the day. You're not getting that movie. You are not getting that movie at all. But it's better than Snake Eyes, the G.I. Joe movie.
Yeah.
That was terrible. I watched that on a plane this week. I didn't make it through all the film, so.
Yeah.
Have you seen the new Bad Boys randomly since we talked about action movies?
Oh God. Yes, I think I caught little bits here and there. I think, yeah, I think so.
I liked it way more than I thought I would. I thought it was just going to be dumb and boring, and I kind of had the first 20 minutes on and just wasn't paying attention.
I didn't hate it. I thought it was okay. You know, I've liked pretty much all the Bad Boys movies. I thought they were all fine.
There's a little bit of heart to them that I like because, yeah, you got the over-the-top action and all the cliches and shit, but right. Martin Lawrence and Will Smith, that family dynamic they build around them works. So I go to see those movies as much as I do the action as I do that dynamic.
Yeah, I dig it.
Our friend Doug Keller says Timothy Dalton deserved a third Bond movie.
He did. Unfortunately, you know, kind of like with Pierce Brosnan getting saddled during an era where action movies weren't cool, Timothy Dalton got saddled with being in the era where they were, number one, between actors, and number two, they had that big courtroom battle over the James Bond rights. So that's why he didn't get another movie. There would have been at least one more Timothy Dalton movie in there between, and apparently the working script for it was James Bond versus Communist China. That was going to be the plot of it, as I understand it.
He goes to Hong Kong. There's a lot of this information out there about the unmade James Bond movies for Timothy Dalton. I've heard, now what do you think of this opinion? The only reason GoldenEye is as great as it is because it was written for Timothy Dalton. Do you feel that's accurate?
I don't buy that. There's a lot of, you know, one-liners and shit in there that I can't really see Timothy Dalton delivering all that well. That was one thing he was never really good at, unfortunately. He just never could deliver those one-liners, as great as he was. So I tend to think they actually adapted that a bit for Brosnan, before it came out. I mean, they had so long to work on the fucking thing. There's no way they couldn't finesse that for him. It's not like they were rushing.
No, I think it was 1992 when the lawsuit ended and was finalized, and so not until 1995 did GoldenEye come out. So they clearly had time. And they did a good job. I sing that film's praises, folks.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I think of the Brosnan movies, I think my favorite over time has gradually become The World Is Not Enough. Actually, it's very underrated.
Funny you brought that up. The first conversation I had today in bed was with Jesse. We were talking about The World Is Not Enough because it was the first Bond movie we both saw in theaters. I was 10 when that movie came out, or 11. I just turned 11. So I was at that prime age, a little kid going to the movie, James Bond, bigger than life. But that's the Brosnan movie that I'll go back. Well, that and Tomorrow Never Dies both have this thing where there's a little more than you realize when you're on your first viewing. So I was really into, the action as a kid and the over-the-top nature of whatever. But the whole Stockholm Syndrome stuff between Renard and Electra King is interesting. History between Sir Robert King and fucking M. Like, there's a lot in that movie that hadn't been tapped into for a James Bond film. It's very personal, and I like that. It takes away some of the coldness of those characters and lets you live with them and see personal things, personal tragedies, even betrayals, happen to them in a way we never did before. M didn't have personal relationships with the characters in the film. M was a guy that said a couple lines and was gone. Yeah. Now M needs to get saved by Bond. It has a history. So I think The World Is Not Enough has a lot going on for it, and I enjoy it quite a bit.
Yeah, it's got a great pre-credit sequence, soundtrack, one of the best soundtracks in the history of Bond. And I'm not just talking about the intro song, which is actually good, but I'm not a big Garbage fan, but it's a good theme song. But like the actual soundtrack itself is really fucking good. Just the score throughout the film. Great action scenes, the silly shit with the helicopters that the buzzsaws on them. Fucking, it's great. Yeah. It's goddamn great.
Did you pick up the expanded soundtrack from La La Land Records?
No, I haven't. No.
If you like the score that much, I highly recommend it. I bought it because I buy everything James Bond that I can.
Yeah.
And it's got like down to the gun barrel, but broken up, meaning like they have the orchestra part of the gun barrel, and then the weird like techno stuff that they layered on top is separate parts, and then they play them together. So they got like everything, including the demo version of The World Is Not Enough, where a guy sings it on the piano. It's weird, but
Very cool.
I'm glad they gave the movie that love. It deserves it.
It really does. I think it's aged pretty well, actually. Out of all the Brosnan movies, I think it's probably the one that has, well, maybe along with Tomorrow Never Dies. I saw Tomorrow Never Dies in theaters, and I walked out of the theater forgetting half the fucking movie. I didn't think that much of it at the time, but it's aged very well in our current media environment.
Yeah. Look, I'm not going to act like it doesn't have its flaws or it doesn't have its eye roller moments. But Elliot Carver is a much more realistic James Bond than anything ever, maybe?
Yes.
Like, is he the most realistic Bond villain? Because, Goldfinger, I want to irradiate the gold and make mine more valuable. Okay, that's a stupid plot. Doctor No, I'm going to topple this missile. All right, well, we hadn't been to the moon yet, so I guess that seemed like a big deal. But Elliot Carver is Zuckerberg and Bezos and all of these real-life guys, these real life supervillains rolled into one because he controls the media. And that's kind of the world we live in. Talk about Facebook and censorship and stuff. We got to appease China. Like, Tomorrow Never Dies had a lot going on just on that part. Other parts,
absolutely.
I couldn't stand the fucking stealth boat, even though it looks cool.
Yeah, I did for some reason. That was one of the few things I remembered about the movie was the fucking stealth boat, which was very, very Thunderball.
Yeah, I forgot the Disco Volante was a specialty boat.
Yep, super, super Thunderball.
I'm a fan of Thunderball. A lot of people shit on it. The underwater stuff is a little long in the tooth, but it's a solid flick. And what I enjoy about Thunderball, or it's a lot of movie sequels have this, and it's a good thing in my opinion. You ever seen a movie where the sequel knows that it's more successful and has more things at its disposal and it does it well? That's what I get out of Thunderball. Like, we have a bigger budget. We can go here. We can do that. We can show these things. We can take these risks. I enjoy what they do with it. It's got that cool factor that kind of dies out by the next one.
Yeah, I liked Thunderball when I watched it. One of the best theme songs in the entire
Did you know he passed out?
Tom Jones fucking crushing it. And did you see him at the fucking, they did some like anniversary thing for James Bond and he sang it live and he's still hitting all the fucking notes. The man is inhuman.
Damn, that's impressive.
Yeah, Tom Jones, man. I don't know how old he is. He's got to be in his 80s.
Yeah.
Crushing it. I liked the movie. I did think it went on a little long. Some of the Bond movies do have that habit. They wind up dragging on a bit. Some of them.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah.
The Spy Who Loved Me has that problem. That movie could have ended 30 minutes before it did.
I think, I know people are going to hate me for this, but Skyfall, I think, could have ended earlier. That whole post sequence where they're at the fucking Skyfall ranch and all that shit, like it feels like an addendum to a movie that should have already ended to me when I watched it.
Yeah, I think Spectre could be shorter as well. I think that shit out in the desert. Really, if you could cut out the part where you go to Blofeld's lair and find out he's his brother and all that, because either you end the movie there or you don't add the fucking tag in London where it's M and everybody going to fight Blofeld in that building. Like, you gotta pick one or the other. There's like two endings. Like fucking Wonder Woman 1984 had like 3 different endings to that movie, and it didn't know what it wanted to be.
It's like the return of the king of Bond movies.
God, I love that joke in Clerks.
Dude, I was watching that movie. No shit. I remember watching it in theaters. And I had this black couple in front of me who were like so into the movie, like super into the movie. And every time the movie ended, they were like, "Oh, that was a good movie." And then it started again. And by like the third one, the dude, the dude in the couple was like, "Fucking, God, man, this is bullshit. When's this gonna end?"
I wonder if he got the extended cuts. I didn't really like it.
Right? Exactly.
Snell World, thank you very much. Thoughts on the rumor of Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man being killed in the new Spider-Man movie? I hope that. I don't think he's really in the movie as much as we think.
Yeah, it always sounded to me like an Easter egg, a glorified Easter egg, if he's going to be in it at all.
Yeah, like I'm more positive on that Spider-Man trailer than most people. I liked what I saw, but I don't think we're getting what the fans online are thinking we're going to get. We're not going to get this Into the Spider-Verse 3 Spider-Men going to fight villains in different universes. That's a fan theory, folks. And guess what? I want it as much as you, but I don't expect it at all. Or what I suspect we're going to get is the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man costume in some way. The Andrew Garfield Spider-Man costume in some way. But I don't foresee Tobey Maguire in the alternate reality being Uncle Ben, or Andrew Garfield in the alternate reality still being married to Gwen, or some other shit like that. It's something we don't know yet. And I think them trying to, if anybody's throwing that rumor out there, it's just to get somebody to talk about the fucking movie.
Did I ever tell you the story of Topher Grace around the time Spider-Man 3 was coming out?
No.
So I know a guy who works at Suncoast, and he's a total fucking knob. Like he's like clearly one of these like drama kids in high school who like never grew up and never became a fully functional adult. And worked at fucking Suncoast. This is before Suncoast went out of business, obviously. Video store for people who don't know. A lot of millennials may not know this. But anyways,
that breaks my heart.
Spider-Man 3 was about to come out, and Topher Grace had been announced as being one of the main. I think they played it close to the vest about him being Venom, right? So the movie was going to come out, and this dude was a comic nerd. So he was a regular customer at the comic store I worked at. So he tells me this story that makes him look like an asshole. He's like, yeah, Topher Grace came in and whatever. He bought a bunch of movies and, it was Spider-Man stuff. He was like researching for the role, I guess, and whatever. Yeah. And he pushes the DVDs across the counter and whatever. And this guy rings him up and he's making small talk, and Topher Grace is clearly like just annoyed as shit by this guy. Like he's not even making eye contact. He's trying to ignore him. And finally, before he rings everything up, he's ready to go. And right before he hands him his DVDs, the fucking asshole turns to Topher Grace and says, "Well, don't screw up." and Topher Grace is like, "Yeah, I'll remember that." Like just fucking I feel for the guy. Like, what a tool. That didn't go so well.
God, are you going to see Venom 2? Let There Be Carnage?
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about Venom. Give me the band Venom. I don't give a shit.
I was late to the party. I'm a purist. Well, I don't know if purist is the right word, because I guess Venom could be a part of that, but I'm a classic Spider-Man fan, so I like my shit from earlier in the era. And Venom just never spoke to me. I'm that prime age, man, but the movie was solid. I enjoyed what I watched, but I think I might wait a little longer to see the second one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't give a fuck about Tom Hardy, and I don't give a fuck about Venom, so I am fucking miss me with that bullshit.
Now, in a minute, we're going to talk about the Everything or Nothing game, but Draco9110, thank you very much for your generous super chat. It's a good point that Craig looks like a Russian that would fight James Bond. Yeah. What would you think of a Bond movie where Craig comes back as a Russian double agent to fight the newer Bond?
Kind of like I would have felt if towards the end there, Roger Moore was talking about he would have liked to come back as a villain, as a Bond villain, right? I kind of would have felt that way. You know what I mean? Number one, we don't want to see Daniel Craig even more leathery. You know what I mean? And older. And yeah, number two, I'm just not interested. Like, let him just be bought. Plus, at this point, do you really think Daniel Craig, after all this bullshit, is going to want to jump back into Bond? Like, he's ready. No. Like, you can see it in interviews. He's just like so relieved to be done with all this shit.
I don't know if you had heard this story, but you've seen The Living Daylights. The actors, because you remember the opening part where they're on the Rock of Gibraltar and they're basically having a training exercise with the paintball guns?
Yes.
those actors were cast to look enough like other Bonds to throw you off originally. So like when the one guy kind of looks like Connery, the kind of guy kind of looks like Moore, even though they look nothing like it, it was the intention to make you see these guys with masks and go, who's the new James Bond? Because from certain parts of their face, they looked like the other actors. And that's as far as they've ever gone with it. And I like the idea of like, actually, I don't really need to see Daniel Craig in another movie, if that makes sense. Like,
ever again.
Yeah. He's a fine actor. I actually really respect his craft in certain movies, but god damn it, there's nothing left for him to do. Like,
and that's why I think this is like, this movie is sort of, there's a finality to it, right? This Bond, the Daniel Craig Bond, has kind of existed in his own bubble. It's the first time he's ever had continuity from film to film, relatively anyways. Yeah. And so he's kind of getting his own ending. This is going to be completely encapsulatory. The thing I'm wondering is if going forward, we're actually going to have the next Bond actor do the same thing. Oh, this Bond is going to have his own like encapsulatory saga that's going to go 4 movies or whatever, instead of having it be an ongoing thing like it was with all the previous actors. That's what I'm wondering. And I'm hoping they don't do that again. It was nice for Daniel Craig to do it, but I think in retrospect, we can see that approach has pluses and a fuck of a lot of minuses, right? You can go that route. It's cool to do it and everything, but you're going to get just as many Quantum of Solaces and Spectres as you are Skyfalls and Casino Royales.
I think a lot of people are enamored, and well, when you hit big one time with your Risk, you're going to keep shooting until it doesn't deliver.
Yep.
I argue it didn't deliver right after it, and with Quantum of Solace, that movie's shit.
Yeah.
But the best thing I can do to any of these Bond movies that I hate is just never watch them again. Quantum of Solace is on that list. I never will watch that film.
It's the most yellow movie ever. It's like a movie that should be playing on the FX network. You know what I mean?
It used to constantly.
It's so fucking piss yellow. And it just feels like it has a TV movie quality to it. It just it didn't work for me at all. And it's dull. That's the worst thing you can say about it. It's a Bond movie that is dull.
Damn right. Dude, that movie is essentially a big Sony commercial. Cell phone, TVs, computers.
Dude, there's a lot of product placement in that, man. Holy shit. I was half expecting him to hold up a Pizza Hut box.
Look it. If he drank a Pepsi and said it's the choice of a new generation, I actually would have felt comfortable.
You know what? Especially if he even finished it off with hee. But anyway. And then his head lit on fire.
God. I think
you're not fooling anyone with those plugs, fucking Daniel. He's just...
I saw a documentary on Michael Jackson's hair fire once. It was kind of sad, but it was a good one.
He got fucked up by that. He really did. They had to inflate a balloon in his head, like to get. Oh my god, it was awful.
You're a pretty big Michael Jackson fan, correct?
Yeah. I did like a 4-part series talking about the Michael Jackson allegations.
What's your favorite song of his?
Dangerous.
All right. That's from the Dangerous album, correct?
Yes.
Gotta look it up, dude. I know all of his big hits, and I like most of his music that everyone knows. So I really don't have anything bad to say about Michael Jackson, the musician. I never followed enough of all the allegations in the trial to form, a concrete opinion or anything like that. I do remember when he died and everyone made fun of him. I was working at 7-Up and the Pepsi guy was a dick. He kept making this fucking joke about the Kmart joke, little boy's pants half off. And after he said it like the 3rd time, I was annoyed, but I looked at him like, that's somebody's dad that died. Like, shut up. And he kind of looked at me for a second and went, that was how I felt about Michael Jackson. I didn't know enough. I was a little kid when everything went down, but I liked what I heard music-wise.
Well, after his death, everybody suddenly got cool with him again. I mean, he was already getting that way, I guess, towards the end. The whole This Is It thing was that he, which was the final concert dates that he was going to do, was kind of an indication that 80s pop had come back and he was kind of cool again. The Lady Gaga thing was happening. And so he was kind of, he was about to conquer the world again. and then he died all of a sudden. So I think after his death, like, that goodwill carried over, and for the most part, there wasn't a lot of negativity until the fucking Wade Robson and James Safechuck and the bullshit allegations came out after the fact. Again, you know, two guys who had defended Michael Jackson at trial in 2005, like, just absolute clown shoes. And after the estate had refused to pay them a bunch of money for whatever, then they felt slighted. So, like, just a monetary motive, and, you know, just silly.
Now, Juan asks, ask him about Prince. Razor is a bigger fan of Prince than MJ. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Prince. Absolutely.
I love Prince. I was in the Minneapolis airport Sunday, and they have a Prince store, and it's fucking cool. I took pictures because my dad was a huge Prince fan back in the day, and I would always hear stories about my mom. My mom would tell me these stories. Oh, your dad loved Prince. He was this big guy, and Prince was this little guy, and it was always so funny.
Mhm.
And the thing I take away from Prince, decades, you know, he's been around. Oh, he's passed away, but his music's been around for a long time. Fucking guitar, man. Underrated. People, I know he's talked about in lists of great guitar players, but I listen to that stuff and I'm just like, whew.
No, I mean, that's the thing. He's always compared to Michael Jackson or James Brown or something like that. And it's like, dude, he's got a lot of Hendrix in him. Like, he was big time influenced by Hendrix, and you can hear it in his guitar playing, and he can shred. The man could fucking throw down on guitar.
He's great.
Apparently a good basketball player too.
Yeah, game blouses.
Very true. Fucking blows my mind.
Well, wasn't Paul Simon like a surprisingly decent basketball player too? Like, I'm pretty sure there's an SNL skit where he plays basketball, and I thought the joke was that dorky Paul Simon was a good basketball player. So,
hey, if Obama can do it, anybody.
Anybody but me. I am not a basketball guy. Football is my game.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right, one more, and then we're going to finally get into the topic I wanted to talk about. Doug Keller, thank you very much. He says Thomas Jane should have played Max Payne. What do you think about that?
I don't know enough about the games. I mean, I know they're kind of noirish, and he's got that gravelly tone to his voice, so it could have worked. I don't know. He would have been fine, I imagine. It would have been better than Marky Mark. Let's put it that way.
Well, duh. That goes without saying here.
Right?
I don't get the appeal of like Mark Wahlberg and his brothers and that TV show and the cheeseburgers. It's just,
there's
it's not
this
even good.
weird thing where America for the last like 15 years has been taking these guys who clearly are not fucking actors and making them actors and putting them in super serious roles. And then the director coaches them through their performances. And then we pretend they're like the greatest actors of our generation. That's been happening with a number of fucking people. I don't even need to name names, but Marky Mark is like fucking foremost among them. It's unbelievable. He's fucking terrible, and he's always been terrible.
What? No. The fucking guy. Dude, if you ever need a movie to prove your point, just show him that clip from the Transformers movie. That is his worst fucking acting.
Oh, Christ.
I can't think of shittier acting.
Well, Megan Fox.
Fuck. Oh, that's true.
Yeah. Well, when you rail the director.
Yeah. And then she opened her mouth and said some dumb shit and got fired. So she must have not even been that good. But
Michael Bay, smart man, he dropped right out of the public eye around the time of the Me Too accusations. Right out of the public eye. Smart, fucking circumspect individual, that Michael Bay. Seriously. Brett Ratner was not smart enough, and he got fucking nailed with that.
God, I never understood the appeal of Brett Ratner outside of Rush Hour.
Oh, he's terrible, man. I had a friend who was an extra on X-Men 3, The Last Stand. And I could see his Me Too accusations coming from Neptune, because he was telling me stories from the set. First off, he said Ellen Page was actually really, really nice, but that was like her first movie or one of her first movies. So she wasn't shit. So she should have been nice. But she was really nice. Halle Berry was a flaming cunt, and Brett Ratner the whole time was just trying to placate Halle Berry and hit on her. whole fucking time. And I was like, I knew as soon as I heard about this Me Too shit, I'm like, Brett Ratner's going to be like victim number 5. He's going to be one of the first guys. And sure as shit, he got nailed with the Me Too shit almost immediately.
Michael Bay and Brett Ratner, that you talk about the era of like bad action movies and stuff. They've made good action movies, and then they've also made stuff that is the epitome of the worst of its era. Yet they make so much fucking money for their work. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, Hollywood gets certain directors rather that are on kind of the short list, and if they can bring it, you got to keep in mind Hollywood's a business, so they're thinking about more than just they're thinking about more even than about like how much money it's going to make. They're also thinking about, okay, can they deliver the movie under budget? Can they deliver it on time? Can they do like basic like executive shit that you have to be able to do from a managerial perspective? And if a director can check those boxes, they may not even necessarily care if his movies bomb with some regularity, right? Ask Uwe Boll. But no, like seriously, if you can do those basic things, you've actually got a number of, there's definitely some weight on that side of the scale for you.
Now, Low Pro, I would never try to convince you that The Rock is not an awesome movie because I love The Rock. The Wrestler's cool. He's my favorite, but that movie's awesome. Holy shit, that's a good movie.
Yeah, it's a good movie. I like some Michael Bay movies. I like Armageddon. I'll admit that out loud before witnesses.
Oh.
But I like it, and I like I like The Rock as well. And Bad Boys. He did Bad Boys.
Yeah, I like Bad Boys 2 more than Bad Boys 1. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I do. I definitely do.
Yeah.
The opening where they fight those the white supremacist guys down on the fucking bayou or the docks or whatever. Yeah. Cool opening. You get shot in the ass. Like, good implementation of action and comedy. That's the one thing Michael Bay did well with Bad Boys, but like other movies that are trying to be like his, fucking shit the bed. Like, right. I don't like Armageddon because I don't know what it's trying to be. Is it trying to be
fucking amazing? Steve Buscemi on a fucking asteroid? That's all I need to know.
Now you're making me want to watch it again. Look,
Steve
for
Buscemi.
Every epic Steve Buscemi moment, I'm going to raise you a Ben Affleck.
Right. So Steve Buscemi with space dementia riding an asteroid. No, riding a nuke on an asteroid. Fucking, come on.
Okay, I'll act with you.
This is how you fix a problem on the Russia space stations.
That fucking guy. Peter Stormare makes the movie. I love. Okay,
he's fantastic.
He's great. Do you remember when he was the spokesman for Volkswagen?
No.
Dude, Peter Stormare, when I was in high school, and I just so happened to be taking German at the time, he was the spokesperson, and the commercial slogan was V-Dub in the house, and he was doing this weird, like, hand gesture shit, but he was the best. Yeah. I drive a Volkswagen, because actually not because of that commercial at all. I just bought one from somebody. But, moving on. Everything or Nothing. You have a nice long Let's Play of it. It is a game. I'm going to show some footage from another source. But it is a James Bond game that not many people talk about. It was a success. It was a big deal when it came out, but it's been forgotten because it comes from an era that, well, we have this problem in the world. When a new version of something comes out, we like to shun the old because it's apparently shit, which is really a reflection of us because we all consumed it happily. But then the new thing comes out and we're convinced it's bad, the old one. And so the Brosnan era of Bond was quickly brushed aside when everyone thought they were, smarter than they once were. And so we kind of move into the Craig and forget everything. But this game, I misspoke, called it a movie, is essentially the fifth Pierce Brosnan film. I mean, shit, it's got a gun barrel opening. It's got everything. This game tried to be a film, and I think it succeeded in being an event. It was memorable. Now, what is your takeaway from the game? Like, when did you first play it? That's the first question I'm asking.
Several years ago, actually. I had seen it when I worked at a video game store and whatnot. I had seen it in the store. I had never tried it. That was a weird era for James Bond games where you were coming off of I grew up with GoldenEye, and then I tried did I
Tomorrow
try
Never Dies?
Tomorrow Never Dies? I definitely played The World Is Not Enough, which is maybe the most underrated James Bond game ever.
Which
Super
version
good.
did you play?
The 64 version.
Okay,
Which is
that is
like,
a great one.
Yeah, it's right on the same level as GoldenEye, in my opinion. It's really, really good. But after that, the James Bond 007 games, while there are really good games in there that people love, some people love Agent Under Fire and Nightfire and whatever, it did seem like the franchise, the video game franchise, fell off a little bit. And for whatever reason, whether it's because EA took over or whatever, slightly inconsistent quality maybe, but Everything or Nothing came at the tail end of that. And wasn't it like the last of the James Bond games for a while too?
No, From Russia with Love comes out right after this one.
Right after, yeah. They definitely do feel part of the same, like they're part of the same kind of wave of Bond games. From Russia with Love didn't do that well, I remember, and that's one of the reasons that there wasn't a Bond game for a little while. But that's the interesting thing. You mentioned people kind of trying to wipe the memory away from this era or whatever in gaming, and the truth is that Daniel Craig, in a video game sense, in a multimedia sense, like his movies have done fantastically. I've said this before. His movies are blowing up the box office, whether that's entirely because of how great they are or because ticket prices are insanely inflated now compared to the Brosnan era. It's probably a combination of both. But in a video game sense, Daniel Craig's really not shit. Like Bloodstone is supposed to be great, but nobody fucking played it. His GoldenEye remake is total shit. 007 Legends is an insult to the franchise. Like, he's nothing compared to the Brosnan era of video games. The Brosnan era of Bond was like the peak of multimedia era Bond. He was more than just a movie character and a movie success. He was a video game hero too. And frankly, to a lot of people, he was more popular as a video game hero for a little while. And Daniel Craig can't say that.
Nope.
The franchise kind of moved away from that after a while, which is sad because video games in a lot of ways are more popular than ever.
I'm so glad you brought up the point about the multimedia Bond, because as a kid, when these movies were, current, there weren't superhero movies besides Batman. Yeah, Blade came out in 98, but most of us didn't realize it was a fucking comic book movie. Oh, you didn't read the credits? No, I didn't read the credits. I was 10 years old. I was looking at the other shit. I missed that credit. Didn't put it together. Sorry. But James Bond really was, in many ways, the 90s and early pre-Spider-Man. He was like a superhero in a way. He was everywhere. He was on, you talk about multimedia. Brosnan, you could go... Pierce Brosnan's the only James Bond because of timing, but you could go see his movie in theaters, pick up a multitude of games right after. Fuck, you could even pick up a comic book based on his Bond. And guess what? I don't know if you knew this. Some people do. In the original Super Smash Brothers, on the short list of people that almost made it into the game, Pierce Brosnan's James Bond from GoldenEye was on that short list, almost beating Super Smash Brothers. So, you laid out perfectly how big the platform was for the digital Bond, and it's dead now. It sucks because it was. You talked about the games that were good or bad. I bought every game on launch day. I bought this game the first day it came out from Media Play in Cincinnati, Ohio, for the original Xbox. I played it all fucking weekend. I was a freshman in high school. I ate this shit up. This really filled that need for another James Bond movie. It filled the need for a James Bond experience. I wouldn't say this is the best James Bond game ever made, but I'd put it as top 3. I'd put GoldenEye at the top. I don't know what I'd say is the second best game. Probably The World Is Not Enough for N64. And then this one. This one delivered the full experience.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the big shame about this, is it showed that there was still some life in the Pierce Brosnan incarnation of Bond. I still say he was good for at least another movie. When they moved on from Pierce Brosnan, he didn't even start to look like a middle-aged man for another 5-10 years. You know what I mean? And he's still pretty well aged, even though his hair is gray. He still looks really good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think they maybe hit the refresh on him really quick because Barbara Broccoli was fucking ovulating near fucking Daniel Craig. She couldn't get enough. So I think that's why they got rid of him a little quicker and in fairly unceremonious fashion too. Like they did him dirty, to be honest. He got like fired over the phone, right?
Yeah,
Like,
he is the
fuck?
only James Bond to be fired.
And
Every
it's
other
ridiculous too, because like, is it his fault that the last movie that he had done wasn't the best? That's the script writers. He was fine in it. What the fuck? He didn't do anything wrong. And frankly, near the beginning of that movie, I know we've been dumping on Everything or Nothing a little bit, but the pre-credits sequence, the whole thing with the North Korean torture and him being in prison and everything like that was shades of what Daniel Craig got to do. And Pierce Brosnan pulled it off. It was good. He actually pulled that off, and then it turns into Looney Tunes Town after that. But it's like you could see that he easily could have been in Casino Royale. Like fucking easily.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I love to play a game, Razor, called Where It Shits the Bed. It's a personal game I play with my friends where we watch a pretty bad movie and we figure out where it shits the bed. And Die Another Day is an interesting beast because the first half where James Bond is in North Korea and is captured is solid. You have none of the cheese that people want to rip on later in the movie isn't really that opening. You got a couple one-liners that hit or miss, but overall, you get something unique. For as much as we can say, well, Daniel Craig gave us the sensitive Bond. Well, Daniel Craig is not the first James Bond to cry. That would be George Lazenby. But we never saw Bond captured and thrown away by the government like we did in Die Another Day. Right. I understand how bad that movie is with the fucking space laser and the diamond powered laser and all that dumb shit. It's dumb. But up until Cuba, you actually have a really solid story of like gene therapy and betrayal. And, the part where M and James Bond are talking down in the subway, she's like, you had your cyanide. I threw it away years ago. Excuse me. Like there's all that stuff in that movie that's trying, and Brosnan does a good job there. But dude, once you meet Zhao and all that crap, I honestly say Halle Berry, when she comes out of the water.
Yep. I was going to say, it's the moment he hits Jinx, the moment Halle Berry has to pretend to act. That was during that whole era around Monsters Ball and shit, where we were pretending Halle Berry was a great actress. That didn't last very long. That was during that whole era, and it's very much an artifact of its time in that sense. But yeah, I think the moment he hits Halle Berry is like the moment it all starts to nosedive.
See, Die Another Day has an interesting narrative around it too, because it's clearly not a failure. Everyone loves to say it was a flop. It needed to reset the James Bond franchise. For context, folks, the highest grossing James Bond film is Skyfall with $1.1 billion. But Die Another Day is fifth in terms of all the successful James Bond movies with 431 million, almost 432 million. Yeah. So
that's in 2003 dollars too, not 2012 dollars. Inflated 2012 dollars and inflated 2012 movie ticket prices, which by 2012 movie ticket prices were up to like $10 or more, right? When Die Another Day came out, you could go to the movies for $3-4 still. You know what I mean? So it's a slightly different deal.
Yeah. They don't. I just feel as a fan, I always want to put this out there, the record, because it's just, you see so much bad journalism from a place like Screen Rant, or you see these articles that perpetuate a wrong stuff. And so I just like to throw that out there, folks, to get a better perspective of how things actually went down. Because at the end of the day, they got rid of him quickly when there was more life left in him.
Yo, absolutely. I say he had at least one more movie. Honestly, as well as he aged, he probably could have squeezed in a second one after that. But, he did get 4 movies. It's not like they cut him off at the kneecaps, but I do think they cut him off just slightly early. It was weird.
I would have loved, as a kid, he was my favorite anything. And I don't think he had to retire until probably, he could have made it to 05. He could have made it to 10. Like, I'm trying to pick, I've never seen Mamma Mia, but I know what he looks like in that movie, and he still looked enough like James Bond. I mean, like you say, it's just the white hair.
Well, and he did November Man and shit, which is basically Bond. And, seriously, it's just, he's aged very, very well. Did you watch that GoldenEye watch along that he did?
No, wait, he did a GoldenEye watch? No, I need to watch that
On
shit.
fucking dude, when the lockdowns first started, he was at like his beach house or something, and he, as part of some Bond promotional thing, because that was part of the first press junket for, or no, it might have been for charity or something. He did a watch along for GoldenEye, and talked about the movie as he watched it. It was awesome.
I gotta find this.
Yes, it's still on YouTube.
I was super jealous of Jimmy Kimmel for one reason. He got to play GoldenEye with Pierce Brosnan on TV. And I'm just like, God damn it, that's every kid's fantasy to play James Bond with James Bond. How cool is that? I'm, not really that upset, but it's something I watched. I was like, God damn, that's cool. And he's the only, I don't look at Daniel Craig as a guy that allows himself to be, I don't know, open enough to have fun with that.
Yeah, he's kind of private. He's not a dick. I mean, he seems like an okay guy. He seems reasonably avuncular and outgoing, but yeah, he's a little bit private. He's got that Connery edge to him a little bit, where Connery, you got the sense that if you ran into Connery in real life, he'd tell you to fuck yourself a little bit.
Now, with this game, Everything or Nothing, you did a long arcade video or a long arcade playthrough of over 4 hours.
Yeah.
What did you think of the VR segments of this game? Like, I know we just watched one briefly on screen. I kind of liked that, where you could go into the training modules in that weird mesh digital world.
Yeah, it was a nice way to get the training in, so that you weren't just dropped into the deep end of the pool. I thought the variety in the game was pretty good in general, actually, in terms of the fucking the actual mission types. I thought that was really bitchin', but the training segments I thought were fine. You have a training segment in From Russia with Love too, but they had to be a little bit more creative about it because you couldn't do VR or anything. But yeah, I didn't mind it. It kind of reminded me of Metal Gear Solid, the VR missions a little bit.
I remember those. My buddy Brandon brought that over because he was the PlayStation kid and I was the Nintendo kid. And we both had both consoles, but he always had the better PlayStation games. I'm the kid that bought Tomorrow Never Dies. But I remember him bringing that over, and I love Metal Gear Solid. That's when I love some Metal Gear Solid. Not all of it, if that makes sense.
I love to not love Metal Gear Solid.
But have you seen the YouTube videos about that Duck Station emulator and how they can make PS1 look better than ever now?
No, I haven't.
Because it's a emulator that can fix the graphics, but it also fixes the perspective and the draw distance and all this stuff. It makes these games look like they're intended to. And it made me want to go back and play Metal Gear Solid again, because the only barrier I have with that first one is how shitty it looks on a modern TV. But now with that fixed, we'll go back and play it.
The first game is, people love the third one. I think the first game is the best in that series, personally.
Same.
Metal Gear Solid. And it was part of that whole deluge of stealth game. It was like 3D stealth games just exploded in 1998. It was Tenchu was the first one. Metal Gear Solid was not the first one. Tenchu came out first, very underrated game. Then Metal Gear Solid, then Thief. It was just like the year of stealth. And actually, we're talking about James Bond. James Bond games had a huge part to play in the development of the stealth genre as well, because there's a lot of stealth in GoldenEye, actually. And that was one of the first big games, certainly, that had like viable stealth options in a mission. I remember playing GoldenEye the first time and thinking that, like, oh wow, I can actually sneak around for a little bit here, and I don't have to reveal myself, and I can kind of play the missions differently. That was a bigger deal than people thought at the time,
Oh, dude. I was watching a video on GoldenEye this morning, and I was just still impressed by. I put it like this: I remember being excited the first time I saw that game played because of the way you could shoot the dudes too. Remember how they each had like the body parts reacted differently. If you shoot them in the hand, they shake their hand. If you shoot them in the dick, they fall down. Whatever. Like
all shooters used to be that way, man, and then they stopped doing that after a while. Turok was that way, big time. Probably the best death animations ever. GoldenEye, fucking, like for a while there, shooters, Perfect Dark springs to mind. They were all that way. And then at some point, with the Activisionization of the first-person shooter genre, it just got lazier and lazier and lazier, and now it's just ragdoll. That's all it is now with death animation. There is no death animation. It's just enemies ragdoll when they die. It's so fucking lazy.
I want them to bring back like the gory dismemberment kills. Like, remember in Vice City, you could actually cut someone's head off with the sword if you ran up to them at the right angle. Like, I like that in games.
Yeah, or in Turok, where you can blow the guy's ear off and it spouts blood. There's like a fountain of blood that spouts from the side of their head as they slowly slump to the ground. Fucking brilliant.
Dude, the Turok deaths are funny because it's like, I don't know, it looks like red Skittles shooting out at times.
Right.
Oh,
the
the
N64 blood. I mean, you got to cut it some slack.
Oh, dude, I have the sweetest soft spot for the N64 of anyone you'll ever talk to. I love that console. Good or bad, all my favorite gaming memories as a kid were centered around that thing. GoldenEye, Zelda, No Mercy, all those games were a big deal to me as a kid.
Yeah.
Are you interested at all in that Switch Online shit?
I don't own a Switch, so at least not yet. So I'm not, but Terengel, my editor, he's got one, so he might be interested in it.
I'm just excited that they're going to make a new N64 controller, and if it's Bluetooth,
I
like the
love
other
that. I love the proliferation of retro controllers. I actually am looking right now at my brand new Xbox Duke controller.
You got one of those?
Yes, they re-released them for the Xbox One, and they work on your PC. And this is my go-to PC controller. Anytime you see me streaming a game that takes a controller, I'm using the Duke. It's my favorite controller ever. I love the Duke. I always have.
You're the only person I've ever met that said it's their favorite controller. I've heard a lot of people like it. I remember playing on the original version, but God, that was a gnarly controller.
It's great because it's, you don't pay attention to these things when you're using controllers. I remember there was a time when I agreed with the commonly accepted opinion that the PlayStation controller was the ultimate, or the Super Nintendo, or whatever it is, right? It's the ultimate or whatever. But when I actually started playing like fighting games and shit, and I preferred controller to arcade stick, believe it or not. I did have an arcade stick for PS2 and shit, but I just never could get the hang of it. I always was better using a controller for some reason. And when you play fighting games and it gets really intense and you're using a controller where your fingers are like contorted in weird positions, you really start to feel it like really quickly at a tournament. So I began to accrue a well-earned hatred of the PlayStation and Sony controller. If you look at the shape that your fingers are making while you're holding that controller, it's like a fucking claw. It's the most unnatural position for a human hand to be in. It looks like you're fucking Nosferatu. Try it sometime. Put your hand like where all the buttons and shit are supposed to be, including the shoulder buttons on your PS2 controller, and then just take them off and hold them in the same position. It looks so unnatural. But if you put your hands on the Duke, because it's so fucking huge, it's like holding a goddamn mace or a bowling ball. You look at where your fingers are, and it's a really natural position. They're just, they reach for the fucking buttons. Everything's within reach. It's all really comfortable, and your fingers don't cramp so bad. So it's a way better ergonomically. It's way better.
I'm gonna get one just for the hell of it.
They're great, and they're not that expensive. They work really well.
I gotta give it to Microsoft. Their controllers, I've never had any of their first-party peripherals break on me, but I had the original Xbox and the 360 break on me. Those are the only two consoles.
You cannot lie to me and tell me you didn't go through like 20 headsets.
You know why I didn't?
Why?
Because I never used them. I hate to talk when I play video. Man. It has taken me this long to be able to talk and have a conversation while I draw, because normally I'm singularly focused on something and I go,
yeah,
my brain here.
You're like me. You get the tunnel vision. I can do one thing at a time. I can't. That's why my game streams are like, my gameplay is always terrible because I'm trying to answer questions. I am not a multitasker at all. I cannot focus on playing the game and talk at the same time. I just can't. I'm not a walk and chew gum kind of guy. So I sympathize.
I'm good. Like, I've experimented on Twitch a little bit. We're going to do a lot more, But I'm the guy that like I'll play Halo and I'll talk a little shit and then I'll get a kill and I'll scream something real loud and then I get right back into the game. I'll have my moment of, excitement and then I go right back because I play to win. I'm not a sore winner or a sore loser. But if it's a game, especially a video game, I don't see the purpose in playing a video game if it's not to win, especially competitively. Like if you're on a team, I'm here to help the team. I'm here to do this. But like, why the fuck would I sit down to play Call of Duty in general? But if I'm going to, why would I not play to win? So,
right.
It's a weird way I look at stuff, but I don't know. That's the only place I'm super competitive still is when I game. Because I don't know. I feel like I need that outlet.
I'm that way on certain games. On other ones, I'm completely just veg out. Sometimes I'll even put something on in the background, like a podcast or something, while I'm just kind of zoning out. You know what I mean? I do that a lot when I play like a Skyrim type game or some shit like that, like an open world or an Assassin's Creed sometimes, whatever, something like that. But if I'm playing a fighting game, fuck you, it's on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fuck you, it's on.
I've been playing Marvel vs. Capcom 3 because it was one of those games with gold or whatever Xbox arcade game you could get for free. And it's not as good as 2. Nothing really is. But man, I do get into again, when you talk about the controllers and your hands cramping, I have big hands. Game controllers always suck for me. So maybe I should get a Duke.
Yeah,
but
try the Duke, man. I'm telling you, you'll notice your fingers do not cramp with that thing. It's crazy.
I need that. The black and white buttons always threw me off on the Xbox controller. I had the the Xbox S controller that they replaced it with.
Well, the cool thing about the new Duke is they added bumpers on the, they added basically R1 and L1 buttons on the shoulders, and they're interchangeable with the white and black buttons. So you don't have to hit white and black buttons if you don't want to.
Yeah, you sold me. They should give you a percentage or a commission based on what I'm going to spend.
Plus, the coolest thing about it, if you notice, I don't know if you've seen, when you plug it into your PC or into your Xbox or whatever, if you push, it has you remember on the old Duke controller, it had the Xbox logo under the plastic in the middle of the controller.
Yep.
Well, now that is an animated LED screen, and every single time you hit it, it does the original Xbox startup animation with the fucking. It's so badass. It's like a retro trip every fucking time you accidentally hit it. It's great.
Now I'm just torn. Do I want to get the original or the green one?
Right. I don't know.
I think I'm gonna go.
I went with the OG.
Black. Yeah. I know I'm in the weird minority here, but I don't understand the appeal of that Elite custom controller where you can customize the buttons and it has the weird bumper trigger things underneath the paddles to the handle. I don't get that people can customize a game controller. It's such a weird concept to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's just me. I don't know, that weird D-pad they implemented too. It works. It works. Now, let's get caught up with some of the audience because Adam Wofford says Ron was saying that they were too scared to keep on how they are with other Bond movies because of the Austin Powers. So they ran to Jason Bourne type. Oh, I guess it meant to say Daniel Craig. But yeah, I've heard that. Have you heard that Austin Powers pushed Bond into the direction it went to?
See, I don't fucking buy that personally. I don't, because here's the thing. There were Bond parodies and even massively successful Bond parodies in the prime years of James Bond. Dean Martin did an entire spy series that was a parody of Bond that was hugely successful in the 1960s and 70s. There was another, what the fuck was it? There was another spy series. I'm blanking on it. It was based on a spy book that was a spin-off of Bond. And it was like a parody series that ran all throughout the 60s. You'll catch it on old movie channels every now and then.
Is it in Flint?
I think it starred James Garner.
Oh,
but dude, hugely successful Bond parodies all throughout the prime years of the franchise. Austin Powers didn't do shit but draw attention to fucking Bond. That was not why. Any creative problems that Bond had during that period was entirely down to the fact that they didn't know how to make what the fucking action movie needed to look like in the early 2000s. That's all it was. That's literally, in the 90s and early 2000s was like the dark ages for action films, because the 80s were over. You know, Arnold Schwarzenegger was in fucking Twins. You know what I mean? He was in Jingle All the Way at the time. Stallone was doing Copland. You know what I mean? It was a weird time for action movies. And I think Bond just fell prey to that a little bit. They weren't sure what Bond needed to be because they weren't sure what the fuck action movies needed to be at the time.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think about good action movies from that era. None besides The Matrix. But
Fast and Furious, which I honestly, I think Fast and Furious had a part to play in some of the car stuff in Die Another Day, actually.
oh god, yeah, for sure. That movie was a huge hit. It came out the summer beforehand.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, which I said like 17 times tonight, I tried watching Fast 9. Ooh, God.
I can't believe they got up that fucking high. It blows my mind. It's kind of like Puppet Master, actually. It's like, how many of those fucking movies are there? It's like Land Before Time sequels. They're like running out of numbers.
If they're still profitable, I mean, Don Bluth needs money some way, so good luck to him. Wolf's Pain says, my friend drags me to horror movies, not realizing my cousin dragged me to every horror movie they could. I'm desensitized, and she hates it. Right. Wolf's Pain, I grew up early with them too. There's the good ones will still get me, but I've seen a lot of them, so it's kind of hard to get me. Yeah. Pope Metallicus the First says, Connery isn't a fair comparison. He set the standard. Brosnan is fantastic, though, even if he got some subpar movies.
Yeah, he got GoldenEye. Okay, that's one of the best Bond movies. So he's got nothing to complain about. You know what I mean? He got his great Bond movie. But yeah, he didn't always get the best scripts. His movies are a mixed bag, unfortunately, a lot of them.
Yeah, and I understand I was younger when I watched them and sometimes can, overlooked those as a kid. But going back and watching them, my adult brain understands where they shit the bed, but where they clean it up very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Jada Baca says, I've never seen a single Bond film. My question is, is it necessary to watch them in order of release, or can I pick and choose them?
Oh, you can pick and choose them because they're not in the book order. Have you read the books? You said you read Moonraker, right?
Oh yeah, I have multiple copies of all the Fleming books. Now I haven't read every single published Bond book, but I've read everything Ian Fleming has published. I read,
and the books are in a weird loose continuity too. So, because they're kind of pulps. James Bond is essentially a pulp character. So it's like it's got a weird kind of standalone continuity on some of the books, especially the short story collections and whatnot. But yeah, the movies you can watch them in any order. I would say try starting from the beginning though, because Dr. No's the first movie and Dr. No is good.
Yep.
What the fuck? Go watch it. Why wouldn't you?
That's when people say, Jeff, where should I read Spider-Man from? I personally say start from the beginning because I enjoy it. But Dr. No's solid. From Russia with Love is my second favorite Bond movie. Goldfinger's iconic. Those all the thing about the Bond movies is they just follow up year after year. And I'm like, wow, where did they have all this energy? Where did all this juice come from? Like they really start out strong.
It was a different time for movies too. There was a quicker turnaround time for movies than there is now. I mean, back in the day, dude, fucking the 40s, 50s, 60s, they would crank out a movie in a franchise every year. And sometimes they'd get out 2 in a year or even more than that. I did a video on the pulps and I was talking about how in 1 year, The Shadow got 3 movies. 3 movies in 1 fucking year. That's insane.
Is it wrong that my brain instantly went, Alec Baldwin only played him once?
Right? No, man. There were 7, maybe even 8, depending on how you qualify the movies. There were 7 or 8 Shadow movies before that Alec Baldwin film. Crazy.
Gee.
Yeah. The turnaround time on old black and white movies was absolutely clown shoes.
I mean, you look at some of these actors' filmographies too, they're in ridiculous amounts of movies because of that.
Yep. Pluto TV has a dedicated Bond channel. Sorry, I was looking at the chat. Thomas DeVries said they do.
They do. I actually watch it regularly. They had The Spy Who Loved Me on and Moonraker. I think that was this morning.
Fuck yeah, I've been watching the MST3K channel on there lately.
Same. And they have a Riff Tracks channel, which is like one number below it. And they had Samurai Cop on the other night, and I fucking love Samurai Cop. So
Oh, that's awesome. Dude, the Twilight, the Riff Tracks of Twilight is the only, it takes that series from one of the worst movie series ever made to the best comedy series ever made. Fucking Twilight Riff Tracks. Every single one of those is 24 karat gold.
sold. I experienced one scene from the Twilight movies. There was a fight in one of them. I don't know which movie it is, but I was fucked up in a fucking bathtub with my girlfriend, and it was on TV, and we watched the fight scene, and then it was all a dream, and then I got out of the bath to turn it off. That's how little I care about Twilight. But
Wow.
you sold me on the Riff Tracks thing.
Oh, you
those guys
got
are funny.
to, dude. Oh, it's fantastic.
I love them. Riff Tracks is a thing I wish I invented. That's how much I enjoy them.
Right.
Because, like, I go to the Fathom events where they'll show the little screening of the movie. I've never been to one with them in person, but I've watched the live, recording of it.
Dude,
It's
speaking
fun.
of Fathom events, how pissed are you? I know I am. How pissed are you that basically the 30th anniversary of the 1990 Ninja Turtles movie basically got shit on because of the Pinko Pox last year? There was supposed to be a big Fathom Events worldwide screening. It was going to be a new cut of the film with deleted scenes added in, 4K. Warner Brothers retouched the movie. It had extra stuff in it. Fucking actors were going to come out to these things. And then fucking the commie cough comes around and shits on it. Fuck that.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm reading about it right here. It was supposed to be Thursday, November 5th and Saturday, November 7th. God, yeah, 30th anniversary that brings the families together. Wow. Yeah. Oh, this is my favorite Ninja Turtles thing ever, the 1990 movie.
Oh,
I
it's
was
perfect.
Yeah. Well, I was a Power Ranger kid first off, but like Ninja Turtles were always cool to me, but I never got into them that deep because, like with the toys, you went to the store, I never really saw regular Ninja Turtles. They were dressed as Star Trek people or a robot or this or that. So Ninja Turtles had that He-Man effect where I could never find the regular guys, so I never jumped in. But that movie I caught later for some reason, and it was awesome. It's dark, it's a little violent. Pluto TV had it on the other day. The fucking part where the Domino's guy brings the late pizza. Like I'm pissed that there was going to be another cut of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of freaks me out that the Domino's guy is Michelangelo. So Michelangelo is delivering a pizza to Michelangelo. That fucking freaks me out. And to bend your mind even further, the guy in the taxi cab that hits Raphael is Raphael. Raphael hits Raphael with a taxi cab.
Now, if they put Corey Feldman in the movie, that would have been a little too much. But
yeah, everybody would have recognized him.
Dude, he's a douche in person.
Is he really?
Oh my God. So at horror conventions, he thinks his shit don't stink. And so, for example, like a food truck comes to the convention and we're all waiting in line for tacos and shit. And Corey Feldman just tries to walk to the front of the line thinking he's Corey Feldman. Nope. He's to the back of the fucking line.
Yeah. It reminds me of Brian Michael Bendis at a comic convention grading people's art.
Wait,
Have you
seriously?
seen this shit? This
No.
fucking, oh my God, this cue ball cunt. Fuck this asshole. First off, have you ever seen Brian Michael Bendis' art?
Yes, because in college, I took a college class about comic books, and his book that he traced was in our studies book.
Oh my God, it's like macaroni art is like fucking Picasso next to this shit. Fucking terrible. It looks like he fucking pastes it together with goddamn, fucking cardboard and shit. Like it just looks terrible, or construction paper. It really does. It has like a paper doll effect to it. It's kind of what it looks like because he so obviously and badly traces it. So he was grading people's fucking art. And I'm sitting in line. I'm there with my friend who's a comic artist. I was already published. I already had some art published at that time. I didn't want this fucking talentless motherfucker to grade my art. So I was just there to support my friend. And I'm standing in line next to him. And there's this guy fucking in front of us who's brilliant. Like the guy's a fantastic artist. I'm looking at his portfolio and it's fucking blowing my mind. Fucking Brian Michael Bendis dresses this dude down like he should, like all but says, never pick up a pencil again, you talentless hack. Fucking
Fuck
Brian
him.
Michael Bendis destroys this guy's dreams. And I'm just thinking the whole time, motherfucker, I read Goldfish. Okay? You can't draw. I was about to tell this motherfucker off. I could not believe what an asshole Brian Michael Bendis was. Look at that shit. And it's so obviously traced too. Like, he's a terrible artist. Go look at Torso. His art in Torso is fucking atrocious. Torso is a good graphic novel, but his art is not why.
It's so... I remember when I discovered that he used to draw his comics. Well, here you go. You talk about tracing. I wonder who Brian Michael Bendis used as the model for this piece. Now, folks, a lot of greats have traced a lot of legends, but like, who does this guy look like right here? The bald guy with the cigarette.
I can't tell.
Oh, he looks just like Brian Michael Bendis himself.
Oh, you know what? That is him. He absolutely traced himself. Holy shit. Oh,
Yeah.
man, that's bad. It's a good comic, but not because of his art.
I'm really disappointed that he would treat somebody like that. I mean, it makes me want to go and find him and tell him about all the fucking terrible writing he did and how he ruined the comic book industry. I want to dress him down. Listen, Brian Michael Bendis, I used to love picking up comic books and getting a complete story until your punk ass, oh, let's put everything in trades. Fuck Ultimate Spider-Man. I'll take that as my hot take. You ruined a lot of shit.
I think it really comes down. You can see with how they've reacted to shit like Comicsgate and whatnot. You know, basically an independent comic movement of any kind. However you feel about Comicsgate, you can see it's really about protecting their jobs. Like, that's all it is. It's kind of like professional wrestling. You're in the carnival. You want to keep other people out of the carnival because it's your hustle, right? There's only so many jobs, so we got to keep you out. And I think that's what that was about. I think Brian Michael Bendis saw somebody really talented walk up with a great portfolio and just said, fuck this motherfucker. He's going to take my job. Fuck him. I really think that's what it was about, honestly.
He should have been slick instead of dressing this guy down. All these dumb projects that he traced, he should have linked up with a guy like that, even at his point in his career, wherever he was. Oh, wow, you're really talented. We should work together. Look at, was it Mark Millar? He has a million of these comic books that come out that are made just for movies that nobody really even fucking reads the books. They're just like, was it Kingsman is one of those?
Right.
Did that comic even come out? Like, I thought it was a thing where they wrote it as a spec script and it never got made into a book.
Yeah.
Be completely wrong. Okay. I am wrong on that one. But there was another one he did with a character in a white costume on top of a car shooting pistols that was supposed to be the next Mark Millar comic. And it even said, I think on the cover, you know, coming soon as a film. And it never did. I hate that style of comic book creation.
Yeah, that's awful. And unfortunately, that's a byproduct of how many comics have been turned into movies. Problem is, like, not many independent comics have been turned into movies. You know, they tried the Road to Perdition thing. You know what I mean? Good enough movie, but didn't really do that well. And there's a lot of movies that not everything is kick ass. You know what I mean? That was a big hit, but that's not very common. Mostly it's cape shit that sells.
By the way, I found out that the comic was Nemesis by Mark Millar and Steve McNiven.
Okay.
So that was just
Steve McNiven, a great fucking artist.
Hell yeah, dude. I didn't even like The Death of Wolverine that much, but man, his work was beautiful. Like,
you ought to see, and I mean, his stuff at Marvel's okay, but you ought to see his stuff at CrossGen when he wasn't having to do cape shit. He was doing a fantasy series called Meridian. Unbelievable art in that, just incredible. He was still kind of learning his craft a little bit. He was still early in his career there, but fucking mind-blowing shit because he doesn't have to do just standard urban environment, superhero, you know, all the standard fucking fare that he has to do over at Marvel. He really was unencumbered. It's kind of like Greg Land. A lot of people give Greg Land shit, but his art at Marvel compared to his art at CrossGen when he was doing a bunch of fantasy and a lot of different subjects, so it wasn't quite so obvious that he had a very limited photo reference file. Night and day. Absolute night and day. His work on Sojourn is way better than his shit on Marvel. Same deal with Steve McNiven.
Steve McNiven's an artist that I look at and I go, man, I wish I could do that.
Right?
He's so awesome. Like
Right?
the way he draws hair. Actually, I have a book that teaches you how to draw hair like Steve McNiven. Never fucking got it. But yeah, those are two dudes. God, I love their work. I mean, I know Civil War is not the world's greatest comic book, but man, Steve McNiven created some really great images with the Marvel characters in that book.
Yeah, absolutely. His only problem is he's a pretty slow artist, so you got to get a pretty good lead time on him.
Understandable though, because the amount of effort that he puts on a page is there. Like, I hate Spider-Man One More Day. Brand New Day is a dumb concept, but when Steve McNiven drew the book, I kind of just got over my anger with the Spider-Man writing, and I was like, well, shit, this book looks so good, I'm going to read it. So I'm glad Steve McNiven, maybe he takes forever, but God damn it, it's worth it. I'm just looking at his Spider-Man work right now.
Both he and another really good artist spun out of Meridian. And the other guy is Josh Middleton, who's also really fucking good. And they're both super slow, but they're both fantastic. Josh Middleton, probably best known for, I think he did X-23 early on.
Oh, I was looking him up. I don't know if you can hear my computer. Anytime somebody tells me about an artist that I don't know their name off the top of my head, I instantly want to pull them up so I can, add them to the list of people I want to read their work.
Yeah.
Or
You
study
should
it.
definitely check out Meridian. It was good stuff. Kind of canceled a little prematurely.
I am adding that to the list right now, actually. I'm going to pull that up. I have a website where I can read stuff, and then if I like it, which I tend to, I buy it right away. So there we go, Meridian Comic. Ooh, I like what I'm seeing. Now, let's see. The audience says, Darkest Night Zek. Jeff, for your information, there's a toy store in Canton, Ohio called Classic Plastic. Ugh, I can't speak. That carries some new in-box used toys from Star Wars, G.I. Joe, WWF, Transformers, etc. Just thought you'd be interested. Well, I am interested, Darkest Night Zek. Let me take a picture of that. I don't live anywhere near Canton, but I do drive through Ohio quite a bit when I'm back in town. So I'm going to try to stop there. Do you go into any old school stores, like collectible toy stores or shit like that?
Yeah, we've got a few out here. I wish we had more gaming stores. We do have one or two. Well, we had one or two before the lockdown. Who knows if they're still fucking around. But yeah, we do have a few. There's a collectible toy store down the road that I hit up every now and then, and they got quite a bit of stuff.
What do you think of James O'Barr?
He's good. Yeah, I like his stuff, his Crow and so forth. The best Crow artist for me is Michael Zulli. Fucking crazy.
The Crow is another one of those things I didn't know was a comic until years later.
Yeah.
Because the way I used to buy comics as a kid is my mom would just, buy me stuff. But she'd take me to the dollar store. And I guess the surplus of comics was so great in the early 90s that they would sell you 3 books for $1. And these were usually like fairly new, like 1 to 2 years off. Mm-hmm. And every once in a while you could get like a really good book. And I got somehow a Crow book in one of these dollar store packs.
Was it one of the black and white ones?
I don't remember. I just know as a kid, I got a Crow comic book and I went, wait, isn't this a movie? Because this would have been, 95?
Yeah.
Probably when I got the package of comic books.
Speaking of movies with way too many fucking sequels.
I watched the one with Edward Furlong and David Boreanaz, and holy shit, is that a terrible movie?
Oh, man. The one with Mary Jane Watson? Dude, there's so many of those. Fuck.
I don't know how there's money in it. That's the thing.
They're all like made straight to video, straight to streaming now, I suppose.
Well, I'm sure we're going to get a big budget reboot with a female lead in the title.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
How about Lizzo plays the Crow? That's a good casting choice, right?
Right. There you go. Fantastic.
The one positive from the pandemic is I forgot about a lot of celebrities who sucked before the pandemic, and then most of society forgot about them too. So they probably won't have a good chance.
Man, there was that whole period in like mid 2020 where the celebrities slowly realized they weren't going to be exhaustively covered by the media anymore, and they weren't going to be the center of attention, and they just started to melt the fuck down. Yeah, it was brilliant. It was just, you just got to watch these people mentally and physically decay in slow motion. These fucking sanctimonious assholes who had been telling us all how to live for fucking 10 years. Fuck them.
Yeah, that is my fucking that's how I treat or think about that too. I live out here, and there's just the fakeness that the world that these people think they live in. Like we talked about the actor Daniel Craig. You don't think he's a bad guy, but he might tell you to fuck off. Some of these people tell you to fuck off if you just look in their direction. Those are the worst because they're not
right.
Right. A lot of famous people are so insecure. It's pitiful how powerful they truly are.
Yep. And it's so fucking hypocritical, especially after Me Too came out. They made the Me Too thing about fucking they made that about toxic masculinity and whatnot. But it's like, guys, this is the same Hollywood. It's the same Hollywood machine, that you tried to turn into a feminist fucking engine, right, for years. And all the while, the casting couch was still ubiquitous during all of this. You know what I mean? You were just as fucking hypocritical then as you were now. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
The narrative around Me Too should have been, look at these sanctimonious assholes. They were trying to preach to us about feminism. Meanwhile, they're railing underage girls on fucking casting couches. What the fuck? Fuck you.
All hypocrites, dude.
Yeah.
So you were earlier talking about heroism, and you have a really interesting video about rejecting modernity and talking about embracing heroism of the pulps.
Yeah.
Do you think there's anything out there today that embodies good, like just good, if that makes sense? Not you have to use the double word, but that portrays a good hero well? Or do you think we've gone past that as a society where we can actually tell that story?
There's a bit of a pulp revival going on with certain authors. John Della Rose does some kind of Space Crusader stuff and shit like that. There's definitely writers out there who are starting to, but they're having to self-publish, and they're probably making more money than they would in traditional publishing doing that. Look, I publish my own pulp series at this point about the continuing adventures of a thief. It's kind of a fantasy noir. And I know mine did incredibly well, and I didn't go through a traditional publisher. I half self-published essentially. And I, took pre-orders and whatnot, and people seemed to enjoy it. It did really well. And I'm about to release the second book in that series. Right. Ooh. So I think we're getting to a place where people want real heroes so much, they're going to find media that gives it to them. Basically, the problem I see is, how are you going to make that a part of the proper culture? And I see really the only hope for that is gradually the decay of traditional entertainment and traditional Hollywood, which is absolutely dying before us. I think will hopefully facilitate, it'll create a vacuum there, and something will have to fill the gap. Look, guys, Hollywood as this like institution that's immovable, once you study like Old West history, and do you know how Hollywood was established, dude? Like, do you know the whole origin story there?
I don't.
Well, it kind of started basically a bunch of like rogues who were essentially they wanted to form a movie industry in other states, but they were going to have to be taxed. And a lot of them were shitbags and had criminal records. So basically they just got on the railroad and they started riding west. They just kept riding west, and they were initially going to stop in Flagstaff, Arizona. Believe it or not, Hollywood was originally going to be Flagstaff, Arizona. And when they got off the train in Flagstaff, it was snowing, and they said, "Oh, fuck this. We're not going to do this." So they just kept riding, and they kept riding until the fucking railroad tracks ended, which at that time was in a little fucking farming community in Hollywood, California. It was just called Hollywood. And so that's where they decided to set up. And then I remember L. Frank Baum was one of the first big emigres out there. A lot of Hollywood built up around L. Frank Baum, the author of Wizard of Oz. That's why a lot of the early silent films are centered around Oz. And it's also why a lot of the early silent films are Westerns, because they were literally hiring cowboys. It was still the Old West at the time. So they could literally grab actual real life cowboys, and you'll actually see like real life outlaws, real life sheriffs, real life like legends of the Old West in a lot of these older silent films, because they were literally grabbing real cowboys and they were like, hey, you want to be in a movie? What the fuck? So you see a lot of like famous faces in those movies. So it's like this idea that it's like this immovable institution. No, it's just where a bunch of shitbags decided to get off a goddamn train. You know what I mean? So, independent film at some point has become a lot bigger gradually. It's certainly gotten a lot bigger in the last several years, where certain movies have actually managed to gain some traction largely through shit like streaming. It's all about the delivery mechanism. And as the current Hollywood paradigm gradually begins to recede, whether due to COVID or simple economic factors, I mean, look, it's not going to help Hollywood that they were sucking off China for how fucking long when China's entire real estate market is about to collapse and take their entire economy with it. I don't know if anyone's been paying attention to the news. Well, fuck, the news isn't even reporting it, but
I haven't heard about it.
China's economy is doing so fucking bad right now. They actually had to freeze their stock market. Okay. Not a good sign. They actually had to hit the pause button on it. So, Hollywood is headed for some rough times, regardless, and they were already not doing so well as a result of COVID. So there's going to be a vacuum there. And I think if independent filmmakers are increasing, they seem at least to have a bit more of a propensity for traditional heroism, pulpy content, and here's another thing. A lot of pulp characters, traditional heroes like Zorro and such, a lot of their stories fall into the public domain. A lot of the Solomon Kane stories are in the public domain. They are therefore adaptable to the screen. You can't use certain visual trademarks depending on ownership, but you can absolutely adapt those stories to the screen. So it's like, hey, this is going to be obvious material because it's material that independent filmmakers don't have to pay for. So I could see that as being a bit of a perfect storm, to be honest. Let me put it this way. I've had a lot of independent filmmakers reach out, people who have already made movies with big names, reach out to me and say, hey, I love your Shadow movies. I would love, once the trademark runs out on the Shadow, which by the way, it's going to run out in the next like 7-8 years. And it goes into the public domain. I would love to make an independent Shadow movie. And, I would love to make a Zorro movie or a whatever. And I could see that actually starting to happen.
So is Zorro in the public domain yet?
Zorro as a trademark it's a bunch of bullshit. There's like a Zorro Corporation or the Zorro Group or something like that. It's kind of like with Conan.
Okay.
They own the trademarks and whatever, but the stories themselves are free and in the public domain. So you can get any of those Zorro pulps for free.
I just wanted to make my own Zorro comic because I like Zorro.
Right?
That'd be so cool.
Yeah, it's complicated because you can, as long as it's not under the title Zorro, you can still. The first Zorro story is not called Zorro. They retitled it The Mark of Zorro later on, but it was originally called The Curse of Capistrano. So you could make a Curse of Capistrano movie, or you could, like in France, there's a complicated ownership situation. They're doing a Conan comic that's amazing. And they're actually paying for the Conan trademark and calling it Conan. But when they bring it to America, they don't have the rights. So what they did when they translated it is they just called it the Cimmerian, right? So everybody knows it's Conan, and they're able to call him Conan in the comic because the stories that they're adapting they're in the public domain, so they can't be sued for it, but they can't title it Conan, if that makes sense.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, so you could easily make a Zorro movie. You just can't call it Zorro whatever. You can't use that as the title. At least that's my understanding of it.
I couldn't make Zorro the gay blade too?
No, unfortunately, no.
Damn it.
Nor Zorro the bisexual blade, the pangendered blade, or the multi-gendered sea anemone blade.
That was gonna be my pitch to Cecil. I was like, look, man, you want to be a big actor? We're gonna make a Zorro movie with Cecil.
Yes.
Be amazing. Now, you brought up Solomon Kane. We had a listener, Go Big Boar, Go Home, who wanted to say, hey, Razor, I watched the Solomon Kane movie per your recommendation. I really enjoyed it. Good action movie with an interesting protagonist. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great movie. I think that's one of the best. Well, objectively, that is one of the best Robert E. Howard movies, for sure. Right after Conan.
Now, TLJ Screwjob asks, who was less interested, Ford in Blade Runner 2 or Connery and You Only Live Twice?
Oof. Connery was mostly just pissed off during that movie. I don't know if you know anything about how that movie was made. He was hating life during that period.
Well, dude, he wasn't getting more pay. Everyone else was, right?
And it wasn't just pay. Actually, most of the reason he was pissed off was Japan had different laws around how their press can conduct themselves, right? Like, it wasn't like in the States where you can't just show up like in someone's house and fucking harass them or something. They didn't have the same privacy laws in Japan at that time. I don't know if it's different now, but at that time, they were literally following him into the bathroom while he was pinching turd, and fucking tabloids are following him around and shit. Like, he was a superstar in Japan, and he still is, by the way. Sean Connery was he was not just an archetype of masculinity in the West. He was an archetype of masculinity in Japan. They loved him over there. So, he was really being harangued at the time. He hated making that movie.
It shows. It fucking shows. That's the one where I'm like, I'm as interested in watching it as he is on screen. That's what I always taken from it. I'm glad he got his, the fair shake with Diamonds Are Forever. Even though I hate that movie, did you hear the whole thing where he wanted basically he got his back pay and then he donated it all to some Irish, wherever. Sean Connery's Irish, or Scottish, right?
Scottish, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, towards the end, he was literally just working for charity. Like, he didn't need any more money. He made so much fucking money off of James Bond. It was insane. After he finally got paid, when they brought him back with what was the last one? Diamonds Are Forever.
Yep.
That he did. He had made so much money by that point. It was all gravy. You know what I mean? And he was starting to get other work outside of James Bond anyways and becoming a superstar in his own right. So he was high on the hog at that point. So yeah, I forget what all he did. I think didn't he establish his own bank or something in Scotland?
He might have. I just remember he was big into golf for a minute.
Yeah, I remember he's still a hero in Scotland because of all the investment that he made into the Scottish economy at that time. But yeah, towards the end there, he was pretty much just working for Scotland.
Proud man.
Yep, right?
Something happened. Did he die on last Halloween? Was that? I will look it up because something happened where I was so caught up in whatever was going on that Sean Connery's death wasn't even the biggest thing on my radar that time.
Yeah.
Last year fucking blew.
It did.
Yep, he died last Halloween. So something must have fucking happened last year that I was so, in the zone that I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to James Bond passing away.
Maybe half the world dying?
Probably.
Right.
Dude, when Roger Moore passed away, I'll never forget. I'm sitting there working on a video and I'm watching the news just in the corner of my eyes, like, James Bond is dead. And I went, what is this? And then they're like, Roger Moore passed away. And I just remember like staring at the TV with my mouth open, like, oh no, James Bond did die. I was so bummed. I probably, if my attention would have been focused like it was on his death for Sean Connery, I'd have been like, no, like when Stan Lee died, I was bummed out for like 5 days. I was like, shit, I never got to meet Stan Lee. Fuck.
Yeah, that sucked.
Yeah. Ethan tells a great story about Stan Lee. It's a really sad story, but he talks about how he met Stan Lee once and he's like, oh, Stan, it's great to meet you. Aren't all these people excited and stuff? He's like, they don't care about me. They just want to sell my autographs on eBay and shit. Like, he was not a happy camper towards the end.
Yeah, he was being taken advantage of. Totally. Absolutely.
Kevin Mize says, watching Dangerous Days making Blade Runner gave me an appreciation of how great Blade Runner truly is. Great documentary.
Another really good documentary to watch about Blade Runner from years before even the final cut had come out. Back before Blade Runner was really accepted as a great movie. People kind of forget, like, for a long time, Blade Runner was considered a genuinely bad movie. And then gradually the director's cut came out and people kind of softened on the movie. And then it became like a legendary film around the early to mid aughts or so. But there's a really good documentary from around that time called On the Edge of Blade Runner. I was like made for a BBC or something like that, but it's really good.
What's it called again? I'm writing this down.
On the Edge of Blade Runner. You can find it on YouTube, I think.
Oh, good. I will watch that as soon as I can then, because there you go, I saved it. I just love dude. I watched the making of Alien. Like I saw that 4 times before I ever saw Alien. If that makes, like, it's a weird thing to have watched so many times, but love documentaries. Love making of. I love the making of science fiction movies because they're so otherworldly. They deal with the other deeper concepts. You forget that you're watching a movie. When I watch Alien, Blade Runner, Star Wars, I live there, and it's cool. So they're
immersive as fuck. Yeah, and both of those things take inspiration from French comics, which are very similar in that they are very much into building an environment and a world. They're big, like metal. All 3 of the movies you just named are hugely inspired by the comic art of Mobius and Bilal and Metal Erlant and stuff like that.
Dude, you are speaking my language. I do comics too. I love that shit. I'm so tired of reading modern books because they're just not that entertaining.
If you read modern books, that's the thing. I'm talking about French comics. There's this kind of reject Western comics, embrace manga movement. I mean, if you love manga, more power to you. That's your thing. I'm not a fan of the manga style visually. And fortunately, the thing that pisses me off is when people lump in all Western comics together as if it's all shit. And the truth is, French comics, Franco-Belgian comics, for whatever reason, are still pretty based and a healthy, thriving industry as well. Per capita, very much on par with Japan, and always has been really since like the 70s. It's become a really big like boom industry for France. And the art is stunning. The stories are fantastic. They're making movies based off it. Death of Stalin is based off of a French comic, right? And there's been a number of them. That video game Black Sad is based off of a French comic. But it's a thriving industry, and it's not superheroes, sci-fi, fantasy, historical fiction, noir, detective stuff, crime stuff. Westerns are huge in French comics. So it's not a binary. You don't have to embrace the idiosyncratic art style of manga if you don't want to. If you're more a fan of Western art, which I am, like more anatomically correct art, then you can go find European comics, which are often translated into American. And you can absolutely have yourself a gay old time, because there's a great Western series called Undertaker that's delightfully politically incorrect. There's another great Western about a one-armed gunslinger named Bouncer. That one's written by Jodorowsky. Lots of great French comics out there. So if you love manga, go for it. But if you prefer Western art style and just wish your comics weren't paused fucking gender positive horse shit, then good God, go after French comic. It's called bande dessinée, and it's a whole thriving industry. It's a whole, that would be Undertaker right then. Right. Yeah.
What I'm finding is that the rest of the world understands universal themes and the approach and how to tell a story, and the Marvels and DCs don't. It sucks too, because they own all the flashy characters. What is the thing you showed in your video? It was a picture of Colossus hugging Kitty Pryde, and it was nothing but like 45 text bubbles across the page, and the drawing is an inch or two high. This is a visual medium, not a medium to be talked to or talked down to or taught by. Let's be honest too. A lot of these people that create, you used Jodorowsky as an example of the writer of one of these books, correct?
Yeah.
Think of the life experience and the creative experience that guy has had.
Yeah.
He's going to tell a better story. I'm a firm believer. It sounds weird and pretentious, but I took a trip. We drove across the country, saw a lot of cool shit that I never saw. put a lot of stuff in perspective. Life experience just makes better stories. Half of these Marvel and DC writers, well, mostly the Marvel ones, the milkshake girls and all the stuff that they used to talk about on these videos, they're out of college or they didn't go to college. They're interns still in college. Like, they're just people that have the worldview of a fucking frog. Like, they're down there, they know their land, they know their shit, and what they know is Twitter. They don't know fucking life experiences. You brought up Western comics, not Western, excuse me, like cowboy Western style comics from France. Mobius's Blueberry. That's a classic one that I know.
This,
like,
the Undertaker series is hugely inspired by Mobius. And actually, Mobius, before he died, I mentioned the Bouncer series. The illustrator on that is a guy named Book, Boucq. And Mobius actually name checked him as his current favorite comic artist, but right before he died. So the guy's stunning. He does stunning work. Same thing with Ralph Meyer, the guy who does the artwork for Undertaker. But it's next level. I know there are people who are like, but there's manga like Blame and fucking Berserk and whatever. Look at how much it's progressed. Yeah, and those artists are inspired by, a lot of them are inspired by European artists. They actually are. The French comic industry has been around for fucking ever, guys. So it's good stuff.
You kind of sold me when you said, are you tired of your limp dick American comics, but you want the Western art style? I'm open-minded to manga. I actually appreciate it and enjoy it quite a bit.
Yeah, like I said, if you like manga, go for it. I understand people digging it, but I'm just saying, if you like more true-to-life anatomy and you also like more of a pre-Raphaelite approach in your art, which I love, that's the way I draw myself, then France you're going to love it. You're going to love bande dessinée.
Have you watched the French TV series called, I'm going to butcher the words, like Talk, TAC space AUTAC? It's basically a French show where they would bring in the most famous comic artists of the day, and they would fly in like John Buscema, and they'd have him go up against Mobius, and they'd go up against, who's the other French guy that was real popular in the 70s?
Mézières?
There's one. Is there a guy with a P in his name? I'll look it up and I'll message you privately.
Philippe Droulet?
That's it. It's Droulet. That's the fucking guy. They would just get all these guys together in a room, have a French narrator. I didn't understand what the fuck was going on, but then you would hear the dialogue between the artists, and most of those guys could communicate, and they would just draw. They'd have a prompt. They got like Bern Hogarth in one of these.
And that's another thing I'm talking about with how big comics are in France. People have no idea. Every now and then I'll run into like a French fan or something, and they'll hit me with like, yeah, thank you for talking about it. Comics are huge here. You guys don't get, there's like 2-story comic stores in fucking Paris, like that are thriving, that are busy on any given, I mean, maybe not during this pandemic or whatever, but like, it's pretty nuts, actually. It's a thriving industry, much like manga in Japan. And actually, France are big fans of manga. This is why I'm not casting aspersions on manga here by saying this. France are one of the biggest consumers of manga in the world. So it's not like they're cutting themselves off from that influence. A lot of French comics are influenced by manga, just as a lot of manga is influenced by European artists, especially those from France. But it's a really cool industry that's kind of a rabbit hole that a lot of people haven't gone down. Hector Lopez asked, where can I find him in English? Undertaker, they have all of the Kindle versions on Amazon. They're pretty cheap, and they're translated into English. And a lot of the Glénat comics they've released hardcovers. That's another thing about the French industry. They were way ahead of the curve on graphic novels. They released them in volumes instead of single issues. So you get hardcover graphic novels once or twice a year instead of a monthly comic. And they were way the fuck ahead of the curve on that.
That's the best way to do it as a creator too.
Yeah, they're able to take time, right? And really do it right.
Well, you make these things, I make these things. It's the idea of doing it monthly. I couldn't imagine. Like, I understand I would just like send off the art to somebody else and they would complete the task. But I could not imagine like being able to keep your creative flow nonstop like that. Like, I've talked to Ethan about it. It's a job. You do it. Clearly he can, nonstop. But I couldn't, man. Like, just from the mental, like, because I like to live in some of this shit. Like I was doing a cover for something for an old book like last week that somebody asked me to do, and it's like I got lost living in the fucking bank that the people are running, and I'm like, all right, this bank, blah blah blah. Like I would hate to just have to rush through these things. Right. I think a lot of the art that you look at today feels that way.
Yeah, Mobius famously back in the day, I think you remember, we were talking about Stan Lee earlier. You remember the comics Stan Lee and Mobius did, Silver Surfer, Parable?
Yes.
Back in the 80s. Fucking brilliant comic. One of the best Silver Surfer comics ever. And there's some, if you get the later graphic novel adaptations of it, it has some bonus features in it. And Mobius talks about his process when he draws comics. And some people are like, I can do a page a day. Mobius was like, I'll do a panel a day. and so every panel is like a work of art. And if you look at his art, you can clearly see that he is taking his time on that shit. Which is why it looks so fucking brilliant.
Did you ever watch the BBC documentary they did about him?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Where he's interviewed himself and he says that he was a great artist. He missed out on life in general. Like a lot of stuff. He talked about like things he missed out on. I think he mentioned relationships or something like, and I always took that from him. Like, cause I, love comics, passionate doing it, but I never wanted to be like Mobius where I lost that. Like, I don't know if it's worth it to be that great and throw away or lose out on a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not the only one who said that. Did you ever see Gene Colan? May he rest in peace. He died a few years ago. Genius artist, right up there with the Jack Kirby's, in my opinion. Great artist from the classic days of Silver Age Marvel.
Oh God, yeah.
He was interviewed just a few short years before his death and said something to the effect of like, you make a career in this business, but comic artists live in a bubble. And so you kind of have to understand that you're going to miss birthdays. You're going to miss, you're at home, but you're not there. You know what I mean? Because you're working. You're always fucking working. Your ass is nailed to the chair. It's sad, but true, unfortunately. But he was really honest about that.
I respect that. His work, what I think hurt his work was the then current comic book creation process. Cause like what he puts on his page versus what we got on our page, Gene Colan, it wasn't like they just couldn't reproduce the artwork that well. And you get a lot of weird, murky pages and stuff like that.
Yeah. If you've ever seen Gene Colan's sketches, they're jaw dropping. He is one of the most incredible, like from a compositional and gesture standpoint, one of the most mind-blowing classic period comic artists. I think, in my opinion, right up there with Jack Kirby in terms of like his posing and his dynamics and having characters like body parts shooting right out of the page at you. He was more 3D in a lot of ways than Jack Kirby was. And that's what Jack Kirby was celebrated for, right?
Yeah.
See what I mean? Like right there. Perfect example. His action was unbelievable.
Yeah. Gene Colan has always been he's always stood out in a good way. Like I never picked up the titles because I wasn't alive back then, but you know what I mean? I never really read the titles that he was a staple on. I like Daredevil, but where I like Daredevil tends to be from different eras, not necessarily his era, or like he worked on Batman or he worked on Tomb of Dracula, stuff like that. But goddamn
his Tomb of Dracula has aged really well.
I have read more of that than I read other stuff. I've read the first issue of that for sure. I may have skimmed through tons of his other like Iron Man stuff because I don't really like Iron Man books. I don't like Iron Man comics, but I love his work.
Yeah. He was working right up until the end. I mean, he did a run on Daredevil in the 90s. He came back to the character in the fucking 90s.
I did not know that.
Yeah, crazy.
Daredevil is my third favorite Marvel character. I love him quite a bit, so
he's my number one favorite in all of comics.
What I enjoy about Daredevil, the street levelness like Spider-Man, but like some of the Catholic guilt that they write into his character.
Yeah.
Because I went to Catholic school. I relate to the shit that he is fighting out of, if that makes sense. Like some of the religious dogma that he's like, no, and trying to fight against, or some of the things he does, put his faith in. Not that I have the same faith-based issues or anything like that. It's just nice seeing a well-rounded character that has something in common with me. So I can always jump to like, all the time.
Well, and I like that it's not just portrayed as a negative. And that's why I'm so glad that Daredevil, the Netflix series, came out before all of this bullshit.
Yes.
Because they didn't portray his Catholicism as this horrible repressive thing. They actually displayed it as more or less a net positive. You know, him and the preacher guy got on really well. He was like a mentor, and that was really nice. I'm really glad they got in just under the wire. That third season of Daredevil was right as Donald Trump got in office, and so there was a little bit of cringe in there, just a cunt hair though, because it hadn't gone to full. It hadn't gone from like chunky to super chunk quite yet with the propaganda.
Yeah. Jessica Jones, though, that was a different beast the entire time.
The first season was okay. I liked the first season of Jessica Jones, but after that, what the fuck? I mean, you knew they didn't have anywhere to go. They killed off their best storyline in the first season. What the fuck are you supposed to do after that? And as it turns out, nothing.
The second season was terrible.
Oh,
I didn't like it that much. Or I hated it enough that I didn't go back and watch season 3. So, as I know, Jessica Jones could be dead in a ditch somewhere. Whatever, Jessica Jones.
Darn.
Yeah, darn. That's my sentiment. Now, you brought up Jack Kirby. Do you collect any of the Artisan Edition books from IDW? Or the Artist Series books, those big ones that are just the black and white art as they created it?
I have one of the original Eastman and Laird Ninja Turtles issues in that format. It's actually one of the issues of City at War.
Ooh.
Which fucking treasured possession. It's a little water damaged. I got a deal on it because it was water damaged at a comics shop. But yeah, I love it. It's beautiful.
Some of these versions where they like reprint the books like this, I don't actually even read the comics anymore. I'm so enamored by like the big artwork and all the little mistakes and the details and the changes. You could almost reprint some of these, like this Jack Kirby stuff. And this is the sign of a great comic artist, when you can tell the whole story without having to read it. Like if you know what's happening within reason, just visually, I sit here and go, wow, this is a story of this creature, this robot that creates a creature going at the Fantastic Four. Cool. Awesome. And it looks amazing.
Yeah, and that's also a strength that Gene Colan had too. All the really good Marvel and DC guys from that era were all really, really good at that. You know, like fucking Wally Wood was great at that. I mean, a lot of really good ones.
Who's your absolute favorite artist in comic books?
Mobius, hands down. Not
good
even
choice.
Close. But I like all those pre-Raphaelite guys. I like that there was a whole movement in the 70s centered around Michael Kaluta, who's one of my favorites ever, with Bernie Wrightson and
I do like him quite a bit.
And Barry Windsor Smith and all those guys who all kind of embraced that cross-hatched Art Nouveau pre-Raphaelite look. They all came from like horror comics, but they started doing pulpier stuff. Barry Windsor Smith was doing Conan at the same time that Michael Kaluta was doing The Shadow. And yeah, all that shit was great. P. Craig Russell, who did the Elric comics, he had that same kind of style. It almost looked like a stained glass window sometimes, the way that he composed his art. Fucking jaw-dropping. But yeah, I love all that stuff.
I've been gravitating towards older and older art. Like my favorite is John Romita Sr. What I've discovered is I really like comic book art created with a brush as opposed to liner pens or something like that. And it sounds like a weird coverall way to describe art, but there's like a warmth and something that tool creates. And so anybody that tends to work that way seems to catch my eye. A lot of the older guys just like, I have an iPad now and I have all these digital tools and I got like a brush tool, and it's so fun trying to replicate that look, because that to me is what a comic book should look like.
Yeah, my favorite tool to play around with when I'm doing art is a Pilot pen and ink. Just an inkwell. There's something about it. You get a tactile quality to it. I just love to sketch with it. You know, I love to just fuck around with different ideas. My favorite tools are pen and ink, and my favorite pen and ink tool is a pilot pen. It's just, you can get some shapes, and sometimes the ink will run down the front of the pilot pen and you'll think it's going to ruin it, and then you roll with it and turn it into a big black shadow or something, or maybe a bit of background or atmosphere or whatever. It's a fun tool in the same way that a brush is, but you have a little bit more control. That's how I tend to ink.
Inking has been not elusive, but the time-consuming nature of it. And plus, since you brought up about shapes, there were certain shapes that I could never figure out how to manipulate the inkwell style pen to get. So I had to develop, like, I don't know, I have to use the curve tools and this and that. But now that I'm starting to play with other things and able to get those shapes, like feathering with the pen doesn't suck. It's not impossible. It's not even hard to do, but I didn't like the motion. With a brush, I find I get like a more natural look on all my hair textures, and I like that thick, bold gestural line. It speaks to me.
It's very classic Silver Age comics looking. When you must, because there were a bunch of brush artists, probably because they had such strict deadlines, and brushes are quicker in a lot of cases, because you can get a lot of shadow in with minimal effort with a fucking brush. You know what I mean? It's way faster than with
I just learned that not too long ago. You probably, people that draw or do art have probably seen those ads for the True Grit supplies on Facebook. They're all over. They do, Procreate, Face, or Photoshop, all the different things. And their brush, man, I've learned that it helps speed up the process, because the weight distribution is a little different when you're, following a curve, as opposed to with the pen. You have to sometimes go over. I get one nice quick gesture and boom, it pops. I'm excited to experiment. I've always treated comic art as this like one approach. When I was younger, it was like, it looks like this, so it all has to be like this. But you bring up guys like Mobius. As I got older, I discovered them. And so thankfully, I've learned that comics are more than just whatever the generic Marvel style of the time is. And I know this was a long conversation, but I hope people want to take away and what we've talked about and go find more art, more comics, more, animation, if you will, too. Just anything graphic and visual. It's, I don't know, it's beautiful.
I mentioned French comics earlier. France has an anime industry.
Really?
Their own anime. Yeah, there's a few that you might even have heard of. Phantom 2040 from the 90s, the Phantom series, that was like,
that's how I was introduced to it.
Was it? Yeah, that was a French anime, essentially. Sinister, what is that called? Is it Sinister Six? No, it's not Sinister Six. What is the name of that? I'm blanking on what it's called. There was a Arsène Lupin series as well that was made in France. That's just, the animation on that is incredible. Aeon Flux is partially a French production. You'd be surprised. They don't make as much. It's nowhere near as big as the anime industry in Japan, but it does have this really interesting it mixes the detail of Japan with the fluidity of motion of American cartoons. And it's really interesting. So when you see it, you're like, oh, that's a European cartoon. That's not in America, and that's not in Japan. That is totally European. But yeah, I highly recommend that.
I didn't realize that Phantom 2040 was French. I grew up with that and had the game and everything. And I love the Phantom. Is he a pulp character or no?
He's from that era, and they eventually made prose novels of him. So in that sense, he's kind of pulpy. But no, he's technically a comic character. He just comes from that same era. So he's kind of got that same sensibility to him.
He's always been a favorite, even though that purple costume isn't, I don't know what it is about that fucking purple costume, especially with those trunks he wears with the stripes. It's an ugly suit, but I can't look away, man.
It's great. It's iconic. I love it. I've always loved the purple outfit. But in the interest of full disclosure, it wasn't originally supposed to be purple. It was gray, and then it was blue. They messed around with different colors. And then there was, of course, how complicated it was. The coloring processes at the time could be very expensive. So to save money, they would change it to different colors sometimes. But yeah, I don't think it was originally supposed to be purple. It was supposed to be like a blue or something like that.
Well, if they ever make it again, like another movie, hopefully they stick with the purple. I wouldn't want to make it like black or something like a 90s movie.
It would be cool to see a Phantom 2040 movie. You know, it'd be cool to see a cyberpunk live action Phantom, because that cartoon series is aged really well.
I'm gonna go back and so it's available on DVD, which is cool. I love animation in 4K or HD, whatever you can get 1080p. I don't know, even if I don't like it, I will watch anything animated in like super high definition. My eyes just want to drink it in. Now, we've gone super duper long, so I want to read the super chat so we can close out this nearly 4-hour show.
Okay.
Again, Razor, thank you for joining me tonight. It's so fun. Mary got scared and ran off. But no, she had some family stuff she had to take care of ahead of time. We call and it's cool. So I'm going to read these.
That's okay. Women should be seen and not heard.
How did you know my mantra? No, I was joking. Let's see. SH Rebels 08 says, I will take a message and a horse, please. So here we go. SH Rebels 08. You requested and you shall receive. Yeah, that's weird, but
that was
guy on our Dion's afraid of horses, so we made a button to scare him, and people love to send super chats to make us talk about it. And we also have this
message.
There you go. Love that movie. Thomas Fenton, thank you very much. Golden Anus, Octa-Anus, Skybums, Prostino Royale, the man with the golden buns, in Her Majesty's Secret Sphincter.
Nice.
Those are great. Taking screenshots. Thomas Fenton, you win listener of the day, dude. That was fucking funny. He also has said, me when I see weebs out in the wild. This is proof that microwaving the land of the rising sun twice wasn't enough. Somebody call Razorfist stat.
Right.
Valiant Renegade, thank you very much. Hey, all, good to see you, Jeff. The lovely Mary as always, and thank you, Razorfist, for the retweet on the Venom video. Much obliged and humbled. Great show, folks, but that goes without saying.
Godspeed.
Comic book Hut Army says, Razorfist, stop ducking Vosh. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't.
Thomas Fenton says to
the only thing Vosh is ducking is a fucking investigation into the ages of his girlfriends.
I don't even know who this person is.
Yeah, nobody does.
All right. Well, thank you, Comic Book Army. Thomas Fenton says, to each member of the podcast, which fandoms, to your knowledge, have the worst cosplay / costumes? List one of them each. Maybe give an example. I'll go first. Cosplays. The worst cosplay. Not to dunk on wrestling fans, but I've seen some pretty bad wrestling cosplay.
Oof.
On average. It's not meant to be cosplayed. But who else has bad cosplay? I can't even shit on manga fans or anime fans because some of these people look like the cartoon characters. They do this weird shit with they'll get the wigs that are the right color. They look like cartoon characters come to life. But I'm trying to think. Can you come up with any other fandoms that have terrible cosplay?
The grand champion of all time is fucking Harley Quinn. Jesus Christ. Get it away from me. Fuck. Every middling attractive whore on planet Earth is like, I'm going to go to a comic convention and dress like Harley Quinn, which basically just means dress like a crack whore in pigtails. The fuck. Miss me with that bullshit. It's always the shitty movie version of Harley Quinn, too, because they're not going to do the whole unitard thing. They're not going to put any actual effort. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ.
Take it off.
Harley Quinn post-insulin resistance. Shit.
Thank you, Thomas. Philabude says, Mary, I put 2 pics in the emu nest in Discord for you regarding kangaroos from last week. Also, your Saturday shooting star is still burning bright. Well, Philabude, I'm going to send this over to Mary. I will find out what this means, but thank you very much. Dr. Joseph Hader says, Mary, watch my movie, The Human Centipede. It's a triumph. It's a weird movie. Have you seen The Human Centipede?
No. If I want to see that many heads up asses, I'll turn on CNN.
You'll get a better shit show.
It's true. There
Infinite
is kind
Wonder.
of a Human Centipede tribute in. Have you ever played Silent Hill Homecoming?
I have not.
Yeah, it's an underrated game actually, but yeah, a little bit of a Human Centipede tribute in that game. One of the bosses is kind of a Human Centipede.
My buddy in college saw it first, The Human Centipede, and tried to sell. Oh shit! I looked it up. Oh, yeah, from Silent Hill. This thing's gross looking.
Yeah,
It does have a Human Centipede vibe though.
Yeah.
I was trying to find something that's going to show it, but I think like that's not a dick, is it? No, it's just gore. I was like, I don't want to get struck for something gross, but it is.
Whatever the phrase, that's not a dick, is it, is uttered, I find we're in deep water.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what I'm looking at here. Is that great art or bad art? I don't know. It makes me think. Right. There you go, folks. That's the thing. There's a bunch of people underneath it. Up next, we have our friend Infinite Wanderer says, talking games. Jeff, have you played Borderlands yet? Any of you heard of Torchlight? Torchlight 2 and Borderlands were defining games for me. Yes, I played through Borderlands 2, mostly through 3. I'm a fan of the franchise. Borderlands or Torchlight? Any opinion on those, Razor?
I've only played Borderlands. It's not my favorite. I mean, it's kind of it's a pick up and play kind of loot 'em up. It's fine. It's whatever. It's not one of my favorite games ever. I actually was more interested personally in the version of Borderlands that they were working on before they wound up with the cell shaded whatever, right? You remember when they advertised Borderlands in Game Informer or whatever, and it was totally different. It looked way more like Mad Max and whatever. And then at some point they threw that version in the trash and they wound up giving us whatever the fuck they gave us. And I was like, well, what the fuck? What happened to the first one? That actually looked kind of cool.
Oh, here's a picture of it right here. This is what Borderlands was supposed to look like according to history. Yeah, this looks way different than the Borderlands we're playing now.
Yeah, it was actually going to be a little more Mad Max-ish, as I understand it.
I do enjoy the weird humor and that weird, like, I don't know. It's what I really enjoy about it is that it's co-op and that I don't have to deal with online. It's like, I like co-op shooter games. Those are always fun for me. Let's see. Up next, we have our friend Doug Keller, who says, thank you, Razor, for getting me into Splinter Cell Pandora tomorrow.
Hell yes, it's my favorite Splinter Cell.
Rocket Insano says, I would love to see a game based on Steve Costigan sailing around the world, boxing randoms and solving mysteries by accident.
Nice.
I don't even know who Steve Costigan is, but now I'm going to look it up.
That's one of the lesser-known Robert E. Howard characters.
Oh, okay. So he's like fighting around the world. Cool. Got it. Darian217 says, oh, Buffalo Jeff. Oh, sorry.
No, I'll miss you, Mary.
Ugh. Yeah. Sends a chill down your spine. Andrew Clark, thank you very much. He says, dude, it started as a joke, and then I just like talked into the mic real close, and somebody's like, that doesn't sound right. And then I kept doing it. So that's the creation. Andrew Clark asks, what are your thoughts on Trump being new an MLP villain? Or being the new MLP villain? MLP. Oh, My Little Pony. Oh. I didn't know that he was a villain in My Little Pony. Did you?
I didn't know My Little Pony still existed.
Well, as of 4 days ago, now My Little Pony goes woke. Netflix's political movie shows the baddies as anti-science, as the progressive ponies. Oh, now the fucking thing put an ad block in front of me. Unite to message of unity and reform. That's real.
My Little Pony pushing reform. Reform of what?
I don't know. Jesus Christ. This is a real thing. And it stars Vanessa Hudgens.
It's Obama Netflix. What are you going to do?
You know, Netflix is a thing, a service that I question why I keep it. I don't really watch Netflix.
Yeah, I got rid of it a long time ago because I already got Daredevil on Blu-ray. so I don't need it. The only thing I like watching on there, it's like, fuck it. Amazon Prime has a better back catalog, like way better.
Agreed.
They actually have old like Netflix has this shit where if the movie was made before the year 1990, it doesn't exist.
I've noticed that they only put like the big catalog titles up, but
Yeah.
I've been a Netflix subscriber since 2010. It used to be much more, it had a universal appeal. Like you bring up the Amazon back catalog. I only have it because it's included with my Prime membership, but it is on average a pretty solid one.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love film noir. Type in film noir on there sometime. Their catalog is jaw-dropping. It's incredible. So that's a big reason why I had Amazon Prime. I wound up canceling it because Amazon is such an absolute shit show lately. But I'm still waiting for it to expire. So in the meantime, I've still got it. Because it's one of those services where you like buy it per year, you know? So I'm waiting for it to run out.
Not to get on a soapbox, but I have so many issues with Amazon. They keep, like today, I was supposed to get a Blu-ray that I pre-ordered months ago. We had trouble delivering it. A fucking Blu-ray. They deliver shit to me all the time. They lost I bought a giant white erase board so I could do, comic storyboarding on it, like a big fucking classroom size. Oh, we can't deliver it. We lost it. Fuck Amazon. Right. Like, they're going to...
Oh, man. I bought a birthday gift for my father. I got him a Stevie Wonder vinyl, right? Because Stevie's the fucking man. And I forget what album it was. And I order that and whatever. They send me the wrong album twice. The first time they send me My Morning Jacket. The second time they send me like the wrong Stevie Wonder album or some shit.
That's just like with the Xbox.
Oh my God. It is. Yeah. It's the curse of Amazon for me.
If they keep, I'm a patient man within reason, but if they keep fucking up any Blu-ray purchase or 4K purchase movie-wise from now on, I'm going to walk down to Best Buy. I'm lucky I live 10 minutes in walking distance from a Best Buy. They're going to get all my business. Amazon, the convenience isn't enough anymore. They got rid of their price match on so many different things. Jeff Bezos is Lex Luthor. He's a fucking villain. He's out in outer space doing dumb shit, not worried about his business.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big reason why I canceled it. It's just their political bullshit, their nonsense. Just not a fan of Amazon these days. So I had to kill my membership. As nice as 2-day shipping is, frankly, is it ever 2 days? Honestly,
hell no.
Half the time they extend it. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's total false fucking advertising at this point. But whatevs.
Yep. Mute Mapmaker says thoughts on Final Destination and Saw franchises. I like most of the Final Destinations for what they are. I don't like the Saw movies.
Yeah, I've only seen the first Final Destination, and I've never seen any of the Saw movies.
The newest Saw with Chris Rock, it's like a prequel or whatever. That was solid. And if you like gory deaths, watch Final Destination 2 because it has the death scene takes place on a highway. Dude, it is so gnarly. Anytime I see one of those big trucks carrying logs or lumber, excuse me, I always think of that scene. And so it's got some cool moments if you're looking for something gory. Dixon Sider says, tell Dion that I'm sorry they didn't have horse dongs at the convention. Did the flip fan did have a flip fan that said my favorite color is cock, decided not to. What the fuck? Dixon Sider, I would love for you to continue to troll Dion and the show, but there is no limit. Just send Dion whatever you want. Red Wolf Corp Revamp says, copyright stuff sucks, Razor. The Senjutsu review is one of my favorite vids on your channel. Please, more music album reviews, copyright permitting.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, I was pretty careful with that Iron Maiden review, but it's they'll copyright 2 seconds of a fucking song now. It's absurd. For the last couple of years, it's been since about early 2020, actually more like early 2019, they suddenly revamped their copyright so that, like, oh my God, a microscopic fucking subfraction of a song now they'll copyright claim. It can be 2-3 seconds. I beshit you not.
Bullshit. I put up, I was a part of Iconicon this summer over on Retro Blasting's channel, and I did a Beverly Hills Cop video about the Axel Foley toy that never got made. I put the sound effect from the heat is on, it recognized that because all I needed was because I had another video that transitioned into that. But literally the whoosh effect was enough.
Wow.
Oh, whatever, man.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
They're gonna copyright themselves out of existence. Yeah. Silent Bob 78 has a question for you. Hey, Razor, have you ever thought about resurrecting the Hate Bit podcast with Yellow Chaos and Alpha Omega Sin?
I was all about doing it. I wanted to do it with all four guys. I wanted a full-blown reunion of the Hate Bit podcast. I wanted Sainted Magnus on there too. And without getting into people's drama, I was all on board. Alpha was all on board. There was dramas that they didn't, some of the other people didn't want to work with each other. So it was like, it couldn't happen. That's their shit. You're going to have to ask them about that because I was fine with it. Alpha was cool with it, but some kind of bullshit with them. They didn't want to do it.
I didn't know you ever crossed over with Alpha Omega Sin. I love that dude.
Yeah, we did a weekly podcast for several years.
Oh shit. I think he took a hiatus at one point for a minute a couple years back, and I think that's when there was a point where I watched literally everything he was putting out every second. I think it's just like a life thing. It wasn't even a big issue. And I still watch, but now as a YouTuber myself, I don't watch much of anything these days, but I want to catch up with that guy. He was fun.
He's a great dude, but I think he just got wrapped up in his job and raising his kid and all that stuff, real life.
That's what I assumed. It was like a family thing. Like he was just busy. And so you can't get mad at somebody on the internet for not making a video or anything like that. There's no.
That's weird to think of like that, though. I'm getting mad about it.
Oh, dude, that comment wasn't me being normal. That was me like, yo, sometimes you can't be weird about videos. We deal with a lot of weird shit, but at the end of the day, we're also very fortunate. So, but I'm going to check out your some of the back episodes. I didn't know you were ever on a podcast. So cool.
No, it was a lot of fun, and Silent Rob was on there too, and Guru Larry was on there. Johnny Millennium, Happy Console Gamer, did it a few times. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Oh, Larry Bundy Jr. Okay, that guy comments on a bunch of my videos, or used to always comment on my videos, and because he was a check mark, I would get a special notification when he commented. So cool. Yeah. It's a small world after all. Scarfy the Strange says Shang-Chi, first Asian action star film based on a comic inspired by an Asian action star. Makes sense, Hollywood. Wholly original idea, Shang-Chi, I tell you what.
Well, the cool thing about Shang-Chi is the shit they can't do. The cool shit about the comic is he spun off from Fu Manchu. So they're not going to do that, number one, because racism. And number two, they're not going to do it because they don't own the rights to Fu Manchu. So they can't do that. So they had to insert the Mandarin in there, like awkwardly wedge him into the origin. And so that's one of the reasons the movie's not really Shang-Chi.
It's the only Marvel movie where our hero wears sneakers the whole time. It's a great super suit, right? Doug Keller, thank you. He says, I've always been of the opinion that For Your Eyes Only would have been better as a Dalton movie.
Ooh. Maybe, but I wouldn't have wanted to remove Roger Moore before A View to a Kill, because that would have been a terrible Timothy Dalton movie.
It's like that sandwich comparison I made earlier. I really love For Your Eyes Only. I really, really enjoy A View to a Kill. Fuck Octopussy. But I couldn't go with that one, Doug. I like For Your Eyes Only the way it is. Even the fucking Bill Conti disco soundtrack. It's so dated, but it's so good.
It is.
I know I'm harsh on Roger Moore, but
when I re-encountered that film, I found a new appreciation for it. I still don't. It's not my favorite Roger Moore Bond movie still, but I appreciate it a lot more.
Dr. Coffin Nails, thank you very much. I've said it before, but normies will never get multiverse stuff. That has to be inculcated into you by years of comic book reading.
Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of the fucking multiverse anyway. I think any more multiverses are just excuses for lazy writing or retconning shit that's unpopular that you should have known was going to be unpopular before you do it, before you did it, rather. I mean, nowadays it's literally giving people license to just shit all over modern characters with like race swaps and reimaginings and shit. Oh, it's a multiverse. Don't get mad. No, you know what? How about fuck you, asshole? I am going to get mad. The multiverse is bullshit. It's an editorial conceit, and it's just a great big bit of whiteout that you put over shitty fucking mistakes.
Amen. Dude, we are about to enter the phase of, we could call it whose line is it anyway, because the films won't matter anymore. They have Loki, they have fucking written a check that they can cash in perpetuity. What is it? We can do anything we want, and we can fucking write ourselves out of it multiverse style until they kill the multiverse, which is, I guess, what they're trying to set up. Maybe like, oh, a multiverse, and now it's just one universe, and now we can make even more movies. I can understand that, but I'm with you. I hate, like, Crisis on Infinite Earths is a great book. I love it. Marv Wolfman and George Perez are great. I don't like the concept of 10 Supermen or 5 Spider-Mans or whatever. It's fucking lazy.
Well, it's why, I mean, one of the other problems that multiverses start is you wind up with these big events where you have to fix multiverse related problems, because now you got all these different fucking Batmans and Supermans and whatever the fucks, and you have to somehow consolidate that into a rational, coherent whole. And then you wind up with shit like Infinite Crisis, which I think is an absolute turd. And it was a turd precisely because, and Dan DiDio admitted this later, he only made Infinite Crisis because we had to fix the mistakes we made with the previous events. Like, we had to fix editorial problems. That is no reason to write a story. You should not write a story unless you're inspired to write a fucking story.
Nobody's inspired anymore, but they don't care. They make more money off their merchandise than they do their books. Scarfy the Strange says, if Daniel Craig follows the Pierce Brosnan path, we might get him singing badly at the woke reboot of A Fairy Tale. Is that the Cinderella you're talking about? Because I was never.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Oh, I never saw Mamma Mia, so I'm not going to watch this one, but God damn it, Pierce. Rokutera says, thank you for your videos, Razor. I've been defending MJ for years now, starting many arguments with my family and strangers alike.
The deeper you look into the allegations, the more it fucking stinks. I mean, it literally doesn't hold up to even the most cursory scrutiny, and it's kind of amazing that the media was able to turn a blind eye to the obvious problems that the allegations had for so many years.
Dude, the media... Every time somebody complains to me about something in the world, it could be some of this pandemic shit or how people act politically, and they try to figure out, you know what I say is, blame the media, the news, they created this. This is the world we live in, is created by the stupidity and the lies that TV got people to believe and operate under. That's what I always talk about. Like, why do people hate this and that? Well, for decades we've been told this on TV, so of course they're going to think this way. It's all fucking manipulation. But I'll put my tin hat back on. Like, I'll leave it at that.
And remember to buy Super Male Vitality.
Yeah. Well, it won't turn the frogs gay, right? That's Alex Jones' catchphrase.
Yeah.
I'm glad you used the retarded line earlier. I'm gonna fucking play that clip later. I love that. Now, Vessel of Amala, I'm glad you brought this up. I saw when you sent the super chat earlier. I wanted to wait, but how do you guys feel about Gabe Logan and the Siphon Filter series?
I love Siphon Filter personally. It's not like the deepest stealth espionage game ever, but it's a lot of fun.
I would buy a PS5 tomorrow if they put Siphon Filter out on it. I love Siphon
unfortunately, they never will because they don't make stealth games anymore, unfortunately.
Every fucking place, every event, every launch, I'm hoping we got a remake of Medieval. Why couldn't we get a remake of Siphon Filter? And if they do it, you got to have the taser that makes you catch fire. That is the best game weapon ever. Overkill 161 says, regardless of the next Bond, how about a movie where Brosnan and Dalton play rival villains in the next movie, vying to build the most moon lasers? I'd buy it.
Yes,
for $1. Vessel of Amala, again, thank you. When will everyone appreciate the majesty of the Atari Jaguar controller? You can play games and dial your favorite pizza place at the same time.
Yes. Oh, man, I love the Atari Jaguar, unironically, and fuck you all.
I never owned an Atari system in my entire life.
Yeah, it was a cool little console actually, and there was one or two really good games on it actually. Poor
It's
thing.
always
I
been
remember
odd.
going to KB Toys, and they had an Atari Jaguar display, the loneliest Atari Jaguar display in history. It was sad. This fucking if a console could have a forlorn, depressive look, this fucking thing would have had it. It was off in a corner, buried next to some toys. Nobody was playing with it. I was like, "Holy shit, this thing's amazing! Why isn't anyone playing it?" Great.
KB Toys, man, was always like I call it the preview toy store, because we would go to KB's, I'd look at all the stuff I wanted to get, and then we'd go across the street and buy it at Toys R Us because it was cheaper. Always how I did it.
I found KB Toys had a better selection on certain stuff. Their Star Wars selection, and I'm talking the classic Power of the Force Star Wars toys and shit, was like fucking bar none. They had everything. And they stayed pretty well up with like current movie lines and shit. I remember when Independence Day came out, they went ham on the Independence Day toys back in the day.
You're right, because in hindsight, KB Toys is the only store I ever saw Independence Day, Blade, or Men in Black toys sold.
Yeah. And I got, if I remember correctly, I bought WrestleMania 2000 for the N64 at a KB Toys.
Ooh.
Yeah, they weren't bad on the video games.
No, they were pretty fair priced. Like, I think the MSRP, they only went maybe $1 or $2 over, if that at all.
Yeah, they were not bad. I miss KB a lot.
I did too. When I got a little older, I went to KB Toys closed when I was a senior in high school. So I didn't have much time, but I went there when I had a car. It was fun. Spider-Man 3, that was the last piece of anything I bought from a KB Toys. I bought like a figure from the movie.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it was around 2007-ish or something that they went out of business. I had one directly across the street my entire childhood, which was pretty cool.
It always had the better displays and the fucking chirping dog that did the backflip to catch your attention. All the KBs around me had those, like, it was like a corral of those little battery operated toys that moved around and would hit the wall and bounce back. I never understood the appeal, but hey, it worked. Jim Sterling in a Mankini asks, "Hey Razor, you mentioned The Crow. Have you seen Dark City? It's by the same director, and I would describe it as the closest thing we'll get to a good BioShock movie. Also, the film The Matrix copied."
Yeah, big time copied it. That's one of my favorite movies. Good. I mean, you could argue it's a cyberpunk movie. It's kind of a cyberpunk film, but it's also a bit of a noir, kind of an undefinable genre, but a great sci-fi film regardless. I love Dark City.
I remember going to Media Play with my cousin to pick it up on DVD. God, was it 98 when that came out? But I know they say about it being an influence on The Matrix, but didn't it? Okay, it came out February of 98. They had to have been in production, at least somewhat, on The Matrix at that point.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. But Matrix wasn't the biggest movie, and probably had a fairly quick production time. Keep in mind, because it wasn't like this big, well-funded. I mean, it had fucking Keanu in it at a time when Keanu wasn't shit. So it wasn't that big a deal, actually. Lawrence Fishburne wasn't shit. Keanu wasn't shit at that time. Carrie-Anne Moss wasn't shit. So it was kind of a lower budget movie, if you remember. It was kind of a surprise hit. Remember that? Like, Matrix kind of came out of nowhere when it hit. So I don't know. Depending on the lead-in time, who knows?
I'm looking at I'm going to do this on my own time, but I have a full fucking visual comparison of each movie 1-to-1. That'd be a fun. You know what? Maybe I'll make a video the closer that we get to The Matrix. That might be fun.
Yeah. And if you can, watch the director's cut of Dark City. It's way better than the theatrical cut.
I try to go director's cut on most things. Blade Runner, I do the final cut because that's what I have. I have that box set with all of them. Is Blade Runner on 4K anywhere?
They just came out with it in like November of last year. Yeah, I got it on Blu-ray. It's great.
Because I want to watch that movie like with the best picture quality ever. That opening shot where the lady's on TV, or not TV, but the Asian lady on the Coke ad in the beginning where the car flies by and all that shit. I just want to watch that in the highest resolution possible.
It's one of the few. I mean, it's been called the last great analog effects movie for a reason. Every shot of that fucking movie holds up. It's crazy. It's seamless with the effects, and it's entirely because they just took their time on it. You know what I mean? They made sure they got it right. And Ridley Scott is such a stickler for detail. They would reshoot and retake shit as many times as they needed to get it right. And consequently, every single shot in that movie is like a postcard from the future.
I know this sounds regressive, but I wish Star Wars got the same treatment as Blade Runner. Like, just the way it got all the edits and shit. It's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, well, you don't consider the special edition to be the definitive version of Star Wars?
I'm in the weird camp of, while I grew up on the original Star Wars, I rented that movie constantly. I didn't get my own copy of Star Wars until the trilogy special edition came out. So for years, that's all I was watching because I was little. 98 is when it came out on tape. So I'm watching that one nonstop as a kid. As an adult, I know all the differences, but my brain sometimes, if I'm watching Star Wars like an original cut, I go, the Millennium Falcon would take off from this angle, or this shot's different. So I'm broken, if that makes sense.
Right. I jumped in just a hair before that. I got in, I rented, just like you, I rented it like a motherfucker from Blockbuster. And then I watched them so often, my parents were finally like, all right, look, we're going to fucking just get you the damn trilogy on VHS. So I was lucky enough to get in right under the wire with the One Last Time trilogy. That was the original fucking version with the interviews with George Lucas at the beginning. And so that's the last real version of the original Star Wars before they started fucking with it. So I was lucky in that sense.
I really wish I would have been a douchier kid and complained to my mom. No, Mom, I want Star Wars now. Because my whole life would be different. I can pass certain special edition changes off. God damn it. I'm that guy.
Oh, I don't mind the special edition. When they released the movies on DVD and they had the special edition with a few extra changes, I didn't mind that, except for one or two things I thought were kind of stupid. But they're still fine. I'm not all that persnickety about it, as much as I love Star Wars, and I love Star Wars. When I was about 10 years old, I painted one entire room of my wall a Star Wars X-Wing battle that glows in the dark.
Oh, shit.
I like Star Wars a little bit, but
just a smidge.
Yeah, just a bit, but not so much anymore.
No, I'm looking at a TIE fighter that somebody sent me, brand new in the box, like a newer one. It's not a vintage one. And I was so excited to open it up. And now I'm just like, yeah, it's still Disney Star Wars underneath it all. So it sits there. Sorry. Scarfy the Strange says, speaking of Connery, did you guys watch Zardoz? Ugh, I have. Have you?
Does anyone truly watch Zardoz, or do they watch his fucking giant moose knuckle the entire movie? Yeah, let's be real. Connery. Let's be honest with ourselves here.
We will be. I'm going to pull up a picture right now for the audience to get a mental image. I'll get do I want the famous image? No, we'll get a different image. Here we go. Here he is with is this a lady? Yeah, I knew that lady. Anyway, here's a picture of Sean Connery and Zardoz. I don't understand what they were doing, what they were thinking, but there we go. I think it's Charlotte Rampling is that actress.
Yeah. Oh my God. God in heaven. That's incredible.
Yeah. It's something.
I like how he's too half-assed to put cartridges in the rest of the belt. I fucking love that. What the fuck? Why would you even have the bullet belt go along your entire sternum if you were going to be too lazy to put fucking bullets in it? Apparently it was that low budget. They couldn't even afford the ammunition.
This movie is, I've seen it. It's terrible. God, I hate this fucking movie. The gun is good. The penis is evil. What the fuck? Up next, we have our friend Shogun Ordo who says, anyone ever heard of
Hold on, before we move on from there, what is that cyberpunk movie that Connery was in the early 80s? It's actually really underrated.
Let me look that up. I've never heard of it.
Trying to remember what the name of that was. Is it Outland?
Let's look.
Yes, it's
okay.
Outland.
Sean Connery, Outland. Okay.
Fucking underrated movie. Under-ass rated.
He looks cool in this movie.
Yeah, it's cool. He's in space on this, like, what is he on a space station or on another planet? He's kind of a enforcer on the planet or a bounty hunter or something, and he uncovers like a space drug smuggling ring. It's badass.
There it is, folks. I want to check it out now.
It's a good movie. Nice little forgotten Sean Connery film.
Well, after I get through all my horror movies this October, I'll jump into this stuff. Between this and mob movies, I got a busy November, folks. Now, have you ever heard of Meta Barons? Asks Shogun Orta.
Yeah, I was going to recommend it earlier. It was a Jodorowsky comic and also a bande dessinée.
Let's see. I'm writing this down.
Artwork by the late Juan Jimenez.
It looks awesome. Wow.
Yeah, it had a little creative involvement from Mobius too, as I understand.
Oh, now I'm excited to check this shit out. See, I gotta be careful though, because I'm one of those people that I'm an artist that sees something cool and I'm like, ooh, I want to learn how to do that too. And I'm in the process of working on something, so I can't get deep into something new because I want to try it out right away. You ever have that happen?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I when I was finishing my last novel, which I finished like late last year, I kept being recommended after my first book came out. Everyone was like comparing it to Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser, sword and sorcery series starring two thieves. And so they kept recommending it to me, and it looked so badass. The covers looked great. The stories sounded awesome. I had never read it before, and I had to resist the urge because I knew that if I read it, I'd be influenced by it while I was writing. There'd be no way to avoid it. I made that mistake once before. So not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Now, you mentioned working with Vince Russo, correct?
Yeah.
That's cool as shit. How did you make that happen? Like, how'd you reach out to him? Just through the internet or what?
He had just started his website or something. I've always been a Vince Russo fan and a Vince Russo defender. I think he's the guy that the industry dumps on to excuse their own fucking failures. When in actuality, he's a guy they should be thanking because he presided over the highest ratings in the history of professional wrestling. And he was the last time there was even borderline coherent writing in wrestling. You know, no one's going to bat 1,000. He had bad ideas as well as good ideas, and he'll be the first one to admit that. But I think in general, like, he's one of the most important figures in the history of pro wrestling. So he was just starting his website. This is before he was doing Russo's brand. It was called Pyro and Ballyhoo. So I got in right on the ground floor, and he was taking submissions for shows. And I was like, well, what the fuck? I'll do this. So I shot him a submission. It was a rant I had done about how Jim Cornette is a fucking cunt. And he grabbed it. Yeah, I figured.
I wonder why.
Yeah, no, it's a video I did called Vince Russo Did Not Kill Owen Hart. It was actually originally done for the Hate Bit podcast, incidentally. But it's Jim Cornette always blames Vince Russo for fucking Owen Hart dying. And it's like, what the?
Yeah.
Because he was a writer who wrote a stunt into an action show. Are you fucking shitting me? Like, we're talking about The Crow and action movies when fucking Brandon Lee died on the set of The Crow. Did the investigators fucking hunt down the writer? Oh shit, you fucking killed Brandon Lee. No, because he wrote a fucking action scene into an action show or an action movie. So what the fuck? Why the fuck would you blame Vince Russo for writing a stunt into a show that's literally filled with hundreds of fucking stunts? Fucking
exactly.
Morons. Not to mention that Owen Hart had done it once before. Absolute horseshit.
See, I was going to ask, when you brought up the whole thing about Vince Russo's perception, I wonder how much of that, from the fans' point, comes from Cornette constantly.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Like, I think it has a lot to do with two things. Number one, Dave Meltzer is the big reporter in wrestling. One of his main sources during the 90s was who? Jim Cornette. Jim Cornette has come out and admitted recently that he was one of the main sources for Meltzer's news in the 90s. So when you get news from people behind the scenes, you have to understand you're getting news from someone with an agenda, someone who wants to spin it in their favor. So Jim Cornette obviously hated Vince Russo at that time. So what kind of news was getting reported by Meltzer? A bunch of negative anti-Vince Russo news. So the combination of that and then Cornette being one of the first guys to do shoot interviews and just unremittingly dumping all over Vince Russo because he lost his job because of him, because he was supposed to be the writer. Cornette was supposed to be the writer. And then when Vince Russo came along, he got fired and replaced with him. So he's been bitter about it ever since that time. So
Dude,
yeah, like I think that really is what it owes to.
If Jim Cornette was writing wrestling, it would be the most boring 1970s, 80s. If he talks about fucking Baby Doll and this shit, like I try to listen to the Jim Cornette podcast because I like his anger, and sometimes he shits on people that I just like.
Oh man, he's one of the most talented fucking geniuses in wrestling, and I actually disagree, believe it or not. I think if he were booking wrestling, it would be plenty good, and I know that because he booked Ohio Valley Wrestling, and I loved it. His booking on Ohio Valley Wrestling was fucking great, but you know, he is very stuck in his ways, and I definitely don't think we would have had the explosion in popularity of the Attitude Era if Jim Cornette had been booking. I really, really don't, because that was down to Vince Russo.
Yeah, and the Attitude Era is still looked back upon as one of the best, not just financially, but some great memorable wrestling moments come out of that. I'm of the weird mind. I really don't have issues with Vince Russo and the WWF, but his WCW work, I've watched that. I can't try to go, well, everything was fine there. No, WCW was a shit show.
I think some of it has aged better than people give it credit for. You have to understand something about his run in WCW. Vince Russo booked WCW for 3 months by himself. That was it. From October of 99 to January of 2000. That's the only period he and Ed Ferrara booked by themselves with complete creative control. Everything after that is a booking committee that he was a part of, but wasn't the head of and didn't have absolute authority over. And so David Arquette winning the world title, that's a fucking committee. That's not Vince Russo. Fucking, you know, Judy Bagwell on a pole, Viagra on a pole, all that fucking shit that he gets blamed for. That's all a committee. And it's a committee of people that all the wrestling marks who hate Vince Russo fucking praise. It's people like Kevin Sullivan and fucking JJ Dillon and all the people whose knobs they slobber all over to this very fucking day. Right. There were a bunch of people on that booking committee. So, you know, is Vince Russo a part of that? Yeah, sure. But to blame him exclusively for it, I think is horseshit. He was undermined. It was, you know, that was politics. And the truth is, during the 3-month period that he was booking by himself, the ratings actually did improve. And if you look back on those 3 months of material, it's actually some of the better stuff from his WCW run, in my opinion, anyways.
So you said October to January 2000?
Yeah, October. Yeah, it was like October, November of 99 to January of 2000 is when he stopped booking.
Well, I'll check it out because it should be on Peacock still, right? They didn't take that part of the network down.
Who fucking knows?
Yeah, I hate it.
When the reason I say that is when I was watching, you remember how it was back in the day. Wrestling was so popular. You know, you would watch Raw and record WCW because they were both good. You know what I mean? But you would have to pick one. So I had been watching Raw and recording WCW, and then I would watch WCW later. And for a while, I didn't know Vince Russo's name. I didn't even know he was the guy who had been writing the show. And I just noticed that the quality of WWF suddenly dropped the fuck off. And I noticed at the same time that WCW got a bit better. And I briefly, in late 99, early 2000, without knowing that Vince Russo had moved, started watching WCW and recording Raw. And then it kind of fell off again. But I didn't know what had gone on there. Years later, I found out, oh, Vince Russo came in and he had left WWF suddenly. I didn't even know that. So, yeah, I think people dump on him unfairly. I'm not saying he's perfect in everything, but I find he's a guy who deserves way more credit than he gets, and he deserves way less abuse than he gets.
Wrestling during his contribution is the best.
Yeah.
But I will say one thing. That era that you're talking about when he left, that's what I consider this weird spark in the WWF where they like stopped being the Crash TV from Vince Russo but didn't cut back on whatever they were trying to be, the trashiness, and found like some compelling stories and some decent stuff. I was into the whole, The Rock's my favorite. So anything he was involved with in the 90s, early 2000s was always fun to me. But you had some decent views. I like the Triple H Stephanie marriage angle. That's a good one to me because it mirrored real life. Like, folks, if you don't know what I'm talking about, in the show, Stephanie gets kidnapped by Triple H and he marries her against his will to get control of the company. Guess what happened in real life? They got married. He's got control of the company. Like,
yeah, that's true.
Totally,
but that all happened right before Vince Russo left. What really was after he had left was more the McMahon Helmsley faction, the whole where they were running the company and whatever. And the reason why I have an issue with that is it was like when Russo was booking, everyone had a storyline. Everyone. You could just follow fucking Al Snow and be totally satisfied because he'd always have something to do. You know what I mean? But once Russo left, man, I remember how many fucking episodes did you go backstage and they had the skeegy leather couch of doom. Remember this? And they'd be sitting there. Triple H would be sitting next to Stephanie McMahon's dumpy ass. And every wrestler would shuffle in and they'd be told what their match is. And this is a backstage segment. They're not getting a storyline. Nothing's getting forwarded. In fact, storylines were dropped overnight. It was this guy would shuffle in and Triple H and Stephanie would torment them and give them their match. It was the laziest fucking writing ever. I hated that shit. And my only problem really with 2000 was if you were following The Rock, and I was a big fan of The Rock too, but like my problem was he never went over. He got shit on for most of 2000. If you look at the pay-per-view main events, he lost like every time. He never went over. And the problem with that is after a while, you stop respecting the babyface because The Rock would talk trash every single episode of Raw and SmackDown. And he, cut some wicked promo, just bury Triple H. And then they'd go to the pay-per-view after The Rock guarantees he's going to walk out, with the title or whatever. And then The Rock would get his shit pushed in. And it was after a while, I stopped taking The Rock seriously because he'd talk all kinds of trash and then he'd fucking lose like a bitch. It's like,
I always joke as a kid, as a kid, you learn what it's like to cheer for somebody that doesn't always win. That's why I hate John Cena and Roman Reigns, all these fucking guys. It's just nonstop. But I will counter that. I liked that he always was chasing the belt as a kid. And when the McMahon Helmsley faction started, here's my bias. The reason I like it, and we'll go back and watch it, first off, it is what I got introduced to with the WWF, or how I was introduced to the WWF as a full-time fan. But the McMahon Helmsley faction all really exists to give The Rock something to do. And I always look at how the feuds end versus how, they go. Rock ends up on top, wins the title twice. And really, Triple H can be considered the best wrestler of 2000, but he was never the star of the show. And it felt like it. You went and you watched The Rock, you got cool promos. In the matches, I'd say he probably lost, 60%, 140?
Yeah, it was, I forget, once I was having an argument with someone and I actually went through all the Rock Triple H main events throughout 2000, which was a shitload of them. And I forget, it was like all but like two of them Triple H won. Like it was
Triple H should not have won at WrestleMania.
Yeah, it was nuts. And it was a total Triple H glory fest. He was totally playing his political card. And the fans were gradually tuning out over the course of 2000. And I think that was a reason why. I remember, do you like Ivory, the old female wrestler?
Yeah, Ivory's one of my favorites.
Dude, she's great. I loved her in Right to Censor. I was watching an interview with her. She's great in an interview, by the way. And she was talking about how they had a backstage joke where every time Triple H started cutting a promo, they'd be like, they'd have a running gag backstage where they're like, oh, look, Triple H is cutting a promo. I think I'll vacuum my house. Oh, look, Triple H is cutting a promo. I think I'll wash my hair. Oh, Triple H.
Dude, one of my favorite Rock promos is, I'm the game, which means I'm going to talk for 20 minutes. Like his promos every fucking week.
That was great. I love that promo. But the problem with that was there was no payoff. That was my big issue with it. ultimately, didn't Triple H get hurt at the end of 2000? And I think that's why finally he went away.
No, the way the feud shook down is The Rock got screwed at WrestleMania, beat Triple H at Backlash, got screwed one more time at Judgment Day in that great Iron Man match, and then beats Triple H for the title. And then they don't really fight again one-on-one until the year 2002. And then The Rock would hold the belt for about 5 months. No, 4. He would lose to Kurt Angle. Triple H wouldn't be world champion again until he was literally handed the belt by Eric Bischoff. And that's why I don't respect the character Triple H, because he's the only wrestler I remember, at least since I've been a fan, who was handed the world title and said, here you go, you're our champion on live television. What kind of Tom Brady bullshit is that? That's not
right,
cool.
right. Or when the most disrespectful moment, in my opinion, most disgusting for fucking of Triple H's career is that Booker T burial.
Fuck that shit.
WrestleMania that year. What the fuck was that? This dude, he should have been, I mean, he was already a 5-time world champion. He was over like a motherfucker. Like, could not have been more over. Could not have been more ready to be world champion. And Triple H not only beats him, he like shits on him as he beats him. Fucking, what did he like pedigree him? And then he waits like 5 minutes to cover him and wins.
That's the part I was about to bring up. The fucking fact that he took the pedigree and just waited and waited and waited. I don't buy. Now, Booker T is a champ. I would never, he's not the guy that run his mouth and talk shit about Triple H publicly. Booker T, my friend Phil has met Booker T on countless occasions and speaks very highly of Booker T's character. Triple H, I have a different opinion of him. But for fuck's sake, if anyone tries to tell me, Bruce Pritchard, I love that podcast, but I ain't going to listen to Bruce Pritchard make another excuse over this fucking feud. Folks, Triple H, I never call racism on this shit. Triple H goes to the ring. I don't lose to people like you. Go dance
like, straight up a racist promo.
Money at the fucking guy.
Dude, and the legit kind of racism, like literally like you need to stay in the kitchen, fucking like borderline Lil Abner shit going on. And
hard to watch.
He cuts several racist promos against Triple H, against Booker T rather. And then the racist wins. It's like the moral of the story, children, is racism will make you the world champion. Fucking genius. Yep. Wow.
And, dude, to add salt into that wound, do you remember who Booker T beat and how he got that world title match?
Oh, I can't remember. Was it Ric Flair?
He beat The Rock.
Oh, that's right.
Booker. It was a battle royal, and it was down to The Rock and Booker T, and everyone. The Rock was a heel. I was still watching and still cheering for some fucking reason, even though I hated Hollywood Rock. And I was like, cool, The Rock's going to WrestleMania. He'll fight Triple H. He'll finally beat Triple H because, Hollywood Rock had just beat Hulk Hogan again. So I'm like, I don't give a shit as long as The Rock wins. And Booker T wins. And I go, okay, cool. I love Booker T. Booker T is a top 10 favorite wrestler. And for fuck's sake, man, that is hard to watch from a fan perspective, from a person perspective, from a human perspective. Fuck you, Triple H. Fuck you. I hate you so much as a wrestler.
Oh man, it was bullshit. That has got to be the lowest ebb of the Triple H glory fest. Like he might as well just drop trow and beat off on camera.
Yeah, and the fucking PR shit that Triple H pulls today in the media when he tries to condemn things of the past or this or that. I'm like, dude, you are the worst offender of all the shit. If anybody opened their mouth and told how you fucking were, your dumbass would be canceled. All the hijinks with Shawn Michaels and all that dumb crap. I would love to be able to time travel to the fucking locker room in 1998 of the WWF and just be invisible and follow him around and know all the bullshit he politicked his way into.
Fuck him. Totally. And it's funny too, because you'll control the fucking narrative. He'll control the fucking narrative. Like, how many times do we have to hear the sob story about how Triple H was part of the curtain call at Madison Square Garden, and then he got dumped on, and he was punished, and fucking, man, I'm like obsessed with Goldust. He's like one of my favorite wrestlers ever. And, fucking Goldust was Intercontinental Champion for most of 96, right? And
Shit, I
I'm
didn't
watching,
know.
I'm watching through all the In Your Houses because Goldust is on all of them. And I watched the match he was in Your House where he's like in the pig pen match, Triple H, and they always play that in the fucking revisionist WWE documentaries to talk about how he was shit on. Dude, he like loses the Intercontinental title 1 month. The next month he has the pig pen match. The next month he beats fucking Mark Marrow or somebody for the fucking Intercontinental title. Boy, he got shit on for fucking 1 month. The fuck? They make it sound like he was fucking Jesus Christ crucified for a goddamn year. He gets punished for like 1 month at one goddamn pay-per-view, and he's still bitching about it to this day. He's still crying about Ultimate Warrior no-selling his pedigree at fucking WrestleMania, which, by the way, is the funniest fucking thing ever. I fucking touch myself and watch that shit. Fucking brilliant.
You know what it reminds me of, dude? Well, do you remember the not backlash, excuse me, Fully Loaded 1999? The Rock fought Triple H in a strap match. Have you seen that one?
Vaguely.
Well, the match is neither here nor there, but the promo at the beginning is maybe my favorite Rock promo because it starts out, "Oh, Triple H, you're crying, you whined for 5 years, you held me down, because you wanted to say goodbye to your friends, but the only reason they held you down is because you absolutely suck." Like, right. I loved that era of like taking a real moment and fucking slapping the guy in the face on live TV with it just to see how they react. Like, that's what wrestling needs. A little, it's weird. It's theater, it's art, it's fake, but it needs a little bit of that heated realism and hatred because The Rock and Triple H, in my opinion, is the best feud over Rock and Stone Cold. Why?
Oh, yeah.
Rock and Triple H have a real history and we're trying to be the best. Stone Cold is one of the most overbooked faces of all time. And people want to go, he's great, he's great. He is great. He was awesome. But, I'm the guy that did go back and watch a lot of his stuff. He got little bloated in 98. I don't know what it was. Was he injured? Was it something else? But Stone Cold.
Yeah, it was after his neck injury. He probably couldn't work out like he had. I mean,
that's, you know what? When I hear that, that's a completely understandable thing that actually makes me change my opinion because the dude broke his neck and got up and did all of this shit for pro wrestling. So it's really hard for me to shit on a guy like that.
Yeah, no, and probably after Hogan, like the most over guy ever. Him, like Austin and Rock are about on the same plane, but like Austin for that period of time was just that is the only thing that comes even remotely close to Hogan in his prime. Just crazy.
Now, let's see. I'm going to try to roll through these so we can actually let people have a life. TLJ Screwjob says, "By God, the Undertaker's trying to gun down Kane." I didn't turn it to JR, I turned it to some hillbilly.
Yes. Remember the Undertaker almost embalmed Stone Cold Steve Austin?
Yes.
Remember that shit? And then Paul Bearer got shoved in a manhole?
Fucking Paul Bearer's big ass.
Dude, that is the best of Vince Russo booking right there. Like, give me that right now.
Would you like to hear a cool wrestling story? It's real short.
What's up?
I got to hang out with the Godfather 3 weeks ago. And
I got to meet the Godfather because my friend got beaten up at a fucking WWE event.
Nice.
We were dressed like Right to Censor.
Ooh.
And because I loved Right to Censor. And this is the last great angle in WWE history. And we just by being there dressed like Right to Censor, here's how hated they were. We got our asses kicked. Just for being there dressed like him. My friend got punched in the throat. And
Jesus Christ.
The arena didn't want to take responsibility for it. So they were like, "Hey, you want to meet some of the wrestlers? we'll like call it a mulligan and you can meet some of the wrestlers." So he was like, "Yeah, I won't press charges. It's fine." So we got to meet the Godfather, the Good Father, and Bull Buchanan. Did you notice how much fucking cologne he wears? Because I swear to God, I shook his hand and the smell transferred.
Well, the Godfather and I had a much different interaction. He invited us to go smoke weed with him.
Oh shit! So we were
that kind of party. So the Godfather invites us over, and we do, and it's fucking amazing. And
now, hold on. You didn't meet the Godfather. You met Papa Shango. That's who you met.
Oh, dude, when he signs your shit, by the way, I didn't get an autograph, but superfan Adam Shawhan does. He takes with him a photograph that's the Godfather, Papa Shango, and the Good Father. No, Kama Mustafa, excuse me. And he signs them all like that. Like, that's the kind of fucking guy he is. He goes above and beyond.
He's a cool dude, and he doesn't need to do any of that. He's got like a successful strip club in Las Vegas and shit. Like, he doesn't need to do any of that. He is just the most chill dude.
He was telling us stories like you wouldn't believe, but he does want to come on the show. So I'll send you a link when we make that happen.
Oh man, I'd love to. He was so nice when we met him. They were really cool, actually, which is funny because he hated that good father gimmick, but I loved it.
Yep. He is very candid. If you can hang out with him in the right setting, he's cool, man. Like he talked about, right? The censor came up and shit. So,
and a genuine real life badass.
Oh God, yeah.
Fucking motorcycle riding motherfucker, like hangs out with Hell's Angels and shit kind of dude. He'll fuck your shit up.
But he's so genuine. Like, the funny thing is, I'm trying to find the picture. I'm pretty sure I'm taller than the Godfather. Like, when you see these guys on TV, and I'm like, oh, they're gonna be giant, and you meet him, because the Godfather was one of the bigger dudes.
He is.
But I was like, I took a picture side by side with him. I'm like, oh, I just must be, it's weird meeting some of these guys. Where's the picture? Here we go.
How tall are you?
Oh, 6'5", 6'6".
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. I mean, he's probably around 6'3", 6'4", or something like that. That's not that out of the ordinary.
Oh, yeah. You got to understand something, though. Like, everyone on TV is larger than life, right?
Right.
So when you hear about guys like Tom Cruise, they're little guys, so you understand they're going to be small. But when you see wrestlers on TV, you're like, holy shit, they're these behemoths. I could never. And like, this isn't ever meant to be pejorative, but like, I met Shawn Michaels, now the Godfather, Randy Orton. Randy Orton's the only guy who felt the same size in person as he does on TV, but everyone else was just like, oh, they're just a guy, but they're fucking cool as shit.
Yeah. Well, Big Show's the same way because he shrunk so much because of the back surgeries.
Big Show is somebody I'd like to meet because he just seems cool. Wrestlers are fun. Space Monkey 0899, thank you very much for your super chat. No message, but greatly appreciated. Fook Google 2 says, if you like Kaluta and Windsor Smith, check out Frank Brunner, Doctor Strange, Gene Day on Master of Kung Fu. I already know Frank Brunner's work. I'm a fan.
Already seen that Shang-Chi run, and I love it.
God, Frank Brunner is 72. He still is working, but great work. Folks, you should definitely check out his art. I am in a Facebook group dedicated to him. After that, we have our friend Bess Mala, who says, hey, Razor, I was wondering if you read Priest by Min Woo Hyung. You might like its writing and artwork. Just ignore the 2011 movie loosely based on it.
Sure.
I saw Priest in theaters. Black Lotus 30 says, Cyber 6 is the name, Razorfist.
Cyber 6, thank you. Cyber 6. I kept wanting to say Sinister 6. Cyber 6 is the French anime series I was telling you about.
I'm taking a picture of that real quick. Headcase Laboratory says, bring back the Tick and Gargoyles. I love
the Tick. And I loved Gargoyles until that last season.
Did you watch the Tick live action show on Amazon?
I watched the pilot and I wasn't that impressed. It was okay.
It gets so much better. I took the chance after the pilot. The second season, man, I was pissed that it got canceled. It's a cliffhanger. I need to know what happens. But
whereas Bosch went one season too long. Fucking Amazon Prime just can't sort out when they need to end these shows. Man in the High Castle should have been done after the second season. Fucking, they don't know when to end a show.
No, they don't. Neither do we.
Oh my
goodness, 30, I promise. Go
Who the fuck's talking?
Yeah. Look, this has been the most fun I've had in a long time, dude. Thank you for joining. I can't even say thank you for joining us. Well, the audience and me. But yeah, it's been best stream I've had in months, dude. Loved it. Thank you.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Now, Space Monkey 0899 says, fan service, the biggest victim. That's why I like manga. Any French comics that fill that area?
French comics are notorious for being explicit with the fairer sex. They've always been kind of the same way as manga in that sense. So if you want to call that fan service, they're mature. They're like R-rated movies. And not all of them, though, by the way. Some of the G-rated comics, like, dude, if you want the classic Mickey Mouse back, the sense of adventure, Mickey going to strange lands and fantasy and all that stuff, oh my God, look up the French Mickey Mouse comics right now. they're unfucking believable visually and in terms of like story and whatever. Like, just France has a respect for the Disney characters that Disney doesn't even have right now.
Dude, I'm gonna ask you to send me a link to some of this stuff so I
There's
can
a
check
one
it out.
called, hold on, Mickey, I think it's the Lost Ocean, something like that.
Oh, okay. Whoa. Is that new? Wait, that's a Mickey Mouse comic?
Yeah. It's
What?
gorgeous artwork, and the sense of like, actually the sense of adventure and wonder, the kind of shit that kids used to get from Mickey Mouse and from Disney. It's France actually has it. I'm hoping it gets translated into English. I don't think it has yet.
People know how I feel about Disney. People know my stance, but as a piece of art, holy shit, this looks nice. It's hard not to want to look at this.
Yeah. And it's not the only one. They've been making Mickey comics for a number of years. This is just one of the latest ones.
How did you feel about Tintin?
Tantan. I like Tantan. I don't know about
Okay, that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, I don't know about the movie. I've only caught little clips of it, but I love the comics.
Now, I'm the opposite. I've only read snippets of the book, but I really enjoyed the movie to the point where I want to go consume and buy the books, honestly.
Those
Old stuff
books,
like that.
man, that's the thing about France, even more so than Japan. Even though the manga industry is huge, in France, everybody fucking reads comics. You'll see 90-year-old grandmas reading fucking graphic novels in the comic shops and shit. And this is in books like Mickey Mouse here, and like Tantan and Asterix and whatever. All that stuff is what draws them in. It's the mass market stuff that's like G-rated and pretty much anybody can consume. It's a huge industry. BD is no joke.
Dude, you have, as a guy who creates comics, has my own opinion and views on them, you're just selling me on more shit to want to go out and read. So thank you.
Well, like I said, it's a rabbit hole. Once you get into French comics, it is a giant fucking rabbit hole because it's like this huge industry that nobody in America talks about. We'll talk about a million manga before we talk about the people in France who make comics that are a lot closer to our sensibilities for some reason.
One of the things that's interesting about manga is we're on that age, an anime really, where we grew up with these shows that were Japanese that we didn't necessarily know what they were. Like there was always a cartoon that was just an anime cartoon brought to America with a ridiculous name. And it was on at a weird time slot and it didn't really have merchandise, but it was always on as like a filler cartoon.
Oh,
so
dude, yeah, they just plop it on there. They wouldn't even promote it. Ronin Warriors, anyone? Like they just drop it on there. I remember when Ronin Warriors went from being a Saturday cartoon to an afternoon cartoon to every single morning cartoon before school. I mean, it was fucking weird. That's what they used to do with anime. They did that to Sailor Moon, to the early Dragon Ball Z, when you didn't know when the fuck it was going to air. You know what I mean? They just kind of shit it onto the TV whenever they could fit it in, before Toonami came along.
Toonami was the shit. I use an outro song on my videos because it sounds like the Toonami music. So Toonami was a huge deal for me. Go Big Boar or Go Home says, "Hey Razor, Marty Friedman can shred circles around George Lynch."
He's a good shredder. George Lynch in his prime, I don't know. He was a pretty damn good shredder too. Marty Friedman had released I think he was with Megadeth when George Lynch won Guitar Solo of the Year. So I'd tend to think he's probably about on his level.
Darian 217, since you are heading to bed, I will read this for you. Calling it a night. Good stream.
Especially you, Razor. Now do strange. We're all family here.
It's like a really profane radio DJ.
I need to go. The only time I ever listened to the Buffalo Jeff stuff is we had Robot Head on last week, and for Patreon, I had done a reading in that voice of Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft, and he was curious to read it, and I did. And the only thing is, I never listened to how that voice sounds on live streams. I only know the recorded version, so I need to go back and listen to what it sounds like for you, because I don't know what I'm sounding like. I just hear myself.
Date rapist is the term that comes to mind.
Oh, maybe that should be Buffalo Jeff's next YouTube series. Buffalo, never mind. I'm not. Bob Jones says, "Hey Razor, what happened to Razorfist Arcade of The Witcher?" Same question for Diablo.
They usually, like, we've been complaining about copyright. There'll be some kind of copyright issue or some shit. So, you know, it winds up being pulled down or unlisted or whatever.
Kanai24 says, Razorfist, what are your thoughts on the USA dropping nukes on Japan in World War II? Was it to scare the USSR, desperate to move to the end of the war, or an uncomfortable decision?
It was largely to head off the mass projected casualties that would have resulted from a mainland invasion of Japan. It is no exaggeration to say they saved millions of lives in all likelihood by dropping those bombs, believe it or not, because Japan was not surrendering. I mean, we dropped the proof is in the pudding. We dropped one nuclear weapon on them. There is no historic evidence to suggest they were going to surrender after that. So the fact that they could have one nuke dropped on them and they still were like, fuck it, we're not surrendering. You have to understand, Japan entered the war with kind of a position of we're willing to die in battle, right? Kind of an honorific kind of idea. As the war ground on and their supplies dwindled and it became clearer that Japan was going to lose, that outlook turned into a morbid, we are all going to die in battle. It's going to be basically a national suicide. And this became an accepted view in the Japanese military and through propaganda increasingly in Japanese society. So it's no exaggeration to say if there had been a mainland invasion of Japan, they were already having mass martial arts demonstrations, training like housewives and old women to repel invaders with fucking broomsticks and shit. They were ready. They were preparing the citizenry for a mainland invasion of Japan. It would have been a massacre. It would have been 1,000 times more grotesque than dropping 2 bombs. So that's really, I think, what weighed into it was the projections of casualties on both sides as a result of a mainland ground invasion of Japan were just jaw-dropping.
I'm glad they asked you instead of me because I wouldn't know what to say. Andrew Clark says, My Little Pony Gen 5 ponies are racist and segregated. Young activist ponies must stop Yahtzee Trump and cure racism. It's real and horrible. If I wasn't going to see James Bond tomorrow, I think I would research this for the channel. I'll research it for Thursday. I'll try. Oh, God. We're getting ready to buckle down and do Army of the Dead, a drunk commentary in a few weeks. I'm dreading that. I can't stand. I'm not ready. Adrian Shepard, thank you very much. You mentioned copyright trouble. That's why it took forever to finally get Miami Vice released on DVD, simply securing all the music rights.
Oh, God. Yeah, that must have been a nightmare.
That's why I picked up the Blu-ray box set the day it dropped, because they on the advertisement said all the original music is included in the set.
And you know there'll eventually be a copyright issue where it can't be streamed anymore. So it's like, yoink, no takesies backsies. Fuck you.
Yep.
It's mine.
That's physical media, man. I've been going a little crazy on discs lately, but I love movies.
I think people are beginning to see the value of physical media with all the censorship and shit and deplatformings. So,
and there's something to be said too about getting the movie. I mean, you know, discs, tapes, whatever you want to use, but there's something to be said about like picking it up, opening the case, looking at it. I mean, sometimes you get these steel books, they're a work of art themselves. Fuck. The new 4K steelbook of Terminator 2 and American Psycho. I pre-ordered both of those. They're not Terminator yet, but those are beautiful. Like, I can't wait to open them up because they're their own piece of art. You can't get that with streaming.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely.
All right, we have a few more. Jada Becca says, Jeff, are you down to play MCC sometime? What does MCC stand for? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Jada Becca, could you tell me what MCC stands for? I would love to. Or
Marvel Collectible Card Game? I don't know. That's my guess.
No. If that's it. Do you remember that Pokemon card game that was on the Game Boy Color?
On the Game Boy Color? No.
There was a Pokemon trading card game. I thought it was the dumbest thing in the world because it's like, why would you have that when you could just get the real cards or play the game? Yep, Pokemon trading card game for the GameCube. Includes limited edition Pokemon card. Yeah, that was ridiculous. All right, so we also have our friend Jada Becca says, can Razor become the 3rd High Council member? I don't know what your schedule is, but I can't wait to get another stream, in the books, because this has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, you guys know I'm down.
Adrian Shepard says, why didn't Roddy Piper do more movies after They Live? He was fantastic in it. That fight scene with him and Keith David is 15 minutes of epic.
Totally. Well, number one, because They Live kind of bombed when it came out originally. But number two, kind of the same reason Hulk Hogan. I've said this before. I think Hulk Hogan could have been as big a movie star as The Rock if he had kept at it. But he was worried about his spot in wrestling. So he kept coming back. The Rock left. You know what I mean? He comes back every now and then, but he's not worried about any spot. He's a guest star now. You know what I mean? So he really dedicated himself to his Hollywood career. Hulk Hogan didn't really do that, and neither did Roddy Piper, because they were both worried about losing their spot. They were true wrestlers. That's why.
Make sure you check out Hell Comes to Frogtown. That's another Roddy Piper movie.
Yeah.
Let's see. When a nuclear holocaust renders most of mankind sterile, a drifter is recruited for a very special assignment. So, a scavenger and highly virile. There you go. That's a hero. Adrian Shepard, thank you. Darian 2 and 7, thank you. And finally, our last one of the evening, Vessel of Amala says, never forget early Toonami. What was weird was Cartoon Network still had great action outside of that block. SWAT Cats, New Johnny Quest, Centurions, Thundar, etc. I remember all those cartoons on Cartoon Network. I was not fortunate enough to have cable early on. But Cartoon Network, there was a small window, man, where all their shows were pretty solid. Like, it was fun to watch Cartoon Network.
Before the dark times. Before CalArts.
Before me.
All right, so folks, we have reached the end. It's 5 hours of stream. Holy shit! Thank you, Razorfist. Is there anything you would like to say to the audience? Anything you want to promote? Tell them about before we close this long show out?
No. I think we've said plenty.
I agree. We've said a lot. Folks, make sure you go to Shop WCBS, shopwcbs.com, pick up our shirt, our beer glass. In 2 weeks, we're going to be doing a live drunk commentary of Halloween Kills, the new one that's on Peacock. So, oh boy, it's going to be fun. But if you drink with us, if you have the official beer glass, we give you a shout out each and every time you tag us during this, one per stream, obviously, but you get a constant shout out. So join us, tell us what you're drinking, get involved at shopwcbs.com. So from all of us here at the channel, be on the lookout for more content starting tomorrow again. And as always, folks, thank you for watching. Be smart, be safe, be cool, but always be excellent to each other. And where is the magical button? What button will we press? You know, Razorfist will press my favorite one.
Nice shooting, son. What's your name?
My name is